Chapter 166. In one of Karshan's many military bases, a high-ranking officer was looking out his window towards his city. He had a frown and looked rather worried, something odd to see in a Batarian, but in this situation, no one could blame him for being like this. A few minutes ago, he had begun to receive report after report from many of the hegemony settlements for slave rings outside this system, and none of them were good news. In fact, in the past hour he heard nothing but death and destruction from these reports. Many other alien homeworlds and governments were also trying to communicate with them, but he had no answer to their questions. No one did, and no one in the hegemony knows what's going on. But that's not what has him so worried. No, is the fact that someone or something is attacking the Batarians and the hegemony, and it's a very open and aggressive attack too. No Batarian was spared, resulting in the death of thousands of his people, good soldiers too, and it was beginning to affect everyone in Karshan. The worst thing about all of this was the fact that no one knew anything about who was attacking them and why. The attack itself was so unexpected and sudden, that it caught them with their proverbial pants down and no one knew what was going on. Many military leaders were already in a panic and considering counterattacks. But no one knew who was responsible, who would dare go against the hegemony, to begin with, was the question in everyone's minds, that prevented the Batarians from doing anything, which left the entire hegemony nervous, stressed, and quite frankly afraid. As the high-ranking officer of the Batarians thought about all of this, one of his soldiers burst into his office. "Sir, we have a situation." The high-ranking Batarian officer sighed and turned around. He quickly sat behind his desk and then signaled his soldier to tell him what was going on. The nervous soldier wasted no time in explaining. "Sir, our scans have detected something just above the planet." The high-ranking Batarian officer seemed perplexed but curious as well. "And what is it?" The Batarian soldier looked nervous and quite hesitant to say anything, but then continued on to explain. "It seems to be a human, sir." Now, that left the high-ranking Batarian officer rather confused. He almost thought the soldier was joking or something, but the way he was acting led the high-ranking Batarian officer to think that something else was going on here. "A human? What kind of ship is he on board of?" The Batarian soldier frowned. "That's the thing, sir, the human isn't aboard a ship, it's flying on its own, inside of open space and just looking down at the planet." Now, this was beginning to make no sense to the high-ranking Batarian officer. "Soldier, humans can't breathe in space, what sort of nonsense are you saying?" The Batarian soldier shook his head. "No sir, we double, triple, and quadruple the checked readings. They all came out the same. There's a human-like body flying in open space just above the planet, we even have a visual." The Batarian soldier walked up to the high-ranking Batarian officer's desk and slid a folder to him. The high-ranking officer wasted no time in opening the folder and checking its contents. He saw a few pictures, blurry since they were made by enhancing onto the human as much as possible, but the high-ranking Batarian officer could not mistake the figure shown in the picture. It was indeed a human. He couldn't see its face well, but the black hair and green glowing eyes were very noticeable. "What the hell? Send a ship, I want that human arrested and brought up in front of me ASAP. I don't know what it wants or what it's doing here, but he's going to regret getting this close to Karshan." The soldier wasn't too sure. Something about the human in the picture made him all nervous, but he knew better than to disobey an order from a high-ranking officer. So the Batarian soldier quickly left to follow his orders. Meanwhile, now being left alone, the high-ranking Batarian officer couldn't help but feel rather nervous. A bad feeling had begun to fill his heart and he didn't know why. Harry stayed high above the plastering at it with a frown on his face. The negativity flowing throughout the entire planet was disgusting. It made even him gag. He certainly didn't expect such a world filled with darkness to exist. Even the world's heart was filled with darkness and rotten. There was not even a hint of light in this world. Pretty much everything and everyone was corrupted and filled with so many negative emotions that he didn't know how to react at first. He had never seen an entire planet being consumed by darkness this much. Anger, lust, sorrow, death and greed were the emotions that were drowning this entire planet, and it had left Harry rather stunned. It made him wonder how long the Batarians had to be the way they are to corrupt even their own planet to such a degree. It was like the planet itself was drenched in blood and now thirsts for it. The planet itself desires death and destruction, and it was a horrid thing to feel and see as a sage. It enraged and saddened Harry to no end. How can living beings allow this to happen to a planet? How can a race could be so cruel, so evil, so heartless? As Harry pondered all of that, a few massive Batarian battleships began to approach him. Harry ignored them though and instead continued to stare at the corrupted planet before him. The massive ships suddenly sent a few smaller ones that immediately made their way toward Harry. As soon as they got close, the ship quickly targeted Harry with all their ship weapons. It was at this moment that Harry finally turned to face the ships. The Batarians inside them flinched from the cold and glowing green eyes on Harry's face, but before anyone could do or say anything, Harry waved his hand towards them, and a massive blast of lightning burst out from his hand and blasted apart the small ships. In fact, the lightning blast disintegrated the ships, leaving nothing behind. Down in Karshan, the high-ranking Batarian officer was watching what was happening via video feed from the dreadnought ships he sent to capture the human and gaped at what he just saw it do. He quickly jumped out of his chair and began to yell orders via intercom: all ships to battle. Attack and kill that human. Do not let it get inside the atmosphere of our planet. The battleship responded with a loud and serious yes sir, but the feeling of dread the high-ranking Batarian officer felt filled his heart and increased the moment he saw that the human easily destroy 5 personal battleships with ease. That sight had him on edge now. The Batarian dreadnought ships immediately opened fire on Harry, but the dragon wasn't affected by their weapons, something that shocked the Batarians inside the dreadnoughts and the high-ranking Batarian officer to their core. Harry raised a hand while still getting shot at and summoned Oblivion into his hand. He suddenly tapped the dark keyblade with his other hand and it began to glow with a dark and purple glow. The glow burst out of the keyblade and revealed the dark keyblade to have changed formed. This form is the Ultima weapon version of the Keyblade of Darkness, a red and silver-colored keyblade form and the most powerful for the dark keyblade. Harry smiled at his dark keyblade's ultimate form and then spun it around in his hand a few times, before stopping and swinging it at one of the massive Batarian dreadnoughts. A wave of darkness shot out from the dark Ultima weapon and traveled through space at a speed no one could react to. What the Batarian was able to see though, was a Batarian dreadnought suddenly splitting in half and exploding a few moments later. The explosion shook space, and even below, on the planet of Karshan, the people felt it as well. It was no surprise, with the Mass Effect engines on the ships, the destruction and explosion of one of them would have the force of multiple nukes exploding all at once, so even the other dreadnoughts felt it and took damage. But Harry didn't care. The state of the planet, the evil and dark emotions flowing out of it, and what the Batarians had done throughout history had left Harry without any care or mercy for this race. He just did not care about the Batarian and saw them as a plague that needed to be destroyed, so without hesitation, he disappeared in a flash of twilight and appeared right above a dreadnought. He suddenly jabbed his dark ultimate keyblade down to the massive ship and sent multiple beams of darkness towards it. The beams went through the ship with ease and tore it apart. The dreadnought then exploded a few seconds later, but Harry was already on the move and heading towards the next dreadnought. The Batarians inside the other ships panicked and were very much afraid. They had never seen something move that fast. Their scanners couldn't even pick the human off until he would reappear again, and their scanner can pick up ships flying at FTL speeds through space. It was insane and unbelievable. One of the soldiers inside the dreadnought suddenly yelled, "Captain! Weapons systems can't lock on. That human is moving too fast." There was another massive explosion and the Batarians inside screamed as the whole ship shook. Everyone immediately looked around and saw the human raise its weapon into the air. Pitch black darkness began to gather from all around the human and let out a horrendous screech. Every Batarian winced and hissed in pain from the loud screeching. Another Batarian suddenly yelled, "That makes no sense. Sound doesn't travel through space. How? How is this human doing this?" It was a good question and every Batarian on board of whatever was left of the dreadnoughts agreed with the Batarian soldier who voiced it out loud. The captain frowned. "This isn't a human. It's a monster." Suddenly the darkness around the human formed an orb of pitch black darkness and the screeching stopped, only for the orb to suddenly burst open, sending multiple orbs of darkness flying everywhere. The attack hit every dreadnought. The Batarians on board screamed in horror, and a Batarian soldier suddenly called out, "Those orbs of darkness are going through our shields as if they were made of glass. The ship can take much more." The Batarian soldier couldn't finish what he was saying as an orb of darkness went through the ship and his upper body. The rest of the soldiers watched in horror as the body of the Batarian soldier who was just speaking dropped to the ground with a wet splat. But no one had the time nor the chance to say or do anything. A few moments later more orbs of darkness went through the ship and tore it apart with everyone inside. The dreadnought soon exploded after. Along with the rest, Harry's dark impulse at a high power level destroyed what were multiple massive dreadnought ships with ease. One massive attack killed thousands. But to Harry, this was only the beginning, and he didn't stop to see the destruction he brought to the Batarian fleet. Today, Karshan, the hegemony, and the Batarians will meet Harry Potter, the true demon lord. Down in Karshan, the high-ranking Batarian officer was in a panic. He couldn't believe his multiple eyes. What he had just witnessed was a single human go through multiple dreadnought-class ships in less than a minute. The things he saw the human do right now were, right out of those ridiculous stories and myths he had heard human slaves sputter once in a while, stories about gods and demons. Supernatural beings capable of destroying cities, he always thought that they were nothing but nonsense and hubris, but now? He was starting to believe. He couldn't be allowed whatever that human was, to get onto the planet, he had to stop it at all costs somehow. The high-ranking Batarian officer immediately began to bark orders via intercom all forces to battle stations. Do not let that monster into the atmosphere. Stop at all cost. I authorize the use of all weaponry in all battleships. Kill that thing and stop its rampage or it will be the end of us. Harry began to fly down with Dark Ultima weapon in his hand. He suddenly narrowed his eyes as he saw more and more massive dreadnoughts and other kinds of fleet ships. It made him realize that the Batarian was now throwing everything at him. Not that it would help them, of course, they have nothing that can stop him, let alone slow him down, and he won't. He already decided to destroy this entire horrid planet along the hegemony. Right now, he wasn't Harry Potter the Dragon God. Now, at this moment he was acting as a true demon lord, the one named by Rimuru as Catastrophe Dragon, and nothing was going to get in his way. The dreadnoughts immediately fired at Harry, but again, nothing they threw at him seemed to affect him. None of their weapons did anything at all, they all just bounced off Harry's body without him even feeling anything. Harry suddenly raised his hand up to his face and clawed down, summoning his hollow mask. Once his hollow mask manifested, he suddenly roared, a roar so loud and chilling that it made every Batarian that was unfortunate to hear it freeze in unadulterated fear. Harry suddenly opened his fang-filled jaws. From the darkness within his hollow mask, a massive amount of spiritual energy began to gather and coalesced into a green and black orb. Harry suddenly roared again and unleashed the Grand Ray Zero he had charged up. The hollow technique fired like a massive laser that went through multiple dreadnoughts and ships, destroying them and making them explode. But Harry wasn't done. He suddenly began to whip his head to the sides in a wild and violent sweep. More and more ships were destroyed by the hollow technique, causing even more massive explosions. Soon the spiritual energy Harry gathered ran out and the Grand Ray Zero dissipated. The leftover dreadnought ships and fleet continued to try to stop Harry or even slow him down by firing all of their weapons at him, and space lit up with all sort of lights from all the shot fired at Harry. But Harry was still wholly unaffected by whatever the Batarians were throwing at him. Nothing was doing anything to him. He wasn't even slowed down, as he continued to fly towards Karshan, while the Batarian fleet did everything in their power to stop him. However, to their horror and complete and utter astonishment, Harry suddenly began to spin as darkness began to flow out of his body. A drill of pure pitch-black energy formed around him and began to grow bigger and bigger. Every Batarian in the dreadnoughts and fleet gaped in the massive black drill of energy that began to get closer and closer as if it were some kind of creature made of darkness and madness. Everyone panicked and tried to take evasive maneuvers. But it was too late. The massive pitch-black drill began to draw everything around it like a black hole as it got close. Every ship in the Batarian fleet was pulled in, and as they drew closer to the black drill, the ships rusted, decayed, and then exploded. Multiple explosions shook the area and lit up the sky once again. Harry was not very close to the planet yet, but civilians and other people in the city below the battle looked up towards the sky as massive explosions rocked the sky. Everyone on the planet began to scream and panic, not only because of the massive explosions that shook everything, but because of the massive black drill of energy approaching the planet. The high-ranking Batarian officer slammed his fist into his desk and growled, "Someone stop that thing! Don't just stand there! If that thing hits the planet, we're all doomed!" A Batarian soldier suddenly yelled, "Sir! The fleet is all gone, no one is responding and scans can't pick them up. They have been all destroyed." The high-ranking Batarian officer growled and could only stare as the massive pitch-black drill of energy approached the planet. "Gather everything we have left, every man and every weapon. We have to stop this now." Suddenly the massive black drill of energy exploded and began to quickly dissipate. Harry burst out of the leftover darkness and began to descend towards Karshan and the city right below him. Soon enough he hit the planet's atmosphere and his body exploded in flames from the friction and speed he was drooping down with. However, such a thing didn't do anything to him. Harry didn't even feel the heat. Eventually, he made it right on top of the city below him and looked around with both his sight and senses. Now that he was within the city, he could feel the people around him better. Sure, the planet's energy was still disgusting to him and he was still getting rather pissed at the feeling he was sensing, but now he could sense innocence on this planet, slaves, children, and Batarians who weren't evil. Not entirely. This made Harry both frown and glad that he didn't decide to just blow up the planet apart, so, without any hesitation, he lifted his hand. Suddenly the hand he lifted began to glow red and blue. The dragon god then snapped his fingers while using his control over reality and space. Every slave, Batarian child, and innocent adult was immediately teleported away from the planet to the citadel. While he rewrote their lives and memories, the Batarians he spared will never know or remember Karshan or the hegemony. In fact, as far as they would know, they're just farmers and colonists that want to help settlements all over the galaxy. Harry hated manipulating the lives of mortals like this, but he was unwilling to risk having the Batarians he spared suddenly starting everything all over again, so with this done to them, that will never happen. He also teleported the slaves back to their home worlds and restored their bodies, minds, and souls with his power over reality, mind, soul, and space. He really hated abusing his powers like this, but this situation demanded quick actions. He would have loved to help everyone individually like he was with Talitha, but that would take a long time and a lot of resources. Right now he was too busy with helping Shepard stop Saren. He can't afford to take the slow method with this. So instead, he took a shortcut with the powers he obtained from the Infinity Stones and will be making sure the Citadel and the government help everyone later as well. He wasn't about to fix all their problems after all. Suddenly, some missiles crashed against Harry, but he wasn't even shaken. Harry then waved his hand and dispersed the explosion and smoke away from him and looked towards where the missiles came from. Right on top of a building were some Batarians loading some anti-air cannons to shoot him again, but that wasn't all. All over the rooftops of the buildings around him, were Batarian getting ready to shoot him with everything they could find. Rocket launchers, turrets, missiles, and even sniper rifles, but Harry wasn't concerned. In fact, with the slaves, children, and innocents out of the planet, he no longer had to hold back and so he let go. The entire planet known as Karshan shook and began to crumble as Harry let out a roar and powered up. The roar echoed throughout the entire planet, and those left behind to die screamed in panic and horror as the entire sky lit up from Harry's energy raising up and spreading out. The building below him fell apart and turned into dust from his energy's pressure. The Batarians on top of these buildings didn't even get the scream as their bodies suddenly exploded from the pressure Harry's energy put on them. Even their blood and organs were turned into a red mist which evaporated a second later. The city below Harry became a crater and his powering up alone had the force to destroy an entire city with ease. Usually, Harry would be careful and precise with his control, while caring for those around him. Right now, there was none of that. At this moment Harry didn't care, and as the planet shook and crumbled in the presence of a being far beyond the understanding of this universe, the entire Batarian race began to realize that there was nothing they could do to stop whoever had suddenly shown up and attacked them. It was obvious that this human or whatever it was didn't come here on a whim. No, he came here with a purpose, and given that he just destroyed an entire city with ease, many understood that this creature, this monster was here to end them. The high-ranking Batarian officer grunted and growled as his entire building shook so aggressively. Report. What the fuck happened? Someone tell me now. But the soldiers working from the same building as the high-ranking Batarian officer were too shocked and stunned at what they just saw happened. One soldier however, suddenly and very quietly began to speak. An entire city has been destroyed, millions dead in a second. The high-ranking officer growled, what? What happened? The Batarian soldier slowly shook his head. I don't know. Suddenly the building stopped shaking and the soldier monitoring the area around Harry gasped when he revealed himself. Harry opened his eyes as his green and black energy violently flared around him. It had been a very long time since he powered up this much. There was just no need for him to ever exert this much power, and even though it wasn't his all, it was still far more than he had used recently. But, today he found it necessary, so without further ado, Harry suddenly raised both hands and put each palm facing each other right in front of his chest. He narrowed his eyes as both darkness and light energy began to flow into the space between his hands. A white and black orb coalesced between his hand and began to absorb more and more power. As this was happening, Harry began to condense all the dark and light energy into the orb as much as possible. Particles of light and darkness began to float up around the entire planet and began to vibrate and let out a loud humming sound, a sound that caused every Batarian looking at the particles to feel a sense of dread they have never sensed before. It was as if death itself was glaring at them and singing for their end, which in hindsight, wasn't too far from the truth. Death had kept watch over her beloved as he went on a warpath. This time however, she was alone and had sent Lily away. She didn't like it when Lily watched her son do things like this. Lily didn't care, nor did she begrudge Harry for making these kinds of decisions, but that didn't make this easier to watch this level of destruction and death Harry is capable of. So every time, Harry had to make a hard choice. Every time he had to become a monster and demon, death had prevented Lily from seeing her son do so, and this time, it wasn't any different. The moment death had seen what Harry saw in the memories of Talitha, she knew that he had come to hate the Batarians and everything they stand for. Their entire mindset and way of life was the kind of thing Harry hated the most. Especially, because he himself had been a slave to his relatives for years, Harry knew what it felt like to be abused, starved, ignored, and being told that he was a waste of time and space, to be told to just die. Harry knew better than anyone, the sort of horror and pain a slave goes through, and his heart has never forgotten. When he saw what was done to Talitha, that was the day the hegemony, Batarians, and everything they stand for ended. They just didn't know it till now, and nothing they try to do will save them, for even in death, they will never know peace. My love, stand strong and bring justice to these horrendous beings. I and everyone else will always love you and stand behind you. Do not hesitate and do not regret. Show this universe the power of a dragon god. Harry could no longer keep the orb of light and darkness compact, so it began to grow and grow while he slowly lifted it above him with both hands. The orb began to grow to a massive size as it began pulsating and letting out an ominous humming sound. This technique is one of Harry's original, darkness drawn from every negative emotion of his targets, contained by the light of his heart, a twilight elemental technique, one with no power threshold. The humming comes from the light containing the darkness, and the pulsing from the very negative emotions within the darkness, evil and dark emotions that want nothing but death and destruction. As the massive orb continued to grow, Harry looked down towards Karshan and growled as he suddenly swung both of his arms forward and sent the giant orb of darkness and light down toward the planet. Time seemed to slow to a crawl as every Batarian left on the planet watched a massive orb of darkness and light slowly head down towards the planet. It seemed like it was moving in slow motion, but in reality, it was moving down at an incredible speed. And eventually, the Batarians left on the planet known as Karshan witnessed a massive white and black orb, the size of an entire moon, crashing against their home world. The last thing they saw was a big bright light and then nothing. Harry watched his technique crash into the planet with a thunderous boom. His nameless technique completely destroyed the planet's crust and half of its mass, until it crashed against the planet's core, and then there was a deafening bang. What was left of Karshan exploded, detonating his own nameless technique, and then there was another massive explosion that lit up the entire system. In fact, the planet in the same solar system shook and cracked from the pressure of the explosion created by Harry's nameless technique. Some even exploded on their spot or crumble apart. Harry was just glad that he had checked the planets of this system before he arrived on Karshan and that they were empty and desolate worlds. The explosion suddenly began to grow and grow until it suddenly burst out and began to dissipate. Harry just watched as the wisp of darkness and light left over from his technique began to disperse and slowly explode in the darkness of space. It was quite a beautiful sight, sort of like a fireworks show of darkness and light. That was what was left of Karshan, a beautiful show of two opposing elements dancing in space. The explosion had consumed all of Karshan, nothing was left, not even dust, and even the solar system was damaged. It made Harry wonder if the sun of this system would eventually die soon, or will it flicker with life for a few more millennia. Either way, he had done what he came here to do. Now all that was left was to make sure the Citadel helped the rescued slaves and the few good Batarian children and adults. Hopefully, Shepard was still busy trying out the battle simulation and having fun. With that in mind, Harry powered down and let his energy back into his body. One wave of his hand later, a dark corridor opened behind him. The dragon god turned around and went through the dark corridor, and the dark portal dissipated soon after. In the next hour, there was nothing but confusion and chaos on every home world. However, just as every person saved from slavery was wondering what were they going to do with their life, there was a sudden flash of yellow light and everyone heard a voice within their minds. This voice gave them all a number of a bank account, where they can take a certain amount of credits a week, credits that they were to use for them to find a home and start a new life. It was enough money that they never had to worry about anything in their life, but the voice encouraged everyone to find a dream, a goal, and to reach for it. It made many people cry in relief. Some thought this was some sort of God helping them, saving them in their hour of need. Some were just glad that they now had a path to follow, and others were just happy they get to live and not starve. This voice was Harry's. He had used his power over the concept of mind and let everyone know of the bank account he had created for those he rescued from slavery. He even connected his in-game money bank to this one, so he could deposit money from wherever he might be if needed. Sure, he will have to make sure to always grind for money, but that's no problem, that was something he always does anyways. But with this, he can make sure that everyone he had rescued could now have a life. He honestly didn't care if they all choose to just never do anything with their lives and live off the money of the bank account he created. These poor people deserved to be allowed to do that after everything they had gone through, but he still decided to push them to find a dream or goal to pursue, giving them some more meaning to their life to live it. So he was happy that many were already making plans to do so. Some were going to vocational school and learning a profession, others wanted to create their own business, and some even wanted to help others just as they had been helped. It brought a smile to Harry's face to see everyone getting together to plan their futures together. He might have not agreed with everything Nagato said and did in Naruto's world. But if there was one thing he agreed with, it would be that pain would always bring people who experience the same pain together and make them understand each other. He could see it with everyone he rescued. They might no longer have the memories of everything horrible that was ever done to them, and they might have been healed physically of every injury and pain they might have, but their heart told them that everyone was in the same boat. That the people who were rescued knew and understood what they were going through, and this made them all form a massive family of sorts, a giant family composed of every race in the galaxy. It was something that Harry decided to keep an eye on from now on, something worth protecting, something he was willing to bless. The Batarian survivors were another matter altogether. He quite simply did not care about Batarians as a whole, so instead, he let the Citadel Council deal with them as they see fit. He wasn't cruel though, so he would be making sure they were treated well enough. After all, the Batarian survivors were the children and the adults that were innocent, not many sure but enough that perhaps a new Batarian world could someday arise. Of course, there will be no hegemony or any old practices allowed. Harry had made sure to erase every bit of that information from every Batarian, and if they were to try and look into it, then they will find that their minds wouldn't be able to see or even understand the information they were either hearing or seeing. Harry had placed a lock on their mind with his power over the concept of mind, which will prevent them from ever learning anything from what the Batarian used to be. It was his own way of ensuring that the Batarian would have a fresh new start. He was just not going to keep an eye on them or care for them. That will be the Citadel Council's job from now on. With that all said and done, Harry teleported back to where he was watching Shepard try to break records and waited for him to be done. A few hours had gone by, but it seems the commander was having way too much fun to notice he was gone, much to Harry's amusement. Chapter 167. After quite a few hours, a tired but very satisfied Shepard came out of the simulation and walked away from the poor Solarian, Akron, who was crying bitter tears of defeat. No matter what he programmed the simulation with, Shepard just ran through it and kept easily coming on top. It was both infuriating and annoying, so Akron tried everything he could think of, and in the end, Shepard still won, so Shepard walked away with his head held high and Akron sulking in defeat. Shepard quickly went to look for Harry and found him sitting on a table and watching the screens showing other people going through the simulations, but the Dragon God quickly turned his head towards Shepard and grinned as he saw him walk over to him. Once Shepard stood in front of Harry, the Dragon God stood up and said, "Looks like you had fun." Shepard chuckled and nodded, "Yeah, sorry about taking a long time, Harry, time just flew past me." Harry laughed a bit and shook his head. "It's okay, I kept myself busy, so what's next?" Shepard then decided to head to Admiral Ahern and report, so Shepard and Harry walked their way out of the hall mess. However, as soon as they reached the door, they found a Turian and a human arguing nearby. The human suddenly pointed at the Turian's chest with his finger and said, "Back off, Vidanos. I haven't done anything wrong." The now revealed Turian as Vidanos slapped the human's hand away and said, "If you've tampered with government equipment, Bryant, I'll have you thrown in the stockade." Harry raised an eyebrow. "Well shit, things got escalated way up and quick." Shepard nodded, and being curious as to what was going on, he decided to approach Vidanos and Bryant. He then turned his head towards the Turian and asked, "What are you crying about?" The Turian growled at Shepard and waved him off. "Get lost, Shepard, this doesn't concern you." Akron, who had been watching everything on one of his monitors, communicated to Shepard after he stopped crying, "Of course Vidanos is just mad because a human beat his record, especially because you beat everyone else's as well." Vidanos heard Akron and growled again, "Shut your mouth, hollow jockey. Bryant says he scored highest in a mission from multiple combat modes. No human has ever done that, and now you also did it. I doubt a Spectre would cheat but him." Harry huffed, "Great, another alien with a chip on his shoulder against humans, this is getting old." Shepard nodded in agreement, and he himself was getting tired of this sort of attitude as well, so he narrowed his eyes at Vidanos and said, "Keep mouthing off and I'll show you what a human can do." Vidanos frowned and shook his head. "Threats? Is that all humans can do? Impressive. Tell you what, Shepard, you beat my record again, and Bryant won't spend the rest of the competition in the stockade. Hell, if you even come close, I'll give you my weapon." Shepard sighed. "I already beat your record, just did it too, but fine, I'd better go make some room in my trophy case for your gun." Vidanos grunted, "You're confident, for someone who clearly got lucky the first time around, but that'll only take you so far. I hope Bryant has something to read, He'll be in that stockade for a long time. Harry frowned as he watched Vitanose walk away. I could just kill him, you know. Shepherd shook his head. He really didn't like Vitanose's attitude, but that didn't mean he wanted him dead, yet, so he quickly turned around towards Akron and got back to work. The poor Solarian was already tearing up in despair. He knew his torment wouldn't end anytime soon. A few hours later, having already tried and won each mode already allowed Shepherd to go through each simulation again quickly, Harry stood beside Akron and watched Shepherd beat his own high score again. Poor Akron was sweating and crying, trying to somehow stop Shepherd or make him lose. But, with Shepherd's Harry-made gear, it became impossible for Akron to actually offer a challenge. It just wasn't fair to the poor Solarian, and Harry felt a little bad about it. But eventually, Shepherd once again broke records and cemented his first place on all modes again, so Shepherd came out of the simulation and walked over to Vitanose, who was gaping in shock. Akron must have changed it. Or, there's a bug in the simulator, you got lucky, human. Shepherd frowned. I don't have time for sore losers. Vitanose growled at Shepherd and then pointed his finger toward Shepherd. I'll find out how you rigged the simulator, your record won't stand, and heads will roll. Harry huffed and then snapped his fingers. There was a flash of green light as time stopped for everyone, except Vitanose, Shepherd, and Harry. The Turian was startled and looked around widely. Meanwhile, Harry cracked his neck. Well, I'm about done listening to your whining, so I'm going to kick your ass all over this space station for being an asshole. What Shepherd witnessed next was the most violent ass-kicking he had ever seen in his life. Harry literally used Vitanose as a mop and proceeded to wipe the entire space station with his sorry ass, and he means the entire space station. Walls and ceiling were also wiped with Vitanose's beat-up and screaming body. Shepherd couldn't stop watching such a sight. It was quite impressive to see after all. Some time later, Harry finished using Vitanose as a mop, healed him enough to not show any outside injuries, and then threw him on the floor in front of Shepherd. The commander looked down towards the squirming Turian. Vitanose grunted and began to speak. All right. Bryant is clear, just keep that monster away from me. Shepherd grinned and shrugged. What makes you think he listens to me? If I were you, I would stop being an asshole. You never know when you're going to find someone unwilling to take your attitude. Vitanose just groaned in pain and Shepherd took that as a yes. He quickly bent down and took Vitanose's gun and then walked over to Harry, who snapped his fingers and restarted time again. No one knew what happened, but only saw Vitanose on the floor and in pain, though not many really cared. The guy is an asshole and not many liked him anyways. Akron then waved at Shepherd and both he and Harry walked over to the Solarian, who sighed and shook his head. Well, that's all of them. You took the top spot everywhere you could, no one's even surprised anymore. Akron looked defeated and tired but still smiled. Shepherd nodded to the Solarian and then walked away. Eventually he and Harry made it back to Admiral Ahern, who smiled at Shepherd and then gave him a nod. Impressive work in there, Shepherd. Shepherd nodded and then asked, got anything else for me to do? Ahern crossed his arms and then stared at Shepherd for a while, but then he nodded to himself and said, there's a special scenario I don't get to offer to many operatives. I want you to give it a shot. Look, kid, you've done well, but I've been through a lot worse, and it wasn't a simulation, but I could make it one, if you're interested. Shepherd thought about it for a bit and then nodded. I would like to give it a try. Ahern nodded. It's a reenactment of one of my missions. We held off an ambush of Turian assault troops, back during the Contact War, just me and a small squad. I haven't finished programming it yet, but it's close enough, you can try it if you like. Shepherd raised an eyebrow. I'd be the first one to try it. Admiral Ahern nodded. Technically, though I did it first, in the real world, rules are simple, survive until you're picked up. If you can, you'll be ridiculously outnumbered, no real cover to speak of. It's the ultimate worst case scenario. Of course, it would only be a simulation. Shepherd nodded and then said, then up the difficulty. I don't want it easy. Ahern grinned at Shepherd. You got balls, Shepherd, but it's still just a simulation. Even our best sixths aren't as good at the real thing. Shepherd huffed. He felt very confident with Harry's gear and wanted to put it through a real test this time, see how far his armor and pistol can go, so he said, then turn off the safeties. Ahern frowned this time and looked unsure. No safeties? Highest level of difficulty? You'll never do it, and then I'll have to go explain how a Spectre died on my station. Harry chuckled at the idea of Shepherd dying, with his armor on. There was no way that can happen, and even if it somehow did, he would just bring him back to life. But Admiral Ahern didn't know that, in his eyes, Shepherd was biting more than he can chew. Shepherd wasn't worried either, so he stared Ahern directly in the eyes and said, what do you want to bet? The Admiral looked pensive for a while, but then nodded. A wager, hey? Yeah, okay, I've got a nice little retirement place on isekai, I never go there and I don't plan on retiring anytime soon, it's yours, if you can beat it, what are you wagering? Shepard grinned and then said my life. Admiral Ahern frowned but nodded. Right, so, you really want the safeties off? If you die, it's getting logged as user error, I'm not losing my job over this. Shepard just nodded. Set it up. The Admiral huffed and then said, talk to Ahern, I'll make sure he gets the new settings, I would say good luck, but you'll need a lot more than that. Shepard nodded, and then he left to speak with Ahern, with Harry following close behind. Soon enough, they made it back to Ahern, who sighed the moment he saw Shepard. Great, you're back, what can I do for you? Harry wanted to laugh at Ahren's look, the Solarian had this look on his face that said he was done with everything already, but Shepard ignored it and said let's try a new simulation, I understand Ahern set up a special one for me. Ahern nodded and then sighed. For the record, I'm against turning the safeties off. Shepard smiled, despite Ahren's desire for Shepard to lose, he still didn't want him to die, so the commander wanted to assure him I'll be fine. Ahern huffed. What about my simulator? I'll be making repairs for weeks. Harry grinned. Leave it to me, I'll fix everything that gets damaged, so don't worry and fire it up. Ahern nodded, very glad that he didn't need to worry about repairs, still, he was feeling rather nervous for Shepard. I don't say this often, but good luck. Shepard nodded and then walked towards the simulator door, while Harry grinned at him and gave him a thumbs up, the commander returned it as well and then stepped inside. Harry then turned to look at Ahren's screen to see Shepard taking on this mission. Ahern immediately began to program everything and Shepard got ready. Shepard found himself inside a city on an unknown planet, he looked around for a bit but then got ready, he took out his Harry-made pistol and began to wait, however, he was immediately barraged by multiple snipe shots, most hit his head and the rest his chest. His armor protected him, but he immediately jumped into cover. Shit. That would have killed me and turned me into a pile of meat if I didn't have my armor on. Shepard frowned, and then called out to his Harry's made pistol ammo swap, light bullets. His pistol shifted and then began to glow with a golden light, he then rolled out of cover and began to shoot toward where the sniper's shots had come from. Beams of golden light shot out from Shepard's pistol and immediately went through anything that the snipers used as cover. All of the snipers died with laser shot wounds to the chest and head, but Shepard didn't stop and immediately took off running while taking shots from the big army of Turians coming from everywhere. He pulled on the trigger of his pistol and began to charge his shot, he reached some cover in the middle of the simulated arena and jumped over it, he quickly stood up and aimed at a big group of enemies. Shepard quickly let go of the trigger and a massive beam of golden light shot out from his pistol and went through the enemies, incinerating them in a second. However, a few enemies approached him by the side and tried to hit him with their weapons. But their attacks bounced off Shepard's shield and pushed them back. Having gotten some space, Shepard jumped back and yelled ammo swap, dark bullets. Shepard's pistol shifted again and began to glow with a black light, he quickly pulled in the trigger of his pistol and charged a shot while jumping back one more time. As soon as the shot finished charging, he immediately let go of the trigger while aiming at his enemies. A black hole shot out of his pistol and flew toward the enemies, the black hole quickly began to pull on the enemies and everything that was not nailed down to the ground. Many enemies were pulled in and killed by the black hole until it dissipated. But that gave Shepard time and space to move away and get behind new cover, he and the crew hadn't used the dark and light ammunition until now. Harry had warned them that these two elemental bullets were extremely powerful and could cause massive damage to the surrounding area. It was not the kind of ammunition you should use inside a ship or space station, so no one had even tried them yet, but now that Shepard did, he could see why Harry warned them about both light and dark ammo. One shoots a beam of concentrated light towards a target, nothing can stop the beam and it will pierce through anything. The charge shot version of the light bullets is a massive beam of golden light that will devastate a big area in front of the shooter. The other, when not charged, would fire dark bullets, that upon hitting the enemy, they will get stuck on their bodies and not only slow them down but continuously drain them of their life force. The charged shot fired a big black hole, that will travel through the air at a decent speed and pull everything in its path toward its core, where everything would be consumed by the darkness. However, Shepard was suddenly snapped out of his thoughts when 3 rockets hit his cover. His shields took the attack with ease, but destroyed his cover and Shepard found himself barraged with bullets from all sides. He was inwardly, once again, very thankful for his armor. He would have died 10 times over by now without it, but even with the armor on, Shepard decided to jump away and take over again. As he did so, he called out to his pistol ammo swap, wind bullets. Shepard's Harry-made pistol shifted and then began to glow green. The commander quickly took aim and fired his pistol at the enemy. The gun made a swoosh sound but nothing visible came out. Or that's what anyone would think, but Shepard's targets were mysteriously hit by something and torn apart. Shepard grinned as he quite liked the wind ammunition. This ammunition is meant for stealth and quick assassinations. A wind bullet does not only not make sound, but it's also invisible. It is a vacuum of wind that is fired after all, and to boot, it has high penetration power. No one would see the shot coming, perfect for situations like this. In the chaos, Shepard can take shots from multiple angles and kill his enemies before they know what hit him, while still being behind cover. It also helps that the wind bullets burst on impact, causing expansive damage around the target. This means that, like a shotgun, the wind bullets can cause damage to anyone close to the enemy. With a plan in mind and with the right ammo for the situation, Shepard grinned and then went on the attack. He would swap from ammo to ammo as necessary. But the versatility of his gear was making a big difference in this simulation. It also helped that his armor's shields were holding strong and he tanked shots from all sorts of enemies and weapons. Ockran gaped as he saw Shepard bulldoze his way through his simulation and devastate everything in his path with a weapon that was doing some of the most amazing things he had ever seen. However, at some point he began to get warnings and errors on his screens. Shepard was causing a lot of damage and Ockran was trying non-stop to keep the simulation going, but it was becoming harder and harder. Ockran was so distracted that he didn't notice Harry snap his fingers. Everything was fixed and reinforced to endure the power of Shepard's Harry-made pistol, thanks to Harry's control over the concept of reality. As Harry made sure that Shepard wouldn't destroy the simulator, he couldn't help but smile as he saw the commander try all kinds of elemental ammunition and their charge shot variants. Shepard seemed to be rather fond of them and their effects. It made Harry feel proud of what he created for the crew, even if Ockran was cursing to high heaven as Shepard broke records again. A couple of hours later, Shepard was able to survive long enough for the scenario to end, even though Shepard could have gone on even longer, but he was satisfied with the results. He was able to see just what his armor and pistol can do, and that was a very valuable experience. So Shepard came out of the simulation with a smile and feeling very proud. Both Harry and the commander then headed to speak with Admiral Ahern. Ahern immediately grinned at Shepard and he approached him. "I never thought I'd see the day. Good work, Shepard, really good." Shepard smiled and gave the Admiral a nod. "It was a great challenge, thanks for setting it up." Ahern nodded to Shepard. "Makes me wish we'd had you during the first contact war, could have saved a lot of human lives, and since I'm a man of my word, my retirement home is yours." The Admiral then suddenly shook his head and chuckled. "Too bad, now I've seen you beat that scenario, I almost feel like I could retire." Shepard raised an eyebrow at Admiral Ahern. "Are you serious?" Admiral Ahern then grinned at Shepard and loudly said, "Hell, no, the day I retire is the day I die. Enjoy that place, Shepard, you earned it." Shepard nodded and smiled. "It's been a pleasure working with you, Admiral." The Admiral nodded likewise, "And call me Ahern, you've earned that, too." Both Shepard and Harry then said their goodbyes to Admiral Ahern and then went back to the Normandy. They had some fun and Harry cleaned up the galaxy a bit. They deserved some rest. When Shepard and Harry returned to the Normandy, they decided to call it a day and went to rest. As they went to their rooms to sleep, the Normandy began to receive reports about what happened to Karshan, the devastation of the Batarians and the return of thousands of missing people. This news shocked the crew of the Normandy and left them quite perplexed, though most of the crew had an inkling of who might have made all of this happen. However, most didn't care. The Batarians were quite hated by the entire galaxy and most didn't even bat an eye at the destruction of their home world and the deaths of many. No, the return of the missing people had everyone's attention instead. In any case, the Normandy and its crew eventually got over the events that happened throughout the galaxy. After all, they had far more important things to worry about, like stopping Saren. That didn't mean the rest of the galaxy would forget or ignore all of this, but that's something that will begin to be seen in the upcoming days. 8 hours of sleep and a good breakfast later, Shepard decided to check the apartment he had won from Admiral Ahern, so he had Joker take him to the planet known as Inti-Sei, a planet in the Phoenix system with an atmosphere similar to Earth's. Once the Normandy docked, Shepard and Harry went to check the apartment out. It turned out to be a medium-sized place, a pretty modern apartment too, and one that had a very beautiful view from the living room. It was a very good apartment and it made Shepard wonder just how much Ahern had to pay to get it. Harry looked around and smiled. He then sat in the living room and checked out the TV. Shepard walked over and sat beside Harry. "This is a great place, I sort of feel bad for taking it from Ahern." Harry grinned and shrugged. "Well, he put it on the line and you won, there's no need to feel bad." Shepard nodded and leaned back on the couch. He looked up as he heard the TV in the background, though soon enough he began to speak. So, this morning I received an urgent report from the Alliance. The Batarian homeworld, Karshan, has been destroyed, and their system has suffered quite a bit of damage as well. In fact, its sun is starting to act up, and many think it's dying from damage. Billions of Batarians are dead and many missing people have been returned. They're even received aid from a secret benefactor, one no one can find anything about. Harry hummed as he heard Shepard speak. The commander then turned his head towards Harry and asked, "It was you, right?" Harry nodded. "Yeah, I did it." Shepard didn't say anything for a few seconds, but then just asked why. Harry frowned and looked up. "The things I've seen in Talitha's mind were horrific, Shepard. I've seen a lot of darkness and evil in the multiverse, but what I saw in her memories. There's no excuse for that kind of heartless and vile action. What's worse, the Citadel didn't do anything about it. They knew, they were aware of what the hegemony was doing and they turned away from it. They didn't want to deal with the problem, because it would be cheaper and more beneficial for slavery to continue on. After all, money is money, and as long as there was a flow of cash, the Citadel didn't care. It pissed me off, so I did something about it. I rescued every slave I could find, killed every slaver, and destroyed the Batarians. No one else wanted to do something about it, so I did, and I would do it all over again, because I would never allow anything like it happened to Talitha to happen to anyone else." Both Shepard and Harry stayed silent as they leaned back on the couch for a few seconds. Shepard then spoke up. "This won't mean the end of slavery, you know." Harry nodded. "Yes, but this also hurt them a lot. Slavery is also going to be harder without the backing and money of the Batarians. I might have not been able to find them all and stop it entirely, but it will slow it down quite a lot." Shepard nodded. He was glad Harry didn't go full apocalyptic towards the galaxy. He was unsure of the chances of survival against him for everyone, and at least he didn't use his mysterious power to just kill them all. He did what he could and then let the galaxy deal with the aftermath, which was good enough for him. "Well, I've never been a fan of Batarians anyways, you know of my past with them, so you won't get any judgment from me, Harry." Harry smiled and nodded while still looking up at the ceiling. "Thanks." Shepard nodded and then began to explain. "The Alliance wants me to investigate what happened and find out what's going on with the Batarians, but I think I'm just going pass over this mission request. I already know the answer." Harry shrugged. "You can inform the Alliance about what I've done and why. I don't much care of what they think about me. I'm pretty sure the Citadel Council know or at least suspect I'm involved as well. Maybe they'll contact you later about it, so feel free to send them my way if they give you trouble." Shepard chuckled and shook his head. "I don't think they'll bother us. They're quite terrified of you, Harry. There's also the fact that you destroyed a planet and damaged a whole system. I doubt they'll want to piss you off anytime soon." Harry lightly laughed. "Who knows? You know how stupid a person can be sometimes." Shepard couldn't agree more with Harry. This galaxy was filled with idiots and fools, so he really shouldn't hold his breath, but at the very least the galaxy won't have to worry about the Batarians anytime soon, if ever. Harry and Shepard spent some time hanging out in Shepard's new apartment and checking everything. Harry even added some more furniture and even plants to Shepard's apartment as a housewarming gift. The plants were even infused with natural energy to make sure they wouldn't die. But eventually, they decided to go back to Normandy and get back to work, so as soon as Shepard and Harry boarded the Normandy, they headed to the galaxy map to choose what mission to take next. However, as Shepard was choosing where to go, Joker suddenly called out via intercom, "Commander, emergency incoming message," patching it through. But Harry and Shepard immediately gave the messenger all of their attention. "Mayday, mayday, mayday, this is Lieutenant Marie Durand, 3-14th Infantry, Alliance 10th Frontier Division. The listening post has been overrun by unidentified hostile life forms, request immediate extraction." Shepard immediately ordered the crew to scan and locate the origin of the message and to let him know as soon as possible. It didn't take long for the crew in the Normandy to locate the origin of the signal at the Erebus system, on a planet named Nepmos. Shepard wasted no time in telling Joker to take them there. Joker immediately took off to Nepmo, while both Shepard and Harry went to go get ready. For this mission Shepard took Rex and Garrus with him, while Harry and Valerie would be going with them. Joker soon arrived at Nepmos and dropped the Mako on the planet's surface. Harry and Valerie dropped alongside it and then sat on their spot on top of the Mako. Valerie looked around and smiled as she admired the grey and volcanic planet. Nepmos has a similar atmosphere to Earth and a yellow sun that shined brightly behind the many mountains and rocky cliffs. It was a very beautiful sight, one that made Valerie smile. Harry smiled at his girlfriend and grabbed her hand as the Mako took off towards their target of investigation on this planet. It took a while to get to the spot signaled by their scanner, but they eventually made it. Only for the group to be surprised to see quite a big number of Rachni attacking a small alliance outpost. Marines were fighting back hard, but it was evident that they were losing steam. So Shepard immediately drove the Mako towards the Rachni. Harry and Valerie quickly jumped into battle. Harry summoned his Keyblades, while Valerie summoned Ebony and Ivory. Both the Vampire Princess and Dragon God attacked the Rachni. The Fighting Alliance Marines were surprised at first but chose to ignore everything Harry and Valerie were doing in favor of attacking. This time morale began to rise, so everyone shot back with everything they had. Rex sat at the cannon and began to fire at the Rachni, while Gurus got on the side gun and began to shoot down the Rachni. Why are the Rachni here? Rex grunted as he fired the cannon and blew a group of Rachni into smithereens. Don't know. But I bet Saren has something to do with this. Shepard drove the Mako around the Rachni while gritting his teeth. There were a lot of them and he didn't want to get too close to the Rachni. Less talking and more shooting. With the Alliance Marines, Harry, Valerie and the Mako's weapon, the swarm of Rachni was eventually stopped and everyone cheered in victory. Harry sighed and sent away Oblivion and Oathkeeper away. Valerie did the same to her weapons and then looked around. So these are Rachni. Bugsy is not going to be happy when she hears about this. Harry nodded. Yeah, god damn it, I thought we dealt with all the Berserk Rachni back in Novaria. Valerie nodded. Then they saw Shepard, Gurus and Rex come out of the Mako and walked over to the Alliance Marines. No doubt, he was going to want to get answers, and what best way to get them than asking these Marines about what happened. So both Harry and Valerie walked over to the squad to join them. They too were curious about what was going on here and wanted to hear the answer Shepard would get. Harry and Valerie arrived at Shepard's side as a woman began to speak with him while giving him a salute. First Lieutenant Durand, Sir, 3rd Brigade, 14th Infantry Regiment, and I am damn glad to see you. Shepard nodded to Durand. Shepard, Normandy, give me a sit rep. Durand sighed and quickly began to tell Shepard what he wanted to know. They dropped us here a few months back. We get supplies every couple of weeks, and we didn't see anything local that was more dangerous than lichen. Yesterday, these animals started coming out of the ground, no idea where they're from. This is what's left of 90 men, I'm the ranking officer. Harry looked around and frowned when only saw around 15 soldiers left. Shit. Shepard noticed the same thing and he couldn't help but frown as well and began to think about solutions. We do have a ship in orbit, we could bombard them. Durand shook her head. It wouldn't do much good. They're moving around deep underground, the only time they come near the surface, and they're right on our position. You bombard them, you take us out too. Shepard nodded, understanding the issue, so instead, he decided to ask Durand another question. Why are you out here in the first place? Durand sighed and began to explain. There's been a lot of pirate activity in this cluster. We set up a chain of listening posts in the local systems, in case they have a staging base. Shepard nodded, while Harry was happy to hear that the Alliance is trying to take care of pirates before they even have time to set up. Shepard, now having gotten some information, decided to explain to Durand just what they have been fighting. They're not animals, they're a sentient species. You study history? They're called Rachni. Durand shook her head. Never heard of them. Can't say I care. What we just fought was a probe. Our seismic sensors are picking up a crapload more on their way up from underground. We've got 5 minutes, tops. We might be able to hold them off if we were at our peak, but you can see the fighting's busted this place up. Shepard sighed and crossed his arms. He then gazed at Harry, and the Dragon God nodded at him. Shepard then came to a decision, so he nodded to Durand. Do what you can to secure your position, we'll see if we can get some of your defenses operational. Durand nodded and then saluted to Shepard. Aye, Commander. Chapter 168. After saluting to Shepard, Durand then called out to her men. You heard the man. Everyone pool magazines and grenades, take a leak and a drink, and if anyone wants a smoke, it's as good a time as any. Rex chuckled in amusement. Meanwhile, Harry took out some magazines and grenades he had in his inventory that the girls had bought and gave them to Valerie so she could hand them to those who are short on ammo. Shepard, Gurus and Rex then went around and fixed any turrets that might be down. Well, as much as possible. There weren't spare parts or too many tools, but they made do. Harry spread his senses and scanned underground. To keep an eye on the Rachni, he quickly found them and frowned at the number. Still, he knew the squad will be able to handle this army of Rachni, though they will have to keep an eye on the Marines. A few minutes passed by like this until Harry saw the Rachni begin to make their way up from underground, so he yelled at everyone to let them know. Get ready. They're coming. The Marines immediately got behind cover and began to look around for any Rachni. Shepard, Gurus and Rex got ready as well, while Valerie jumped on a crate and summoned her handguns. Harry summoned Oblivion and Oathkeeper, and when Rachni began to burst out of the ground, Gunshots echoed through the area as the Marines immediately fired their weapons. Shepard suddenly yelled, "Ammo swap! Wind bullets!" Shepard's pistol shifted and began to glow green. He quickly began to shoot at any Rachni he saw pop out of the ground. Meanwhile, Rex charged into the group of Rachni and began to shoot his shotgun while cackling like a madman. Garrus just got behind cover and then took a knee. Once in position, he began to snipe Rachni at a fast pace, though he had a grin on his face as he did so. Valerie just unleashed a storm of bullets from her spot on top of the crate, while Harry rushed forward and began to cut down Rachni with his keyblades, though as he did so, he kept an eye on all the Marines, to make sure no one would get jumped by surprise. It was alarming for the Marines, to see just how many Rachni were popping out of the ground, but their morale just rose higher and higher as they watched Shepard and the rest of his squad kill Rachni by the dozens. Harry began to glow as he ran towards a group of Rachni. He soon reached them and blurred from sight while swinging his keyblades at high speed. The Rachni froze, and when Harry reappeared behind the group, they exploded in green gore. However, he suddenly sensed a second wave of Rachni coming. "Here comes a second wave!" Harry once again yelled to inform everyone. The Marines quickly reloaded while throwing grenades to make some time. Shepard, Garrus, and Rex charged their weapons in preparation, and a few seconds later, even more Rachni popped out of the ground and immediately went on the attack. Shepard shot the charge shot he was charging and watched it fly through the air until it crashed against a Rachni and explode. Blades of wind spread out of the place of impact and tearing apart all the Rachni close by. Garrus let go of the trigger and fired a purple orb of energy. The orb split into beams of energy as it flew through the air and homed into multiple Rachni, easily going through them, killing them. Rex just laughed like a maniac and let go of the trigger. There was a really loud boom, so loud it shook the air, but Rex didn't care as he was too busy watching anything in front of him turn into mist or dust. Rocks, sand, Rachni, anything was completely destroyed and turned into dust or mist from the charge shot of Rex's Harry-made shotgun. The Krogan couldn't stop from actually giggling in glee. Awesome! Valerie suddenly waved her hand and unleashed a wave of crimson-red energy. The wave hit a group of Rachni approaching the Marines and sent them flying backward and away from the area. She then shot them dead in mid-air. The Rachni were already dead by the time they landed on the ground. Harry threw both of his keyblades and watched as they buzzsaw their way through all the Rachni in his way. He then made them fly around him as they buzzsaw Rachni into pieces. While all of this was going on, the Marines tried to keep up and kill as many Rachni as they could. Not that they got to kill many, not when Shepard and the squad were there. Not that they cared, they were in fact very grateful for the help, especially with how long they've been fighting on this planet against the Rachni, but eventually, the wave of Rachni began to slow down and then finally stop. Though everyone remained on high alert for about a minute, until Shepard sighed and then began walking back to Durand. Seeing this, Garrus and Rex relaxed while Valerie jumped down the crate she was using as a platform. Harry just made his way towards Shepard and Durand. As soon as he got close to the two, he heard Durand suddenly speak to Shepard. "Holy hell, sir, talk about a sea of enemies, are you all right?" Shepard sighed and then nodded. "Never mind me, are you all right?" Durand nodded and then shook her head. "Still on my feet, but we've been fighting for almost 26 hours straight, none of us will be standing for long. There's one other thing I should mention, one of our other listening posts went offline 3 days ago. I don't know if it's a coincidence, a pirate raid, or what, but if you want to check on them." Shepard nodded. He wasn't about to just ignore something like this. Hopefully, nothing happened to the Marines posted there, though he knew that the chances of that being the situation were really low. "We'll check on them. I don't know why there are Rachni loose out here, but I intend to find out." Suddenly, a soldier walked over to Durand. "Ma'am? We're getting a signal from one of the ground scan UAVs, a big hollow space about 500 meters under the surface." Durand nodded to the soldier who quickly left. The lieutenant then sighed and said, "Right, that must be it, that must be where they're coming from. My people aren't in any condition for a clearing operation, though." Shepard looked over to Harry. The dragon god nodded to him, letting him know that he had sensed the hole the soldier just mentioned, so now that he confirmed that, Shepard turned his head towards Durand and then told her, "Just point us in the right direction." Durand suddenly shook her head and then said, "You don't have to do that, Commander, we've bled them, we can probably hold out until a bigger ship arrives to get us off-world, but if you want to take a throw at it, we'll give you the coordinates, but it's your call." Durand then saluted to Shepard. "You saved our asses, Commander, thanks." With that, the group said their goodbyes to the Marines and Durand, then they quickly got into the Mako and drove off towards the coordinates. Shepard decided to take care of the Rachni and see if he can find out what was going here. It didn't take long for the group to reach the location on the coordinates they received. To their surprise they found some sort of mine entrance, so everyone got off the Mako and then approached the platform leading to the mine. Once in front of the entrance, the group headed inside and found a long concrete tunnel leading to another door. A cavern awaited them on the other side of the door and there was a second door. They quickly approached the door, headed inside, and walked through the tunnel on the other side to another door. This time they found some sort of warehouse filled with all kinds of crates. Everyone walked inside only to be attacked by Arachne, but the group quickly killed them all and continued moving forward. There weren't many in the warehouse anyways, so they didn't even have to slow down. At the end of the warehouse, they found a door and behind it, another long concrete tunnel. At the end of it, was another cavern, which was also filled with Arachne. Harry just waved his hand and sent the Arachne flying at high speed towards the cavern walls, where they died from the force they crashed into the wall with. The group continued forward and then went up a tunnel leading up. They reached another cavern and walked over to the other door at the end of it. Another room awaited the group after another long tunnel, this one filled with Arachne too. But Shepard, Rex, and Gurus gunned them down. Before they could even get close to the group, Harry looked around and tried to sense the area. Looks like we got them all, that must have been all the Arachne on this planet. Shepard turned his head towards Harry and asked, "How do you know?" Harry quickly answered the question because all of these Arachne were males, so they couldn't breed. Gurus raised an eyebrow. "And how do you know how to tell the genders of Arachne?" Harry just shrugged. "We asked Bugsy for details of her race, that way I know what kind of environment is better for them to live in. I can make the perfect pocket dimension for them." Gurus nodded, satisfied by that answer. Shepard then nodded and said, "Looks like we also didn't find a clue as to how these Arachne got here, but mission accomplished. Harry, can you take us out here?" Harry nodded. "Sure, I bet you guys rather not walk all those caverns and tunnels to get to the Mako. Hey." Gurus, Shepard, and Rex nodded at the same time, which made Harry smirk at them, though while he did so, he opened a dark corridor. The group then immediately walked through and the pillar of darkness dissipated soon after. Once outside, the group walked to the Mako and got on. Shepard then drove it to the next location to investigate this planet. It didn't take long for the groups to get there though, and soon arrived at an outpost. Though there was no one around, in fact, everything was eerily quiet, there was no trace of anyone here, so the group got down and began to investigate the area, but they found nothing but a few weapons, medical gels, and ammo. With that done and with no clue about what happened in this area, Shepard decided that it was time to leave, so he called Joker and asked him to pick them up at their current location. Joker wasted no time in arriving and picking up the group into the Normandy. The Normandy then left the planet, while Shepard headed to the galaxy map to choose their next mission. Once in front of the galaxy map, Shepard began to see where to go next and what mission to do. He then had Joker take them to the Acheron system and then a planet named Altahi. Joker immediately took the commander to where he chose to go. Once on Altahi, Joker dropped the Mako. There was a sandstorm raging on in Altahi, so Harry and Valerie raised a ward around their bodies, so they wouldn't get sand blasted. No one likes getting sand in their eyes after all, even supernatural beings. After that, Harry and Valerie sat on top of the Mako and looked around. Harry frowned as he saw the extreme environment of this planet. What a hostile planet. Valerie nodded. "Yeah, you can't even see very far with this sandstorm going on. I wonder if this is a constant thing." Harry looked over to some rock cliffs nearby and narrowed his eyes as he inspected them. He then nodded. "It seems that it's either a constant thing or it happens often. The rocky cliffs look smooth." Valerie took a look as well and then frowned. "You're right, a planet where sandstorms are a common occurrence. Yeah, this planet is awful." With that said, Shepard drove the Mako towards their destination on this planet. It took Shepard about an hour and some to reach their destination. The sandstorm just made driving very difficult. He even crashed a few times, causing Rex and Gurus to bounce around the Mako while cursing in their native languages. The commander even drove it off a cliff, which had them all screaming in fear except Harry and Valerie of course, but the dragon god made sure to stop the Mako and safely land it on the ground. Shepard officially hated this planet now, but at least they reached their destination okay, only to frown when they found Arachne on this planet as well. Rex wasted no time in blasting the damn things with the Mako's cannon. But then they noticed some sort of ant-hill looking things on the ground. From these ant-hills, more and more Arachne began to pop out and head towards the Mako. Harry, seeing this, decided to do something about it, so he clapped his hands and gathered his mana. Red-hot lava suddenly raised from the ground, and with a wave of his hand, Harry guided it towards the ant-hills, where he then poured it down the holes. The area was then filled with the agonizing screeching of the Arachne that had red-hot lava poured down on them by Harry. Once all the Arachne were turned into charcoal, the group got out the Mako and headed to the construct in the middle of the area. Though Rex grunted as he saw the still hot lava on the ground. Lava, hey? Isn't that a bit dangerous? Gurus sighed. Great, if Rex says it's too dangerous, then it really is dangerous. Harry just grinned at both Rex and Gurus. Your armor can protect from even lava, guys. In fact, you can take a dip in a volcano and be perfectly fine. Rex nodded. Neat. Gurus nervously laughed. Is it okay for me to get used to this? Cause I'm starting to wonder if it's okay to get used to this much insanity. Shepard chuckled, finding the whole thing funny, though he himself wondered if it was okay to get used to this kind of thing. Valerie just giggled and shrugged. Well, might as well get used to it, there's nothing you can do about it anyway. Gurus sighed and nodded. Right. Shepard shook his head in amusement and then walked over to the construct in the middle of the area. It seems to be some sort of low building leading somewhere underground. Curious about it, Shepard and the group walked around it until they found an entrance. Once the entrance to the building was found, the group then immediately headed inside. Once inside the underground facility, they walked through a hallway into a room, and there, they found dead bodies on the ground. Shepard frowned and approached one, a male. He's been dead for a while. The group looked around the room but only found more dead bodies and a door. Not finding anything of interest, they opened the door and walked through the long hallways behind it until they reached another room. This one was bigger and seemed to be a storehouse. However, as soon as the group stepped inside, a swarm of Rachni attacked the group. Looks like Harry's lava attack didn't reach all the Rachni. Shepard, Gurus, and Rex immediately gunned them down. Harry used magic to send the Rachni flying back and slam against the walls behind them. Their bodies exploded and sent green blood everywhere. Valerie walked around and shot any Rachni that got close to her, right in the head. The Rachni that attacked her dropped dead right away. Soon the storehouse was clear and the group moved on. They quickly walked over through the hallways and rooms, but only found more dead bodies. Eventually, they made it to another room, a very big one too. Shepard looked around and then noticed a terminal at the end of the room. He quickly walked over to it to investigate. Shepard quickly checked the terminal for any information that might help them. Gurus noticed something. Shepard, you see this? They just received a supply run 2 days ago. The Rachni worked fast. Shepard nodded and moved away from the terminal so Gurus can take a closer look. He seems to understand all the information shown better than him anyways. Tell me about that supply ship. This planet is supposed to be uninhabited. The Rachni didn't come from nowhere. Gurus immediately began to check the terminal for information checking. This base is supplied by drone freighters, dispatched at irregular intervals from different depots, to reduce the likelihood of tracking. I have it, this one came from Argos Row. Shepard frowned. Wherever it is, there's probably more Rachni there. Let's get to the bottom of this. The group nodded in agreement with Shepard. Harry quickly opened a dark corridor and said, then let's go. The group quickly walked through the dark corridor and left this underground facility. Once they arrived at the Mako, everyone boarded it and Shepard called Joker to pick them up. Joker didn't waste any time picking up the group, and as soon as he did, Shepard immediately headed for the galaxy map and ordered Joker to take the Normandy to Argos Row and then the Gorgon system. Once there, the Normandy's scanners picked up an unidentified space station and Shepard had a feeling that it looked too suspicious. He immediately had Joker take them there to investigate. He then walked back to the Mako, where Rex and Gurus were already waiting for him. Harry and Valerie were also ready to continue, so Shepard told them to get ready to board a space station and to get ready for anything. Joker immediately docked inside the space station and let Shepard and the squad inside. Everyone immediately walked deeper into the space station. Harry frowned as he looked around. It's too quiet here. Shepard nodded. Yeah, can you sense anything? Harry focused his senses but quickly picked up something. There's Rachni in here, I can recognize that muted energy signature anywhere. Shepard clicked his tongue. All right, let's move out, and everyone, watch every corner as we moved. Everyone nodded and then, the group moved forwards. A few hallways later, they eventually reached a warehouse, and Rachni immediately attacked them, the moment they got inside. But the squad reacted right away and killed all the Rachni instantly and continued moving forward. They found a room filled with all sorts of supplies, which Valerie took and put away, things like ammo, weapons, and chips. The rest was given to Shepard and the squad to use. After that they continued moving and investigating the space station until they found a terminal in one of the rooms. Shepard quickly walked over to it and immediately turned it on. A personal recording suddenly began to play. Personal data recorder for Major Elena Flores. Shepard looked intrigued and quickly checked the entries in the terminal. He only found 3, and curious to see if they held any information that they can use, he decided to have the first one play the first entry. The terminal immediately began to play the first recording. Sigma 23 is almost fully operational, the barracks and storage lockers are complete, and we've begun stocking the munitions. It's highly unlikely the Alliance will patrol in the nebula. I expect our only risk will be from pirates, and who'll believe them? Looks like we'll have space for 2 reinforced platoons of Cerberus commandos. Everyone narrowed their eyes at the mention of Cerberus. Rex grunted in annoyance and then said, Cerberus, I've about had it with those guys. Harry frowned and nodded. Me too, Rex, me too. Shepard inwardly agreed with both Rex and Harry. He then decided to check the next entry in the terminal. Play the second entry. The terminal quickly began to play the second entry. Recorded, the package arrived today for field testing. I'm told they're fundamentally similar to the units being developed on Novaria. They promise this batch will be stable. Something about them developing in the proximity to the master control unit. We detected some pirates setting up an anchorage in a neighboring system. I think we'll try to deploy them there first. Gurus huffed and shook his head. So they were using pirates as test subjects for the Rachni. Valerie nodded. Yeah, and those Rachni they deployed then attacked the listening posts. Shepard and the crew were beginning to understand the bigger picture here, but there was still one more entry to listen to, so Shepard decided to check it out. Play the last entry. The terminal played the last entry right away. They escaped containment, clever bastards, we treated them like animals, we should have treated them like P.O.W.S, they're spreading, boarding supply ships and sending them to random destinations, they'll be all over the cluster in a week. General, if you recover this message, my advice is, screw the Rachni, they're too smart, use one of the other projects. Flores, signing off, for the last time. Rex just huffed in annoyance and shook his head. This is a familiar story, a failed experiment with the Rachni. Nice to see humans are consistently stupid. Harry nodded. Yet, looks like karma bit these assholes in the ass, though Cerberus motives in this are vague. I really would like to know more about these guys, the day I get my hands on them. Shepard couldn't defend humanity from Rex but agreed with Harry about Cerberus having gotten what they deserve. Shepard turned his head towards Harry and then asked him, can you destroy this place? I rather Cerberus doesn't get anything out of this, plus losing a whole space station is bound to hurt them. Harry nodded. Sure, let's get out here then I'll blow it up once the Normandy is far away. Shepard nodded and quite liked the idea. Harry then quickly opened a dark corridor connected to the Normandy, and the group left through it right away. Once in the Normandy, Joker piloted the ship away from the space station. Harry teleported on top of the Normandy and pointed his open palm towards the space station. Big bang attack. A massive orb of blue key shot from his palm and flew through open space at an incredible speed. It quickly reached the space station and crashed against it. Harry then made the key orb detonate. The explosion lit up space and made the Normandy wobble a bit, but the wards around it soon activated and protected the ship from the pressure and shockwave from Harry's big bang attack exploding. Harry stayed on top of the Normandy staring at the explosion while the Normandy began to leave the area. I hope this hurts Cerberus, they're starting to really get on my nerves. Once the Normandy left the Gorgon system, Shepard decided to take a break, eat some lunch and relax a bit. Meanwhile, Harry walked over to his workshop. He still had a few things to work on and he wanted to get them done soon. The mission to Vermeer is soon approaching and he wanted to have everything ready for everyone, so, while everyone went to rest he went to get to work. Meanwhile in the Citadel, the chaos of the released slaves began to calm down, and many of the former slaves used the money they received from their benefactor to move to planets' settlements all around the galaxy. Most wanted to start a new life and move on. Others wanted to help, so they moved to these settlements to study and learn a profession and help these settlements thrive. Others stayed in the Citadel and rented apartments and such. Their plan was to study to become doctors, scientists, and even politicians. They wanted to make a change, to take advantage of the second chance they received by becoming someone that could make changes to the galaxy. The panic of their arrival calmed down as well and the many governments helped them find families and friends, though having been enslaved for many years caused many former slaves to not be able to remember their families. Most were happily accepted back home though. Others were pushed away, but they weren't affected. Other former slaves helped these people and even gave them a home and family, while other former slaves found out that their families were all gone or dead. Still, none of them let despair take them, not when someone was making sure they had everything they could ever need, someone caring and taking care of them. The former slaves of the Batarians were now beginning to step forward and live their lives to the fullest, while also keeping the unknown person who not only saved them but also gave them hope for a better life and future, in their minds and hearts. Unfortunately, not everyone was happy about the return of the former slaves nor everything was fine. The many governments were scrambling to help the new additions to their communities, but having to prepare documentation for so many people was proving to be a challenge. People who had been missing for years, some were even declared dead, and those who went missing when they were small children, were very difficult to provide with an identity. With no documents or even names, it was hard to know who was who. Most of the former slaves didn't even know their names, and this led to a lot of difficulties for the government of each home world. Eventually they had to ask for aid from other governments. A network consisting of all races was created, one that would focus on helping and supporting the former slaves. Things will slowly begin to get better and move forward this way. The entire galaxy was still in shock about everything that happened though. Everyone was affected in some way or the other. Everything was changing really fast for the people of the galaxy after all, but the happiness and confusion of the return of the former slaves brought was enough for everyone to help as much as possible. Fear also filled the hearts of many, and who couldn't blame them? After all, the news of the destruction of the Batarians' home planet and the damage caused to their system was made known 2 days after the event. No one really knew, and it only became known when the news hit the Citadel. A few Batarians suddenly appeared in the Citadel, mostly children and some adults, but when interrogated, they all confirmed the same thing. Something had attacked Karshan. No one knew what or who did it. After all, the Batarian survivors were somehow teleported to the Citadel and didn't see anything other than the Batarian fleet being blasted to smithereens above the planet. Anecdotes of how the sky lit up with explosions, how loud booms and bangs filled the planet, and how a massive drill of pitch-black darkness came down from the stars and stopped before it hit Karshan, were what every Batarian informed the Citadel. The last thing the Batarian survivors remember, is a bright blue light, and then, they were in the Citadel. This information made all militaries of every race rather nervous and tense. After all, there's something out there capable of destroying planets and damaging systems. Many began to scan for information and data, but nothing was found. That just made them feel worse. Only the Alliance was calm in all of this. High officials know of only one person capable of doing this, thanks to Shepard explaining things, and Anderson knew who had done it as well. But the fact that the dragon god known as Harry Potter was on Shepard's side, let everyone relax. After all, Harry is a friend and an ally to the Alliance. The only one not happy, nor feeling good about all of this was Udina. He was scared and nervous. He had heard of some of what Harry could do, but to have evidence of his power? That was a whole different ballpark. Udina now knew that Harry Potter is capable of destroying planets and single-handedly eradicating fleets as big and powerful as the Hegemony's fleet, and that made him afraid of what else Harry could do. The Citadel Council was trying to mitigate all chaos and panic, trying to control information from getting out and help the few Batarian survivors, since unlike the former slaves, no one was helping them. No one really cared about the Batarians. They had done so many horrible things in the galaxy, that no one batted an eye at the fact that so little of them survived. Some were even glad that this had happened to them. Tavos, Sailorn, and Spiritus were shocked about this. People of all races were showing pure unadulterated hate and indifference to the Batarians' situation. It showed the Citadel Council just how bad things had gotten between the galaxy and the Batarians. Needless to say, that the Batarian survivors will be having a hard time from now on, is an understatement. But the Council couldn't really focus on this issue. Harry's actions and the destruction of Karshan brought fear and uncertainty to the galaxy. The Citadel Council couldn't really do anything about it though. After all, what does everyone suppose the governments of every race should say? That a dragon god decided to end Batarian slavery, the hegemony, and the race itself for whatever reason. Not only are people going to think they're insane, but they have no proof. They knew it was Harry who did all of this, but how could they prove it? So instead they tried to minimize information and control what was being said, but even then, the galaxy will be in a fear-filled situation for some time. Tavos and Valern could only pray that Harry wouldn't do anything this drastic anytime soon. They were already feeling a lot of pressure from everyone and everything. Spiritus was the only one being openly angry and frustrated. He complained aloud as well, to the point where Tavos and Valern would just ignore him and go about their business. If Spiritus wanted to go throw a tantrum to feel better, he could do so. They were too busy to care about his complaints, though they wondered what the cause of all their headaches was doing right now. Harry was heating some gold and silver on a small forge he has in his workshop. He was already working on the rings that will protect the squad members' minds from mental attacks, just in case Saren tries to pull that off on them. Though as he reached with his tongs into the forge, he suddenly sneezed. Bugsy, the Arachne Queen, who was somehow inside Harry's workshop and watching him work, suddenly made a soft screeching sound. Harry sniffed and shook his head. He then turned to look at Bugsy. No, I don't get sick. I bet someone is either talking about me, thinking about me, or cursing me out, one of those for sure. Bugsy let out a few soft screeches and Harry shrugged. Who knows, just about anyone in the galaxy could be talking about me right now, but that isn't important right now. Harry then went back to pulling out the gold and silver he was heating in his forge. Both precious metals were red hot and then Harry made them float in front of him with telekinesis. He quickly split the silver and gold into small pieces and used his telekinesis to shape them into strings. He then began to twist the silver strings and gold strings into a single one. The twisted gold and silver strings were then made into rings. After that Harry quickly cooled them down with magic and watched them cool. Bugsy watched all of this in awe. She had never seen anything like it and wondered if she could move things with her song just like Harry can. She would have to try singing this song on her own sometimes later, but for now, she wanted to keep watching Harry work and learn. Though she did wonder what the little loops Harry was making were for, they looked very sparkly but not very useful. Harry just continued to work on the rings while being in the company of the Arachne Queen. Both would be in Harry's workshop for hours, and throughout that time, both Bugsy and Harry would talk about all sorts of things. It was a very interesting learning experience for both the Arachne Queen and Dragon God. Chapter 169. Harry was able to make good progress with the rings he was making for the crew. He was almost done enchanting them in fact, but Shepard called him back to the galaxy map to start with missions again. By the time Harry arrived, Shepard had already picked the planet Binthu, in the Yangtze system, to land, so he told Harry to get ready and meet him in the Mako. Harry nodded and went to go get Li Fei to come with them. Shepard then picked Rex and Lyra for this mission. Soon enough, Harry and Li Fei arrived and everyone got ready to be dropped off on the planet. Joker didn't take long to drop the Mako on Binthu, with both Li Fei and Harry dropping beside it as well. As soon as the Mako landed, Li Fei and Harry sat on its rooftop and looked around. This planet was very different from the ones they had seen before. For one, this one had plant life and was very much alive. Harry was even able to go into sage mode on this planet, which made him smile. Li Fei also smiled. Wow! This planet is beautiful and full of life. It even has an atmosphere similar to Earth's. Harry nodded. Yes, it even has ley lines, just a few, but enough that they make this planet sprout life and support it. Soon enough the Mako took off to investigate this planet. According to Shepard, Cerberus might have bases on this planet and Harry was more than happy to deal with them all, especially with everything they did with the Arachne and what they tried to do to Kahaku. It didn't take long for the squad to find one of the bases, an underground facility, so Shepard stopped a fair distance away and got off the Mako to take a better look. Soon enough, everyone else followed him. Shepard looked towards the underground base and frowned as he saw a lot of people walking around outside. I see turrets and humans with that Cerberus insignia we found a while back. Looks like we found the bastards. Harry narrowed his eyes and then decided to speak up. Shepard, do we need anything from these bases? Shepard raised an eyebrow at Harry's question, but then said, well, any information we can find about Cerberus's operations would be appreciated, but in all honesty, I would just destroy them all, though I will have the Normandy skin for anything useful. Harry nodded and then looked up at the sky. I like this planet. I really don't appreciate that Cerberus is here, playing with things they can't control. So do you mind if I take the lead on this one? Shepard hummed and thought about it for a while, but then nodded to Harry. He didn't see anything wrong with Harry taking the lead on this mission. Sure, go ahead, if we can hurt Cerberus, then go for it. Harry grinned and then walked away from everyone. Suddenly he took on his dragon form and roared into the sky. The Mako was suddenly teleported back to the Normandy, while Harry levitated everyone onto his head. Hang on. And get ready to see a dragon in action. With one mighty flap of his wings, the dragon god took off into the sky and towards the Cerberus underground facility. Meanwhile, Cerberus agents were very busy studying and trying to get the Arachne to follow orders. Suddenly, the Arachne inside the underground facility began to screech in a panic, which caused the Cerberus agents to look on in confusion. The woman in charge frowned as she saw the Arachne act as if they were afraid of something. She had never seen them act like that, so she was perplexed as to what had caused it, but then a loud roar echoed throughout the facility. The roar was so powerful and loud, that it could be heard clearly even from underground. It left everyone rather scared and in a panic. Suddenly a Cerberus agent ran to the woman agent in charge. Ma'am, there's an unidentified giant creature heading our way. The agent in charge of this facility widened her eyes. What? What do you mean unidentified giant creature? The Cerberus agent frowned and seemed to be thinking about how to explain the situation better. I mean, there's a big-ass creature coming our way and our anti-air cannons and turrets are doing shit to it. The agent in charge was about to say something, more than likely, scold the Cerberus agent for his language, but the ground suddenly shook and they heard another roar. A few seconds later, a sea of white flames washed over anyone or anything in the underground facility. The Cerberus agent in charge of this facility only had time to widen her eyes and open her mouth to scream, before the white flames washed over her and burned her body to ash in a matter of seconds. A few minutes before, Harry flew towards the Cerberus underground facility, while Rex was whooping in fun, Shepard was grinning in excitement, while Lyra just had her eyes wide and full of glee. No one can blame them though, they were riding on top of a dragon that is about to go into battle, it was only natural for them to enjoy the thrill of the situation. Le Fay just watched the Krogan, Asari, and human with an amused smile on her face. Suddenly, the underground facility's anti-air cannons and turrets began to shoot at Harry. But the dragon god and his passenger were completely unharmed. Harry soon arrived and slammed right on top of the underground facility, causing the ground to shake. The dragon god then raised his claw and quickly swiped down, beginning to dig into the underground facility's top with his claw. The top entrance of the underground facility was destroyed and drug open. With an opening to the underground facility open to Harry, he then took a big breath and then breathed out a sea of white flames right into the underground facility. He didn't stop until the hole where the underground facility once stood was filled with nothing but melted metal, concrete, and ground. Rex just cackled in glee at the destruction and death Harry caused in a few seconds, while Shepard was just amazed that he got to see a dragon breath fire. Lyra was just gaping at the devastation Harry brought to one underground facility in a matter of seconds. But Harry took off to the sky again and headed towards the next Cerberus facility on this planet. Shepard happily guided him toward where the Normandy's scanners picked up the signals of the other two of Cerberus's facilities. On the second underground facility, Harry dropped from the sky engulfed in a vortex of sharp winds. The wind skill dug into the facility and shredded everything inside into nothing. Only one big hole was left behind after Harry's wind-engulfed dive. The third and last underground facility Harry dropped right on top of it, but Shepard suddenly got an odd signal from his scanner. Wait. There's a signal coming from this place, Harry. We need time to analyze it and check for useful information. Harry nodded and let everyone down. He then took on his human form and said, then I'll head inside and deal with the Cerberus agents in there personally. Let me know when you got what you need. Shepard nodded and the crew then watched Harry lift his hand, wave it to left, and then the whole top of the underground facility was swept to the side like it was a piece of garbage on the ground. Harry flew up and then began to float down the new opening of the underground facility. Meanwhile, Shepard had the Normandy scan the signal he found coming from the underground facility. Inside the Cerberus facility, everyone was in a panic, everything shook and there was a very loud sound coming from the top. It had everyone running around trying to figure out what was going on. Only for the door leading into the facility to be sent flying and crashing onto the wall on the other side of the room. The Cerberus agents immediately took out their firearms and began to shoot. Only for a black-haired, green-eyed person to step inside. To the Cerberus agent's surprise, the bullets they were shooting at him with just bounced off his body. He looked around and then lifted his finger toward a Cerberus agent. A second later, a green thin laser shot out of his finger and went through the head of the Cerberus agent's head that he was aiming at. The Cerberus agent dropped dead a moment later, which caused everyone to freeze and stare at the dead body in shock. The black-haired and green-eyed man then suddenly said, I really don't like any of you, die. Harry moved in a flash of twilight. A second later, each and every Cerberus agent dropped dead on the ground without even being able to blink. Someone suddenly threw a grenade at him, but he ignored the explosion that engulfed him and walked through it. He then saw another Cerberus agent gaping at him, but he waved his hand at him and sent him flying through the air with a blast of mana. The Cerberus agent crashed against a wall and died from the impact. Harry just walked over the dead body and deeper into the underground facility. He then found some kind of square room with a cage of sorts made out of blue energy fields. Inside, Harry could see Arachne. More Cerberus agents began to shoot at Harry. They tried to hit him with everything they had in hopes of killing him, firearms, biotics, and even explosives, but Harry just stood there completely unaffected. However, before Harry even took a step, he received a communication from Shepard. Harry, we got some big information from the signal. Looks like we found the location of a major Cerberus facility, so finish this, we need to see if we can get any information from there and destroy that facility too. Harry grinned, he was certainly happy that they were able to find a major Cerberus facility, so without further ado, Harry suddenly spread his arms and then yelled Shinra Tensei. Shepard and the rest of the crew watched as the underground facility was caved in and then blasted open. Their armors and shields protected them from debris and the shockwave that sent a lot of dirt, stone, and dust flying everywhere. Soon enough, everything settled down, and in place of the underground facility, stood Harry in the middle of a crater. The dragon god flew up and then snapped his finger to fix all the damage done to the planet. With that done, Harry floated down and landed in front of Shepard. Let's go, I want to destroy that Cerberus facility, as soon as possible. Shepard nodded. Harry then smiled and teleported everyone back to the Normandy. Shepard quickly went to the galaxy map to let Joker know where to take them next. The location of the major Cerberus facility is Neferon, in the Columbia system of the Voyager cluster. Once Joker knew the location, he immediately took off toward it. It didn't take long for Joker to take the Normandy to Neferon. Shepard, Rex, and Lyra immediately headed to the Mako with Harry and Lee Faye following close behind. The entire squad was ready and raring to destroy this major Cerberus facility. The Mako was dropped onto Neferon a few moments later with Harry and Lee Faye flying by its side. This time, they did not stop to check the scenery. Instead, they got onto the rooftop of the Mako, and Shepard quickly took off. This planet had nothing but snowy rocky hills and cliffs, that slowed down the Mako quite a bit, plus Harry had to stop the Mako from flipping a few times. Shepard was a really bad driver sometimes. It made Harry wonder, how someone who is a good soldier and warrior like Shepard, could be so bad at something so simple as driving. It was a mystery to him. However, they eventually made it to the location of the major Cerberus facility. Shepard stopped the Mako on top of a very tall rocky cliff and then got out to take a look. He used the zoom-in function on his armor's helmet, a new upgrade made by Harry to the armors. He also added night vision, thermal vision, sonar, and a new scan function. The new scan function will be able to pick up the digital energy signature of the Geth and mark them on the map, so even if the Geth jam the map, the crew can still detect their locations. This was made for everyone on the Normandy, so no one would ever get ambushed by the Geth ever again. But right now, Shepard was watching the Cerberus agents walking outside the facility. They're packing some serious heat. Rex used the zoom-in function of his helmet again and then grunted, "Some of those weapons are illegal, and very expensive on the black market. Cerberus is playing in the big league it seems." Lyra frowned. "This Cerberus is turning out to be quite the dangerous group. I can't believe they used to be a part of the Alliance. Just what sort of monster did they create?" Shepard frowned, but couldn't really defend the Alliance, not this time. However, he was more concerned about one thing. "I wonder what their goal is. The things they have done, regardless of how horrible and evil they are, seem to be done with a purpose. To be honest, that's what I'm more concerned with right now. This sort of behavior seems much more like a cult than a military organization." Harry frowned. "I wish we had more time to really investigate these assholes, but Saren and the Reapers take priority. For now, let's hit them hard. I'm sure this will hurt them in some way or the other." Shepard nodded. The squad then went back to the Mako and boarded it. Shepard soon wasted no time in driving it towards the Cerberus underground facility. The Mako was immediately shot at as they approached the facility, but Harry and Lee Faye just deflected everything thrown their way, while Rex and Lyra shot at everything and everyone with the Mako's cannon and side firearm. The squad went through every Cerberus agent in seconds. Harry and Lee Faye destroyed the turrets and anti-air cannons with massive fireballs and giant bolts of lightning that dropped from the sky. Soon enough the top side of the major Cerberus underground facility was cleared and the squad immediately jumped out of the Mako and ran towards the door. They didn't want to give anyone in there the time to destroy any information or clues. Once inside, Harry narrowed his eyes and clicked his tongue in annoyance. There are a lot of enemies in this building, no doubt that they'll try to slow us down. Lee Faye. Quick attacks and spells, kill as many as you can and as fast as possible. We can't give them any time to do anything. Lee Faye nodded and walked over to Harry's side. She then pulled the side of her witch's hat down and covered half of her face as she summoned Clarent into her hand. "All right, then let's move quickly." Harry nodded and quickly blasted the door open with a wave of his hand. Lee Faye disappeared in a flash of red lightning, while Rex and Lyra ran inside. Shepard nodded to Harry and then walked inside while shooting at anything that moves. Harry summoned his keyblades and jumped inside the major Cerberus underground facility. The Cerberus in the facility, despite outnumbering the squad and having some of the most powerful weaponry available, couldn't even slow down the group. Rex just rushed in and tanked every shot headed his way while turning any Cerberus agent into a red mist with his Harry-made shotgun. Lyra blasted any Cerberus agent with flame ammunition, and as she did so, she had a small smile on her face the whole time. Shepard used lightning ammunition to literally light up his targets. Lee Faye just flashed around, becoming a crimson-red streak that would cut down Cerberus agents into pieces. Harry, however, ignored everything and walked towards a room at the end of the facility. He sensed someone in there and he wanted to make sure not one of Cerberus agents gets away, so he left the room for Shepard, Rex, Lyra, and Lee Faye to clean out the rest of the facility. Harry blasted a door open and walked inside a room. There he found a panicking Cerberus agent pressing buttons on a terminal. Harry quickly disappeared in a flash of twilight and beheaded the Cerberus agent. He quickly checked the terminal and frowned when he saw the optical database was flashing itself clean, so he quickly took out his smartphone and copied everything he could. Luckily he was able to save some files, but he wasn't happy that Cerberus went to this length to hide themselves and their deeds. With this done, however, this mission was done. Harry and the squad made sure to kill each and every Cerberus agent in the underground facility. There was practically nothing left of them, either they were turned into red mist, disintegrated, incinerated, or cut into pieces, and the squad was really thorough. Harry also gave Shepard the files he was able to save, and Shepard decided to later have someone decrypt and analyze them, to see if anything useful could be found in those files. But with that all done, Shepard called Joker and had him pick them up from this planet. There was still work to do after all, but not until they had some food first. Once back in the Normandy, Shepard told everyone to have some lunch and a break, so the entire squad headed to the mess hall to eat together. Once all of them got seated and began to eat, they all fell into idle conversation. Suddenly, Ashley raised an eyebrow and decided to ask about something she was curious about. "Hey Harry." Harry swallowed the bite he had in his mouth and then turned his head towards Ashley. "What's up, Ashley?" Ashley scratched her head and then said, "Ah. Look Harry, you know me, I'm blunt as hell, but I got to ask you, and don't take this the wrong way, but, did you destroy Karshan?" Everyone stopped eating and turned their attention towards Harry except Shepard. He just sipped his coffee and paid attention to this situation. The dragon god just nodded. "Yes, I single-handedly destroyed the entire Batarian fleet and destroyed the planet known as Karshan." Everyone stayed silent for a few seconds. Shepard, Faye, Valerie, and Kunu just watched on. Rex was of course the first one to speak up. "I know you enough to know that you didn't just decide to kill an entire race and its planet on a whim, Harry. You're a warrior, one that has earned my trust. Whatever reason you had to do this, I don't care to know it, but know that I have your back. If the entire galaxy comes after you, I will fight at your side." Harry grinned at Rex and nodded. The Krogan just returned the nod and didn't say anything more. Kaiden looked down and stayed silent for a few seconds, but then spoke up. "You're a good person Harry, I know that, and I've seen you go out of your way to help others. I don't plan to question you on your decision, I'm just a human after all. You are a god and I know you must have had a good reason for this. I just wished that so many hadn't had to die." Harry closed his eyes and sighed. He then looked up at the ceiling. "I didn't kill all the Batarians, some were spared, especially children. There were some good people among the Batarians as well, so I teleported them to the Citadel. But the rest? The rest were scum and real monsters." Karshan had been so corrupted by the way the hegemony worked, that its core had been filled by darkness, pitch black darkness full of bloodlust. The planet Karshan lusted for blood and death. Faye, Kunu, and Valerie gasped at the severity of what Harry just said. This alerted everyone, for not once had they seen the girls react this way. Kunu's fox ears flattened themselves on her head as she frowned. "That's so sad." Lyra, curious about everything being said, decided to ask, "What do you mean by all that? You make it sound like Karshan was alive or something. There have been theories of planets having some sort of sentience, but nothing has been proved." Harry turned his head towards Lyra. "Those theories are true, planets do have a consciousness, in fact, they even have their very own neural network, we call that network, ley lines." Lyra widened her eyes and stared at Harry in disbelief, but Harry just smiled and began to explain. "I'll keep it simple for now, but a planet's core is the planet's heart. Do you have any idea how much energy is being produced inside a planet's core within an hour?" Lyra shook her head. She never thought about that question before. In fact, she believed no one would even think about something like that. Harry then continued on. "A lot of energy, pure energy. A soul is a mass of energy that contains everything that makes you, you. Every memory, experience, and event is forever saved in your soul. It creates the blueprint of you. It's the same with a planet. From a planet's core, which is its heart, energy is produced, and from that energy, a soul is birthed, and with that soul, comes the ley lines, a system of streams of pure energy, rivers of power that absorb, record, and keep everything that happens on that planet, becoming a sort of mind. It isn't like a human mind. You think of it as a sort of computer program, one which will act accordingly to whatever threatens the planet. In some rare cases, the planet will lash out towards whatever endangers it. In another universe, Earth created the Titans, enormous creatures that feed on radiation. These Titans act as that Earth's immune system and white blood cells. Their main purpose? Destroy anything that threatens the planet and restore balance in nature. In another universe, the planet's reaction to a threat might be something more subtle, like a disease, natural disasters, or even manipulating the minds of certain individuals to cause destruction. It depends really. Everyone was very much intrigued by what Harry was saying. It was very frightening to know that a planet could be alive and even thinking, but it did explain a bit about certain things. Harry then went on. Karshan, however, did not have an ounce of self-preservation. The Batarians had filled the entire planet's memories, experience, and events, with nothing but war, murder, lust, slavery, and all sorts of negative emotions. I want you guys to realize just what sort of monsters the Batarians were. For the planet itself to desire death and the destruction of everything in the galaxy, the Batarians broke the planet and made it psychotic. That information hit everyone like a bucket of ice-cold water. It was just too disturbing to think that a race had done so many atrocities, so many evil deeds, that the planet itself had been affected by all of this that much. Talai looked down. Keela, how horrible for someone like Talai, whose homeworld was taken from her and is so important to her and her people. This information hit her hard. Especially, with everything that went down on her homeworld, she hopes that her planet wasn't affected by the war and the actions that the Quarians took towards the Geth. It was just something awful to think about. Talai looked up at Harry and then said, Harry, wasn't it possible to cleanse the planet? Maybe purify the darkness? Harry shook his head, but it was Kuna who answered Talai's questions. A sage can do it, but trying to do so would expose the sage, and with that level of corruption, there's a risk of your own darkness getting out of control. Harry and I are sages, but if we lost control of our darkness, can you imagine the damage we can cause in a rage-induced rampage? Especially from a dragon god or a nine-tailed fox of our power level. Harry already has a strong connection to darkness and has to keep it in balance with his light. That's why his main element is twilight. He couldn't risk himself trying to save such a corrupted planet. No. It was best to destroy it, for everyone's sake. Talai looked down. She was sad, but she understood the situation. Nothing was worth risking Harry, not because of how terrifying it would be for him to lose control and go on a rampage, but because everyone cares about him. Harry was a friend and a loyal companion. No one would ever ask him to risk himself for a planet belonging to someone like the Batarians. Gurus hummed and he began to play with his food. I rather see the Batarians gone than see something happen to Harry. It might sound cruel and heartless, but the Batarians had it coming, and Harry is my friend. Screw Karshan, I rather have him around being his friendly self. Everyone nodded in agreement to Gurus. Ashley then said, I for one am glad Harry took care of the Batarians. Those bastards had been doing some really horrific stuff for a very long time. It was about time someone did something about them. Can you imagine how many lives these guys destroyed? People like Talitha. Everyone looked down at the reminder of what had been done to Talitha. Her story was something no one will be able to forget. Lyra sighed, I might not like the loss of life, but at least no one would have to suffer as Talitha did. Besides, Harry did more than just destroy. Joker suddenly piped in, that's right. Harry not only kicked ass, but he saved so many people too. He healed and made everyone better mentally and physically as well. Can you imagine? People who had been missing for years are returning home and to their families, good as new. Not only that, but I also heard that everyone who is a former slave is getting money and support from a secret benefactor. I would bet one of Rex's testicles that's you, Harry. Rex suddenly yelled, hey, I'll need those later. Joker rolled his eyes and then said, you have 4 Rex. Everyone shared a laugh at Rex and Joker's banter. It was very shocking to find out about what had happened to the Batarians and Karshan, but as they thought when the news hit, Harry had a good reason to do what he did. No one cared about the Batarians anyways and were more worried about Harry. They knew it was silly. Harry is a dragon god after all. He doesn't need anyone to worry about him, but that didn't mean they wouldn't. Harry is a friend to them, and all of them would have his back, just as he had theirs. Unbeknownst to everyone, Harry could sense the care and trust everyone had in him. It made him happy that his friends cared that much, and he vowed to continue to help and support them. After lunch, Harry and the girls called Talai down to his workshop so they could talk about her suit functions. As predicted, most of Aquarian's suit had all sorts of environmental protections, apparently, because the suits need to power all those functions. This is the reason why the Quarian suit's shields are weaker than any other kind of armor for other races. This was significantly worrying for Harry and the girls. As Le Fay took notes, Valerie scanned an extra set of Quarian armor and Kuna scanned Talai herself. Harry decided to ask a question, but why so much protection from the environment? Talai tilted her head. You don't know? I would think you would come across the reason Quarians need so much environmental protection. Harry raised an eyebrow. I've been a little too busy with making all sorts of stuff for everyone, so I haven't had the time to really look into each alien race's biology. Talai nodded. I see, that does make sense. Well, we Quarian have a very weak immune system. A simple cold can kill us if we're not careful. Even weak and simple allergies are dangerous to us. Harry sighed and rubbed his eyes. Damn it all. I really wish everyone would tell me these things sooner. Taylai just stared as Harry was venting in confusion. Kunu, who was scanning her, giggled, which caught Taylai's attention. Kunu stopped laughing at her boyfriend and then explained things to Taylai. We have spells and potions that can make anyone immune to diseases and things like that. Harry himself can even grant you a minor blessing and bam! No more sickness for you, ever, which is why Harry is frustrated right now. He could have helped you a long time ago, well, if someone had bothered to tell him anything, that is. Taylai gaped at Kunu. You guys can make people immune to diseases. Kunu nodded, and Le Fei then piped in, not only that, but we can also give a healing factor, or even resistances to elements with spells and potions, though for spells, we would have to modify them a bit to make it permanent. The reason we haven't done so, is because, we don't know how biotics and alien races might react to potions and magic, we just don't have the time to research, but Harry's blessing should be safe for you, it is a conceptual thing, and shouldn't interact badly with your biology. Taylai understood, and was actually feeling very excited. Then can you guys help my people? Can Harry give his blessings to the Quarian? The girls frowned, which confused Taylai. Valerie then said, it's not that simple, Taylai, it would take a lot of time to make a potion or modify a spell, a lot of testing, and that has some risks as well. As for Harry's blessing. Harry then piped in, it's not something I hand out willy-nilly, Taylai, my blessing, even a small one, grants a lot of power, enough for anyone to be untouchable in this universe. I can't just trust anyone with that kind of power, and it might sound mean of me, but the Quarian hasn't shown to be a responsible and understanding race. I'm more than happy to grant you a blessing, but I wouldn't do it for all the Quarian, not until they show me they deserve it. Taylai looked down. It was hard to accept, but Harry had a good reason, one that made a lot of sense, as to why he doesn't just hand out his blessing, plus Taylai wouldn't want him to force himself to do so. She wouldn't do that to a friend she cares about, I understand, but someday, do you think you can help the Quarian? I will work hard to change things and their views. Harry smiled at Taylai and nodded. Sure, the girls and I will work on it once everything with Saren is over, though we might have to wait until we go home. I want the help of our family's top healers in this. Taylai nodded and seemed to smile, or at least that's what Harry thought. He then grabbed Taylai's hand, which made her squeak in surprise. This made the girls giggle, finding Taylai's embarrassment cute. Harry's hand suddenly glowed white, and then Taylai's body began to glow as well. The light soon dissipated and Taylai immediately began to look herself over to check if she could notice any changes. Harry suddenly grabbed her face and took off her mask. This made Taylai panic quite a bit, but soon relaxed when she saw Harry smile at her. The dragon god stared into Taylai's eyes and then said, well, aren't you beautiful, Taylai? Taylai blushed and seemed rather fidgety now. Kunu, Le Fei, and Valerie suddenly leaned in from behind Harry and stared at Taylai. Kunu widely smiled at the Quarian. Wow, Taylai. You're very pretty. Valerie took off Taylai's hood and gently pulled her hair out. There we go, now you look even more beautiful. Le Fei smiled. Oh, we're going to have to go shopping for clothes for you. Now that you don't have to wear that suit all the time, we might as well dress you up a bit. Taylai teared up a bit but seemed very happy. Meanwhile, Harry checked Taylai's mask and then raised an eyebrow as he noticed something odd in the mask. Is this a straw? Taylai out of reflex suddenly raised her voice to say it's an emergency induction port. Chapter 170. After Harry gave Taylai his minor blessing, he explained to her just how much she had changed now. The fact that Taylai is ageless now, has a healing factor, is immune to diseases, and is part dragon, has changed a lot for her now. Though Taylai didn't much care though, she was just glad she would never have to worry about getting a cold and probably dying. The crew of the Normandy was also surprised by the fact that there was a Quarian without a mask walking around the Normandy. The surprise just got bigger when they figured out it was Taylai. Meanwhile, Harry and the girls were working hard to modify an armor for Taylai. Now that she didn't need all those precautions and many environmental protections, they can make her an armor far more comfortable for her to wear. Shepard, however, got back to work the moment he was done resting and let everyone do their own things, for now. He was in front of the galaxy map checking some things, when he received a communication from Joker. Transmission coming in, Commander, I think you're going to want to hear this one. Shepard looked up and looked intrigued. Meanwhile Joker patched the transmission in. Greetings, Commander Shepard, I represent a party interested in obtaining information on Cerberus activities. Shepard frowned and then said, if you know something about Cerberus, you'd better tell me. The person talking via communications responded to Shepard, I suspect I know less about Cerberus than you do, I am merely an agent for the Shadow Broker. You see, Admiral Kahoku contacted my employer looking for information on the location of any Cerberus facilities. We provided that information on the promise that he would turn over copies of all files gathered from Cerberus systems to us. Shepard frowned. I have nothing to do with whatever deal Kahoku made with you, why should I help you? The person talking via communications responded to Shepard with the Alliance is just going to file this information away in some archive, but no secret stays hidden forever, eventually, someone will deliver it into our hands. Might as well be you, transmit the files to us and you will be compensated. Shepard looked down and thought over his options. Harry had made multiple copies from the files they were able to recover from Cerberus, so giving a copy to the Shadow Broker wouldn't be much of a problem. The plan is to keep a copy with themselves, give one to the Alliance and then have some more copies somewhere else just in case. Still, Shepard did wonder why this guy wanted these files. What are you going to do with this information? The person talking via communications wasted no time in explaining information is a commodity, it can be bought, sold, traded. Why my employer desires this information is not my concern, I am only the buyer. Shepard frowned, he then sighed and decided to give this guy the files. It didn't matter if they had this information anyways, the Alliance will have it too and they will keep a copy for themselves as well. I'll send you the files. The person talking via communications then said, I knew you were a reasonable man, Commander, my employer will remember this the next time you need something from us. Shepard huffed and sent the files. He inwardly hoped they never need anything from the Shadow Broker. He really didn't like dealing with people like him or his so-called employees. With that done, Shepard then went back to the galaxy map and began to see which mission to do next. He picked to go to the Theseus system, on the planet known as Pharos. It was time to proceed with another of the main missions in the pursuit of Saren. So Shepard ordered Joker to take the Normandy to Pharos. Joker immediately did so. Meanwhile, Shepard left to get ready and gather his crew and call Harry. For this mission, he took Ashley and Kaiden, to let Garrus, Rex, and Lyra rest for a bit. Taylai is still waiting for her armor to be done, so she's sitting this one out as well. Apparently, there was a lot of Geth activity in Pharos, so it was best to be cautious. Harry and Kunu will be going with the squad for this mission as well. Soon enough, Shepard and the squad immediately onboarded the Normandy and walked around the dock to get into Pharos properly. However, someone was waiting for them and this person immediately spoke to Shepard. The moment the commander walked up to him, we saw your ship, FAI Dan wants to speak with you immediately. Shepard raised an eyebrow. And who's FAI Dan? The guy speaking with Shepard quickly answered his question. He's our leader, he needs your help to prepare for the Geth. They're making another push, please, up the stairs past the freighter. Suddenly Geth appeared out of nowhere and shot at the group with a rocket launcher. Kunu reacted in a split second and slapped it away with her keyblade. Shepard shot the Geth, destroying it in 2 shots. More Geth began to appear and shoot at the squad. Kaiden blasted them away with a biotic push. With Harry here, he doesn't have to worry about migraines, so he was willing to take care of the Geth as fast as possible. The Geth were blasted off their feet and Ashley shot them as soon as they landed on the ground. The guy that came to meet Shepard and the squad ran away and hid somewhere while everyone moved forward while destroying Geth. Ashley suddenly laughed, causing everyone to look at her. Sorry guys, it's just that, this is so easy now, it wasn't that long ago that I struggled with a few Geth and now look at me. Ashley suddenly shot 5 Geth troopers right in the head, instantly destroying them, which caused Ashley to smile as she continued on. Now I'm killing the Sobs so easily, I just found it amusing. Everyone smiled and understood where Ashley was coming from. Things sure have changed a lot for everyone in the Normandy, thanks to Harry and the girl. The squad continued forward until they made it to a spiraling square staircase. However, the staircase was filled with Geth stalkers. Kaiden frowned as he watched them jump all over the place. Great, how are we going to hit them? Harry grinned and suddenly pulled out 3 assault rifles from his inventory. You can use these. The Geth stalkers began to shoot at everyone, but no one was affected by their weapons and just ignored them, as the Geth tried everything they could to kill Shepard and the squad. Shepard grabbed an assault rifle and smiled. You finished them? Harry nodded. Yup. I hauled ass to get these assault rifles ready, among other things, and now these weapons shoot plasma. My niece Morgan sent me some schematics for a kind of plasma weapon. I used it as a basis to create these weapons. There is no clip and it will not run out of ammo. The enchantments will refill the assault rifle and keep it cool, so you can go full automatic all the time if you want. It doesn't even have recoil thanks to being enchanted against it. The shots are even accelerated after going through the barrel of the assault rifle, kinda like a railgun, so every shot will pack punch. Kunu then piped in. We also added a plasma grenade launcher. But do be careful guys, these weapons are dangerous. Ashley and Kaiden, Each grabbed an assault rifle and then immediately shot at the Geth stalkers. The Geth had no chance after that. The plasma shots flew so fast through the air and shredded them to pieces in a matter of seconds. Though the squad winced a bit as they saw the plasma shots go through the construction walls with ease too, with their new weapons in hand, the squad then made their way up the square spiraling staircase. Once they reached the second floor, they found a couple of colonists. One of them signaled behind him with his thumb as he stared at his fellow colonist. Head to the tunnels, make sure they're secure. The colonist shook his head and seemed rather nervous. But, what if I find Geth there? The first colonist who gave the order, frowned. Are you saying you won't go? The colonist who seemed nervous shook his head and quickly said no. I'll go. Shepard frowned and then gazed at Harry as they made their way towards a colonist bunker nearby. As Shepard began to speak, everyone began to hear a lot of the colonists complaining about the Geth. Harry, is it me, or does it seem like something odd is going on here? Harry frowned and nodded. Yes, something is definitely up with this place, I don't know what yet though. Shepard nodded as they reached a bunker and headed inside. After walking through a big hallway and reaching the other side of the bunker, the group was able to find Fai Dan, who was speaking with a woman. The man immediately noticed Shepard and the squad walking over, so he turned to face Shepard and began to speak to him. Oh, Commander, I'm glad they finally sent somebody to help us. The woman frowned and then said, you're a bit too late, aren't you? Shepard and Harry frowned, but before any of them could say anything, Fan Dai turned his head towards the woman and said Arcelia. The now revealed Arcelia frowned and looked away from everyone. Fan Dai sighed and then turned his head towards Shepard. Sorry, Commander, everyone's on edge since Geth suddenly began to pour inside the area. Arcelia took out her weapon and then yelled, there's Geth in the tower. Fai Dan began to issue orders, protect the heart of the colony. However, before anyone could even take a step, Shepard, Ashley and Kaiden rained plasma at the Geth rushing in. Arcelia and Fai Dan gaped as they both saw the Geth get shredded into tiny pieces in a matter of seconds. After the Geth that tried to get into the colony were turned into scrap, the group immediately moved towards where the Geth were coming from. A big group of Geth shock troopers began to move down another square spiraling staircase. Harry and Kunu jumped up and began to blast the Geth with light magic. Orbs of golden and white light barraged the Geth before they could even compute what happened and were destroyed. While Harry and Kunu destroyed Geth, Shepard, Ashley, and Kaiden made their way up the stairs, while shooting and destroying any Geth that came out from the many doors around the square spiraling staircase. Harry and Kunu reached the top floor and blurred out of sight. The top floor, which was filled with Geth shock troopers, was suddenly covered in blurs that moved from place to place, until both Harry and Kunu reappeared on the floor, while taking a low stance with their keyblades on their hands. The Geth shock troopers twitched and then were cut into multiple pieces which exploded soon after. Shepard and the rest of the squad made it to the top floor and met up with Harry and Kunu soon after. Shepard looked around and then said, the staircase is clear. Harry nodded and then looked around. I'm sensing a few more Geth close by, and a big one too. Shepard frowned and then used the scanner Harry added to the armors and was able to see them, and the big Geth energy signature Harry mentioned. Let's go, we have to go clear this place out. The group then moved out and made their way over to the location of the Geth that was still around. They quickly began to find Geth as they moved forward. These were taken care of quickly enough, but then the group reached where the big Geth signature came from and watched as a big and black armored Geth was dropped off by a big ship, a pink-colored ship of unique design. Shepard, Ashley and Kaiden shot at the Geth and it was actually able to take a few plasma shots before it was torn to pieces by the squad's new Harry-made assault rifles. Even though this Geth destroyer was defeated, Shepard still frowned. What the hell was that? I don't think we've seen a Geth that big. Ashley nodded. It was armored to hell and back as well, though its shields didn't last long. Kaiden sighed, but its armor was able to take a few shots from the new assault rifles. That means that the Geth might be getting stronger or something like that. Harry hummed and thought over what he just saw. Talai did say, that Geth are capable of learning, especially when there's a big number of them. We've been fighting, nothing but big groups of Geth. They were bound to try and improve their synthetic bodies. The girls and I can try to increase the firepower of the weapons, but we can only do it a few times before the weapon's firepower begin to overwhelm the enchantments. Shepard shook his head. No, the weapons are good and I doubt we'll see many of those Geth destroyers yet. Let's save the firepower upgrades just in case we need them later. Everyone nodded in agreement. Kunu then piped in, we should speak with Fai Dan and let him know what's going on before we move on and go after the Geth. He seems to be in charge here. Shepard nodded. Sounds like a plan, let's go everyone. The group nodded and made their way back to the colony. As they arrived at the square spiraling staircase and began to make their way down, a few Geth stalkers suddenly shot at them. The attack, however, didn't do anything to the squad and they were instead shot right off the walls by the squad. After that failed ambush, the group then made it back to the floor where the colony is located and walked over to Fai Dan, who was once again speaking with Arcelia, but Fai Dan cut off the conversation to speak with Shepard. The tower is secure, thanks to you, Commander. Shepard nodded. I'm just glad your colony is safe. Fai Dan slightly nodded. I appreciate your concern, and your efforts against the Geth. Arcelia sighed and shook her head. They may have been slowed, but they'll be back, they always come back. Shepard frowned. Harry narrowed his eyes and then quietly spoke with everyone. The Geth must want something from here, the Geth wouldn't be so persistent otherwise. Everyone nodded in agreement to Harry's words. Shepard, now wanting to have more information about the situation, decided to ask, what do they want? Arcelia frowned and then said, if you want answers, go ask them yourself. Harry narrowed his eyes at Arcelia. Drop the attitude, or you'll have far more to worry about than Geth coming after you. Arcelia turned her head towards Harry and was about to respond to him when she caught sight of Harry's glowing green eyes and glare. She unconsciously took a step back and gasped. Fai Dan, noticing Harry's glare towards Arcelia, decided to intervene. We don't know what they're after. They came, they attacked us, that's all we know. Their main base is at the Exogeny headquarters, a good place to start looking if you want answers. Harry stopped glaring at Arcelia, while Shepard seemed intrigued, so he decided to ask for more information. What's Exogeny? Arcelia recovered from the scare Harry's glare gave her and calmly answered Shepard's question. It's the company most of us worked for before the attacks. They fund this colony, the Skyway leads directly to Exogeny headquarters, you can't miss it. Fai Dan then said, of course, there's an army of Geth between here and there. Shepard just nodded and then said, I didn't expect this to be easy, but it shouldn't be a problem, we can handle the Geth. Fai Dan nodded. Then maybe I can get this colony operational again. Shepard then decided to try and get some more information. Never hurts to know what's going on. What can you tell me about the defenses the Geth have set up? Fai Dan frowned and then said, I don't have any details, but I'll wager it's a lot more fortified than a command post. Arcelia then continued on. From there they landed at least one Geth ship at Exogeny and I've seen large walking tanks on the highway, expect a hard fight. Harry hummed and then said, so a shit ton of Geth shock trooper and Geth armatures, nothing we haven't dealt with before. Shepard nodded in agreement, and then continued with his questions. This time he decided to ask about what could be done to get the colony operational again. What do you need to be done to get this place back on its feet? Arcelia sighed and then said, we need those Geth destroyed. Fai Dan nodded. Arcelia is right, there are still Geth in the tunnels, we also have mundane problems like food, water, and power. I'm not sure where we stand on those matters, you should talk to the people overseeing them. Kunu spoke up next. What can we do for the water shortage? We have our own methods to gather water if needed. Fai Dan turned his head towards Kunu, and then said, Maka Doyle has been assigned to that particular issue, if you have any insight to offer, please speak with her. Kunu nodded, if they need to, Harry and she can use magic or chakra to create water, but first, they need to know about the situation before coming to a decision. Shepard then asked about something else. What's wrong with the colony's power supply? Fai Dan quickly answered the question. May O'Connell is working on our power problems, she knows more about it than I do. Harry then took a turn asking a question. What's that about a food shortage? I can give out something if necessary. Fai Dan gave Harry a small smile and then said, Davin Reynolds is tasked with securing food for the immediate future, if you can assist, please speak with him. Harry nodded, he will help as much as possible, but unlike Morgan and Hope, he doesn't fill his inventory with food, he really should follow their example though, and start doing so as well. Shepard then asked another question. Do you have information about Geth in the lower tunnels? Fai Dan tiredly sighed before answering the question. Nothing new, they're in the tunnels somewhere, likely guarding a transmitter to coordinate attacks. It's not a critical threat right now, but getting rid of that transmitter will help us defend against further attacks. Shepard nodded in understanding. Then the commander then decided to ask for more info on Exogeny. What else can you tell me about Exogeny? Arcelia was the one who answered Shepard's question. Exogeny founded this colony, without them, we wouldn't be stuck here. Fai Dan then continued on. From there they specialize in colonization, in return for bankrolling the colony, we work for them, their main goal is the retrieval of valuable artifacts or resources. Arcelia shook her head. Except there isn't anything here, or if there is, we didn't find it. At the mention of artifacts everyone frowned, they were all starting to realize, why the Geth were here and why Saren was interested in pharaohs. Shepard looked down and then said, I wonder if that's what the Geth are looking for. Fai Dan shrugged perhaps, but as Arcelia said, we never found anything of value. Arcelia huffed and then shook her head. Of course, the Geth could know something we don't. That's exactly what's going on here. Saren and the Geth know that there's something on this planet that is of use to them, otherwise, they wouldn't be here. Still, Shepard got enough information for now, so he decided to get going. I'll talk to you when I learn more. Both Fai Dan and Arcelia nodded. With that done, Shepard and the squad walked away and headed to a secluded spot to talk about what to do next. Once they were alone, Shepard then began to speak. All right, there's a lot to do in Pharaohs, and there's obviously something that Saren and the Geth want from here. Everyone nodded in agreement. Harry then spoke. We also need to help the colony. They got hit hard by the Geth. It's obvious that they're struggling right now. Kunu then piped in. We should split up, get all the information we need and try to get the colony working as fast as possible, that way we can move to deal with whatever is going in Exogeny. Kaiden looked pensive for a second. That's a good idea, we can take care of more stuff this way and deal with everything at the same time. Ashley nodded. Yeah, sounds good, but who does what? Harry then spoke up. I'll handle the food shortage situation. Kunu then said, I'll take care of the water problem. Both Harry and I can use magic or other things to help if necessary. Everyone agreed with both Kunu and Harry. Shepard then said, that just leaves the power supply situation and the Geth in the tunnels. Harry nodded. Deal with the power supply problem then, we'll deal with the Geth later. Shepard nodded. Sounds good, then let all split up and deal with everything as quickly as possible. If anything comes up, contact each other for backup. All right. Everyone nodded and then split up. Harry one way, Kunu another, and Shepard, Kaiden, and Ashley together on another way as well. Harry asked around a bit for Davin Reynolds, the guys who Fai Dan mentioned to be in charge of the food supply and storage. Eventually he was told where he could find him, so he walked over to the bunker in the middle of the colony. He found Davin standing on one of the banker's hallways looking very stressed. So Harry approached him. Davin then noticed Harry walking up to him, so he spoke to him. You're one of those people who repelled that last wave. They'll be back, and if the Geth don't kill us, we'll die of hunger soon enough. Harry knew the situation was bad, but it seems like Davin was stressing quite a lot. Having decided to help, he then asked Davin, what's the situation? What is being done to remedy the food shortage? Davin shook his head and sighed. I need to boost rations with Varan meat, but it's too dangerous. The Alpha Varan, he's huge and he's mad, rabid, maybe, totally uncontrollable. I can't do anything until it's dead. Harry didn't know what a Varan is, but by the way, Davin is talking about them. They seem dangerous, for normal people that is. Still, Harry was a bit curious. Hunting Varan? What can you tell me about it? Davin sighed and then said, hunting them is impossible while fending off the Geth. On the positive side, they'll attack anything, even those damn synthetics. The big Alpha Varan is the real problem. He's mad, erratic, and completely unpredictable. Harry crossed his arms and then pondered the situation. I can give you some food. It'll last you a few weeks, a month at best. We can deal with the Alpha Varan whenever we see it, so don't worry about right now. Davin nodded, though he was confused about where the guy in front of him was going to get food from. Out of nowhere, Harry began to pull out fruit, vegetables, cans of food, and even bread from out of nowhere. He then waved his hands over all the food and it shimmered with some light. Harry smiled and then turned his head towards the poor confused and gaping Davin. There, that's all I have on me, but it should last you a while. It will be preserved as well. We'll deal with the Geth soon anyways. We'll also take care of that Alpha Varan when we see it, so you can relax a bit. Davin just nodded but was still gaping at what he just saw happened. Harry just shrugged and left the area. His job already dealt with, he decided to see if someone else needed help with something. Meanwhile, Shepard arrived over at May O'Connell. He had asked a few colonists where to find her and pretty much everyone knew where she was, so the commander didn't take too long to locate her. He found her working on some sort of machine. The moment he stepped close to her, she got up from the ground since she had been working and cleaned her hands as she spoke to Shepard. Nice work with those Geth. Glad you showed up. May grinned at Shepard, while the commander gave her a nod. Glad to be of help. Fai Dan told me to speak with you about the power supply problem. May nodded. Ah, I see. Well, it's a simple problem really. I need power cells for the generator. Shepard crossed his arms and began to think. A few seconds later he then said, would it help if I brought in some power cells from the Normandy? We can certainly spare a few. May shook her head. Your top-of-the-line ship doesn't use the same parts as the old generator we've got. The cells just aren't compatible. Shepard nodded. Had to try. Well, if I find something that might work while looking around, I'll send it your way. May nodded. Thank you, Commander, I appreciate it. Shepard, Ashley and Kaiden then walked away. Ashley then spoke up. We're going to have to look for old machinery that uses power cells and bring them to May to see if she can use them. Kaiden then piped in. Yet, we should be able to find something out of order or destroyed we can take the power cells from. Shepard nodded. Sounds like a plan. Let's go see if Harry and Kunu are done with their tasks then, it kinda feels weird walking around without them. Both Kaiden and Ashley nodded. The squad was so used to Harry always being around and one of the girls accompanying them, that they felt odd running around without them. When Shepard and the squad turned to leave, they were surprised to see Kunu walking towards a blonde-haired woman nearby. The woman is working on a terminal by a big and long pipe leading to the colony. When Kunu split off from the squad, she asked some people about where Maka Doyle could be found. She was happy to find out that the people knew where she was, and so she was told where to find Maka, who seems to be working on a water pipe by the entrance of the colony. Once there she found Maka and immediately walked over to her. Maka heard someone walking over to her, but she was too busy right now, so she said, I'm sorry, but I can't stop to talk, I have to deal with the water shortage. Kunu scratched her head, feeling a bit guilty about interrupting Maka while she was so busy, but she still wanted to help. Is there anything I can do to help? Maka didn't even turn around and continued working, but she did answer Kunu's question. The utilities building was one of the first to fall under Geth control. Find the mains and turn them back on, until then, this colony is dry. Kunu hummed and understood why she needed to do now, but she can also make water as well, so she decided to let Maka know that I can get water easily, would that help? Maka continued working but shook her head. That wouldn't solve the problem really, plus we don't have anywhere to store big quantities of water. No, we need to be self-sufficient. Kunu nodded and understood the situation. Okay, that sounds doable, then I'll leave you to your work. Later. Kunu turned around and left. Maka turned her head to the side to gaze at who she was talking to, only to frown when she noticed fox ears and tails. I must be getting dehydrated, cause I'm seeing things now. Kunu noticed Shepard and the crew nearby, so she quickly ran up to them. She stopped right in front of Shepard. Hey guys. How did it go on your side? Shepard smiled and then said, we need to look for power cells, but that should be easy to find. We just need to keep our eyes out for machinery that might use power cells. What about you? Kunu smiled and then said, we need to open the main water valves, that should allow the colony to get water again. Shepard nodded. It seems that they had to do some very easy and simple tasks to get things in working order in the colony. With that said, Kunu rejoined the squad and together they went to look for Harry. Harry walked around the colony to have a look and maybe talk to some people. He still had this feeling that something odd was happening here, he just couldn't figure out what. Either it was something subtle or he was going crazy, well, more than usual that is. He suddenly found a woman working on some sort of terminal. She looked Japanese to Harry, so he decided to approach her and see if he can get some new information on the colony. He walked over to the woman and when he got close he greeted her. Hello there. The woman turned around and then raised an eyebrow at Harry. You're with that commander of the ship that just landed, I saw you fight the Geth. Harry nodded and smiled. Yup, I'm Harry Potter, do you mind if I ask you a few questions? I want to get a better idea of the situation, that way I can help better. The woman looked unsure but still decided to go along with Harry's request. She first introduced herself. I'm Hana Murayama, I'll try to answer your questions as best as I can. Harry nodded and smiled at Hana. He then started with the first question. What can you tell me about the colony? Hana looked down and then said, we just arrived a short time ago. It seemed like any other colony at first, but it's different somehow. Harry tilted his head. So Shepard and I aren't the only ones who noticed there's something odd here. Harry then decided to ask for more details. What do you mean? Hana rubbed her chin and seemed to struggle a bit to put her thoughts into words, but a few seconds later she began to speak. It's hard to explain, it's kinda like. I can't describe it, you should speak with Fai Dan, he knows the colony better than me. Harry raised an eyebrow at Hana's demeanor. It was just too odd to him how she struggled a bit but then went to tell him to speak with Fai Dan, but he decided to change the subject since Hana seemed a bit stressed now. He quickly looked around and noticed a small ship in front of the terminal Hana is working on. Are you the captain of this freighter? Hana frowned a bit before answering the question. Not originally, the captain died in one of the Geth raids. I'm the last crew member, we shouldn't even be here. The Solarian merchant promised us a fortune, I wish. I suppose it could be worse. Harry sighed. It looked like Hana and her crew were caught in the middle of this situation. The poor guys must have been completely taken by surprise by the Geth. Still he wondered why she didn't use the ship to get off the planet. What's wrong with the ship? Isn't it able to fly into space? Hannah shook her head. There's too much damage. Maybe if the Geth stopped attacking I could fix her, then again, if there were no Geth, I might just stay on a while. Harry nodded but noticed that Hannah didn't seem too interested in leaving Pharaoh's. It was kinda weird, but decided to push that aside and asked her about herself. What do you do here? Hannah quickly answered the question. I'm just watching over the ship, making sure it doesn't get any worse. Humph, if nothing else, she's good for hiding in when those Geth come over the walls. Harry nodded and then decided it was time to move on, feeling that he had gotten enough information from Hannah, so he smiled at Hannah and then said, well, thank you for talking with me Hannah, I have to go but stay safe. Hannah nodded. Good luck out there. Harry then walked away, but he was still thinking that there was something odd going on here, he just couldn't put his finger on it and it was beginning to get on his nerves. Chapter 171. Harry walked away from Hannah in silence. Something was going on here, but he couldn't really think of anything. It was like his instincts were telling him to be on high alert, so seeing how everyone keeps telling him to speak with Fai Dan, he might as well go see what he can find out from him. Harry immediately headed to where Fai Dan was. He soon arrived and as he did so Arcelia looked down nervously when she caught sight of him, but Harry just ignored her and walked over to Fai Dan. Fai Dan noticed Harry and raised an eyebrow, not expecting him to approach him, though he pushed that aside and greeted Harry as soon as he got close. You're part of the commander's squad, right? How can I help you? Harry nodded and then went on to explain. Yes, I'm a member of Shepard's squad. I just wanted to ask something of you. Look, some of the colonists are acting strange. Do you know anything about that? Fai Dan frowned but still answered the question. We're a close-knit group, most of us have lost loved ones, friends. Arcelia suddenly spoke, but she seemed to be trying to speak as calmly as possible. The colonists aren't trained soldiers, nobody taught us how to deal with the horrors of war. Harry raised an eyebrow at Arcelia but didn't say anything else. Fai Dan, however, continued on. This is our home, we've watched the Geth slowly destroy everything that is important to us, don't judge us too harshly. Harry narrowed his eyes but nodded and then walked away. While doing so, he looked around and watched as the colonists went on about their day. However, he then noticed Shepard, the squad, and Kunu walking over to him. Kunu suddenly took off running and jumped in his arms. Harry happily hugged his girlfriend, while Shepard and the squad caught up to them. Shepard then smiled and asked, how did it go on your side, Harry? Harry put Kunu down and then began to report. I gave food to Devon, the guy in charge of the food supply. It should last the colony a month. What about you guys? Kunu spoke first and began to explain. The water supply issue can be easily fixed by turning on some valves down in the tunnels below. No one has been able to go down there because there's a lot of Geth in the tunnels, but we should be able to easily handle it. Harry nodded. Shepard then explained. Next we need to find some power cells, but that should be easy, we just need to scavenge some from some destroyed or abandoned vehicles or machinery. Harry once again nodded. All right, then let's go turn those valves on for the water problem. On the way we can look for anything that might use power cells and scavenge them. The squad nodded and now that they were together again, they walked out of the colony and headed down towards tunnels below the colony of Zhu's Hope. The group headed up the square spiraling stairs and then on the first floor took a turn on the first entrance they found. The group then found a staircase going down. So they all climbed down the stairs and headed down. Suddenly a colonist screamed, oh God, they're everywhere. The colonist immediately took off running, trying to get away from the Geth that began to attack. Harry moved quickly and blocked the shots from the Geth heading towards the colonist. Kunu suddenly flashed right behind the colonist, grabbed her by the waist, and then disappeared in a flash of golden light, taking the colonist away from the battle. Shepard, Ashley, and Kaiden then quickly began to shoot at the Geth, until a group of Geth stalkers began to jump from wall to wall, so the squad switched to their assault rifles and gunned down the Geth stalkers in a few seconds. Harry jumped down the staircase and then destroyed a few Geth shock troopers that were heading up the stairs to cut off the squad from reaching the tunnels, but they were instead cut into pieces by Harry. Soon enough, the staircase was cleared and everyone walked down the stair to meet with Harry. Kunu also reappeared in a flash of golden light and told everyone that the colonist was safe back at the colony. The group nodded and then went on. Eventually they made it to the tunnels down below of the colony and began to look around. As they walked through the concrete tunnels, Kunu then noticed some sort of terminal attached to a big pipe. She walked up to it and stared at the machine, with a curious look on her face. She then decided to ask aloud a question. Is this a water valve? Kaiden walked up to Kunu's side and nodded. That's right, looks like we found it right away. Kunu smiled and then said, oh, how do I turn it on? Kaiden smiled and then began to explain to Kunu how to turn on the water valve. Meanwhile, Ashley then turned to speak to Shepard. This valve looks like part of a larger system, there are likely others we need to activate as well. Shepard nodded, but then pointed at Kunu, who turned on the valve and happily smiled. Let's leave it to Kunu, she seems to be having fun. Ashley lightly laughed as she saw Kunu happily smile as her tails wagged from side to side. Suddenly a group of Geth shock troopers shot at the group, but their armor's shields protected them, while Kunu and Harry were utterly unaffected. But since the Geth interrupted Kunu's enjoyment, she suddenly summoned her Keyblade and then fired a spiraling beam of golden light toward the Geth shock troopers. The spiraling beam of golden light went through the group of Geth shock troopers and destroyed them in a single move. Kunu pouted at having her fun interrupted and sent her Keyblade away. But then noticed another water valve at the end of the tunnel they were in. She quickly grinned and ran towards the water valve. She even did so on all fours, which only made everyone smile in amusement. While Kunu was turning the other water valve on, the group continued on. Soon she finished her little task and caught up with everyone. It's not completely working yet, so there's probably more to turn on. We should go look somewhere else some more. Everyone nodded in agreement and then continued on walking through the tunnels. They soon reached a door and it automatically opened for them. Shepard walked in first and cautiously looked around. Suddenly, some loud and very aggressive growls began to echo through the chamber. Shepard had just stepped in. Shepard immediately took his pistol out and cautiously walked inside. He was suddenly pounced on by a four-legged creature from somewhere above. Luckily, his armor's shields bounced the creature off Shepard and he quickly shot it in the head when it landed on the ground. Shepard then noticed a big pack of the four-legged creatures rush towards him. He immediately called the name of the creatures to the squad. There's Varen here. Harry jumped forward and then waved his hand at the Varen pack. Whack. A wave of black energy spread out of Harry's hand and engulfed the Varen. The creature suddenly dropped dead as the instant death spell drained its life force away in a matter of seconds. Shepard then noticed a big Varen heading towards Harry's side, so he quickly took aim with his pistol and then shot the big Varen dead with a headshot. Harry had noticed it, but he knew someone would take care of it, so he ignored the big Varen, though he turned to take a look at the creature and then noticed it had its body entirely covered with some weird-looking slugs. This must be the Alpha Varen Devin mentioned. Kunu walked over to Harry and hummed to catch his attention. Harry, of course, turned his head towards Kunu right away and she then asked him a question. Why did you use an instant death spell? Harry smiled at Kunu. Well, Devin said something about hunting these things for food, so I thought it would be best to keep their bodies intact. Kunu nodded in understanding. Ah, that makes sense. Ashley walked up to Harry and Kunu, to ask something that caught her attention. Wait, what do you mean instant death spells? Harry grinned at Ashley and then said, well, it's as the name implies, an instant death, though to be fair, this type of spell is hard to use and control, but since I'm the master of death, I can use such spells and they will always hit, a perk for being so close to death herself. Ashley stared at Harry for a few good moments and then sighed as she said, okay. Death is a woman, neat, but it's kinda scary to think you have a spell that can kill anyone without fail. Harry chuckled, which did not make Ashley feel any better. Kunu just laughed and thought about how many instant death spells they knew. Poor Ashley, she has no idea. Shepard walked over to Harry, Ashley, and Kunu. He looked down at the Alpha Varen. What are those slugs all over the Varen's body? Kaiden also looked down at the Alpha Varen. We should burn this one, whatever those slugs are, we don't want them spreading around. Everyone nodded in agreement. Kunu pointed her Keyblade at the dead Alpha Varen and then fired a Furga at it. The dead Alpha Varen's body was turned into a pile of ash in a matter of seconds. Meanwhile, Harry put the other dead Varen in his inventory, so he can give them to Devin. Ashley took this moment to look around and then noticed some kind of downed vehicle nearby. Thinking that she might find some power cells in that, she walked over to the downed vehicle and then checked inside the fuel compartment. She smiled when she did, in fact, found a few power cells. Nice. Ashley quickly took out the power cells and walked over to Harry. Hey Harry. Can you keep these in your inventory? They're the power cells we need. Harry nodded and then put the power cells into his inventory. With that done, the group then continued looking around for the rest of the water valves. They moved to another room nearby and once inside, Kaiden was shot in the head by a Geth sniper. He grunted from the vibration and dropped to his knees. Harry quickly threw Oblivion towards the Geth sniper and cut it in half. The group then watched the Geth drop down to the ground and then exploded. Another Geth sniper appeared above the group, but this one was gunned down by Ashley and Shepard before it could even take aim. A few Geth shock troopers then ran out of cover and immediately shot at the group. But Kunu pointed her Keyblade at the Geth and yelled the name of her spell as she cast it at the group of Geth. Blei Zaga. A small snowflake flew from the tip of Kunu's Keyblade and crashed against the Geth shock troopers. the snowflake exploded and then a massive amount of ice and frost engulfed both the Geth and the parts of the room they were coming from. That entire part of the room was frozen solid and covered in ice. The Geth shock trooper stayed standing and completely frozen, until the Geth then cracked and then shattered into many small pieces. Everyone turned their head towards Kaiden, who was still kneeling on the ground and holding his head with a grimace on his face. Shepard walked up to him and then patted his back as he said, "Kaiden, are you okay?" Kaiden slowly nodded. "I'm fine, Commander. That shot to the head just gave me a headache, give me a moment and it should be gone soon." Shepard nodded. Harry suddenly reached a hand towards Kaiden and then placed a finger on his forehead. Kaiden's head suddenly glowed for a second and he then sighed in relief. Kaiden looked up and smiled at Harry. "Thank you, Harry, you're a lifesaver." Harry nodded and gave Kaiden a smile. "No problem, Kaiden, but when we're done with this mission, we'll work on your L2 implants problem, so hang in there for now, okay?" Kaiden nodded. Now with Kaiden fine again, the group then continued on. A few minutes later, Harry narrowed his eyes and turned to look in front of himself and the group. Suddenly a Krogan came out from behind a wall and roared as he charged at him. Harry raised an eyebrow at the Krogan and stared at it with a perplexed look on his face. "Hey! So that's what the enemies feel when they see Rex charging at them." Everyone shared a laugh at Harry's comments and then watched as Harry caught the charging Krogan by the throat and then ripped his head off with his other hand. After that he just threw the body and head to the side without care. Ashley shook her head but had an amused smile on her face that was both cool and gross. Harry chuckled and then two other Krogan came out of nowhere and charged at the group, but Shepard, Ashley and Kaiden shot them down with their Harry-made assault rifles. Kunu then walked over to the now dead Krogan and looked down at them. Looks like Saren is now hiring mercenaries, he must think he can take us down with extra muscle." Harry nodded. He might be getting desperate now, or there's really something on this planet that he really wants. Kaiden frowned and then nodded to Harry in agreement. "That has to be it, otherwise, why use such a big force against just one colony?" Shepard thought the same as everyone, but they had to keep moving, so he called out to everyone, "Let's go everyone, let's keep going and see what else we find in these tunnels." The group then walked further inside the room, where they found a transmitter tower. Ashley grinned and then pointed at it. "There it is. Those Krogan must have been guarding it." Shepard nodded and then aimed his Harry-made pistol at the transmitter tower. He shot it once and the transmitter tower instantly exploded. With it destroyed, everyone then left the room to continue to investigate. After all, there were still more water valves to find. Walking some more around the tunnels down below the colony, allowed the group to find another water valve. Kunu quickly walked over to it and began to operate it to turn it on. She then smiled when she saw that the water was now running once again. "Yes. The colony has water now." Everyone smiled, happy that another problem in the colony was solved. Everyone was ready to move on when another group of Geth shock troopers appeared and attacked. But the squad quickly shot them down again. Ashley frowned as she put away her assault rifle. "This isn't right, no wonder the colonists are having a hard time here, there's just too many Geth coming in here and attacking on sight." Shepard frowned and nodded. "Yeah, this is very unusual, I don't think we've seen this many Geth all at once, add to that Krogan as well, and well, it's a miracle this colony is still hanging in there." Everyone nodded. Harry then said, "Then let's help as much as possible, we cleared out a lot of Geth already, that should give the colonists some breathing room, but we do have to push the Geth off of this planet soon, the colony won't be able to survive long if we don't." The group nodded and then got going as well. They decided to check all of the tunnels down below the colony, just to make sure they clear as many Geth as possible to help the colony even further. After heading to the back of the tunnel, the group found a sole person back there. This guy was just standing there in the dark and not doing anything, and this both surprised and intrigued the squad. Shepard, being curious about the person, decided to approach him. As soon as the person noticed Shepard getting close, he suddenly yelled at him, "You don't want to go down there." Shepard was both caught off guard and surprised from being suddenly yelled at like that, but he just reacted by raising an eyebrow at the person in front of him. He then decided to ask the strange person a question. "What are you doing here?" The stranger shook his head and then said, "Nothing I should be and anything I shouldn't, no." The stranger suddenly dropped to his knees and let out a big loud no. Shepard jumped back and got ready for anything as he stared as the stranger grunted in pain. A few seconds later the stranger stood up and shook his head. That was a good one, very intense. Harry frowned as he noticed a few things about this whole situation, but stayed quiet for now to see what else he can figure out. Shepard looked at the stranger with a worried expression on his face. "What's the matter with you?" The strange man just grinned at Shepard and then said, "Just invoking the Master's whip, helps remind me, I'm still alive. You're here for the Geth, aren't you? You're not the only one interested in those things." That caught Shepard's interest. It sounded like someone else was after the geth as well. Who else is looking for the geth? The stranger shook his head. Not looking to get rid of, they're a thorn in the side of the Olok. Ak. Trying to get to the Aaaaie. Gya ha ha ha. Ah ha 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 ha. Everyone stared at the stranger in confusion, except Harry. He was looking at the stranger with a look that told everyone that he realized something. Shepherd, however, was more concerned for the stranger. Is there anything I can do to help you? Do you even want help? The stranger shook his head. Help me? No, no one can help me now. I rather die fighting. Shepherd was now getting very worried and annoyed. Fighting what? The stranger grabbed at the sides of his head and shook his head. Not that kind of fight, it's like running through a thorn bush. The more you struggle, time's up, company's coming, ask Fai Dan, ask him about the Audiobook. The stranger suddenly screamed and passed out, but before the squad could check on him, geth shock troopers and geth assault drones attacked everyone from behind, but nothing happened to the group as their armors protected them once again. However, Harry quickly raised his hand towards the geth and then cast a spell Graviga. A massive orb of purple energy appeared in the middle of the group and then the gravity increased drastically and unexpectedly around the purple orb. This crushed the geth shock troopers and made the geth drones slam on the ground and get destroyed from the impact. Harry then turned to face everyone and then said, "Let's go, I have something to talk about with you guys." Shepherd nodded but then pointed towards the unconscious stranger. "What about him?" Harry shook his head and then said, "Leave him there for now, I have something to tell you guys before we can even try to help him, but I can't speak with him being close by." Everyone shared a look. They knew that Harry had to have a good reason for this, so they immediately went to do what he told them to do. So everyone walked away from the unconscious stranger and then walked back to the staircase leading to the colony. Once there, Harry stopped everyone and snapped his fingers, stopping time. "Look guys, I bet all of you have noticed something odd going on here, right?" Shepherd nodded. He had immediately noticed something odd about the colonists. Yes, everyone in the colony is acting weird, it's like they're apathetic or something like that. Harry nodded, seeing that Shepherd had an idea of what was wrong. "Yes, and with what just happened with that stranger down there, I think I know what's going on." Ashley frowned and then crossed her arms. "If you stopped time, that means this is serious. I'm actually a bit afraid to know now." Harry sighed and gave Ashley a nod confirming her words. "Yeah, looks like these people are being mind manipulated here, or something similar, but it's being done very carefully and underneath the attention of everyone in the colony." Everyone looked worried and frowned. This was a very serious situation they found themselves in now. Kaiden then sighed. "That's pretty bad, can you do anything about it?" Kunu was the one who answered Kaiden's questions before Harry could know. "That would be a bad idea. If whoever or whatever gets alerted of something happening here, it might just decide to kill off everyone or disappear. No, it's better to find out whatever or whoever is doing this first, then cut it off from whatever sort of mental manipulation it's using." Harry nodded in agreement. "Yet, we don't know what we're dealing with here, to begin with, thus we don't know how the culprit would react. Best to take it easy and find whoever or whatever is doing this first. Plus we don't know why the culprit is doing this might be another Rachni situation as well." Shepherd, Ashley, and Kaiden nodded. They understood what Harry and Kunu just explained. It was risky right now to make any sudden movements, so for now, they'll have to tread carefully and see if they can find out more information about who or what is causing trouble in the colony. With that in mind, the group decided to get going, so Harry snapped his fingers and restarted time. With that done, the group then headed back to the colony. Shepherd thought it would be a good idea to speak with Fai Dan and let him know that they already took care of the geth transmitter tower. With that in mind, Shepherd went to see him right away. Fai Dan quickly noticed Shepherd walking towards him, and as soon as the commander stopped in front of him, Fai Dan spoke up to him. "The tower's secure, thanks to you, Commander." Shepherd nodded. "I'm just glad your colony is safe." Fai Dan nodded. "I appreciate your concern, and your efforts against the geth." Arcelia sighed and then said, "They may have been slowed, but they'll be back, they always come back." Shepherd nodded and then began explaining, "I destroyed a geth transmitter in the tunnels, they won't be a problem any longer." Both Fai Dan and Arcelia looked relieved that the geth problem I solved for now. Fai Dan then spoke up, "Thank you, Commander, we're in your debt, you've taken a great weight off our shoulders, I just wish I had such good news for every problem." Shepherd then decided to mention the stranger in the tunnels, see if that makes Fai Dan say anything about what's really going on in the colony. "There's a guy living in the tunnels, is he one of yours?" Fai Dan frowned a bit but then nodded. "That would be Ian, he's very sick." Now, everyone knew that was a lie. Harry had already told everyone what happened to Ian, so this already drew suspicion on Fai Dan. Shepard then said. He seems to be more than just sick just to keep appearances. Fai Dan nodded. He hasn't been the same since the attacks began. We tried to help him, but he wouldn't listen to us. I can't help my people if they won't listen, Commander. Shepard decided to keep asking questions, to see if Fai Dan would give out more information. Don't you have medical supplies? Something to help him. However, Fai Dan just shook his head. I wish it was that simple. Ian was a good man. I'd like to have him with us, please, Commander. I'd prefer not to talk about it anymore. Shepard nodded and then walked away from Fai Dan, though he shared a look with Harry before starting to walk away. It seems Fai Dan is lying and might know more about what was happening, but for now, they can't force it out of him, not now at least. Instead, Shepard decided to go let everyone else know that they solved the problems that the colony had. They first decided to go talk to Devon. However, as they entered the bunker, they heard a woman complain and a man speaking with her. Curious about what was going on, Shepard followed the voices and found himself in the medical bay. In there they found a man sitting on a chair, right beside a woman who was laying on a cot. Shepard approached the couple and the man sitting down in the chair heard the group walk over and instantly began to speak. You'll have to forgive my wife. Calanthe is not in her right mind. She just needs to relax and accept what's happened. Shepard raised an eyebrow at the sudden explanation, but he was now curious about who this man is and what he does in the colony. I'm Shepard. Who are you and what do you do for the colony? The man sitting in the chair nodded and then introduced himself. I'm Hollis Blake. I'm a medic, or I am since the doctor died. I've tried my best since she was killed. Looks like the colony's doctor was another victim of the Geth attacks, but at least the colony still has a medic to rely on. Shepard then decided to ask more questions. So you know anything about this planet? Hollis then began to tell Shepard what he knew. Just what I was told by Colonial Affairs. It's a little different from what they claimed. It's not all bad, though. When the Geth are gone, we'll have a chance to create something even more spectacular than before. Harry and Shepard liked that enthusiasm and nodded to Hollis. Harry, curious about Hollis' wife, decided to ask about her. What happened to your wife? Hollis frowned but still explained. The constant attacks have strained us all. She'll adapt. We all have. Harry gazed at the woman laying in the cot and then asked, is there anything we can help you with? Hollis shook his head. No, she just needs time to absorb everything. We'll be fine. Harry frowned but nodded. He didn't want to raise the suspicion of whatever or whoever was manipulating the colony right now, so it was best not to do anything too extreme at the moment, especially in front of the colonists. Having spoken with the medic, everyone then said their goodbyes and left the med bay. Harry then took everyone to where he had found Davin. Harry wanted to let him know that the Alpha Baron is taken care of. So everyone followed him until they arrived in front of a guy standing in the middle of a hallway inside the bunker. Davin noticed Harry and then spoke to him. Oh, you're back. Thank you again for the food. Harry nodded and then said, the Alpha Baron is dead and I brought some dead Baron, that should hold you out for a long while now. Davin smiled. Excellent, thank you for bringing the Baron you killed. Now we can also hunt them down for meat again, once the Geth are gone, that is. Harry smiled. No problem, I'm just glad I could help. Davin looked more relaxed now. He suddenly reached into his pocket and then handed Harry some medi-gels. Here, for your trouble. It's not much, I know, but it's all we can spare. Harry handed them to Shepard and then nodded to Davin. We have to get going, so hang in there a while longer. Davin nodded and the group then said their goodbyes to him. They then left to meet with the next person on their list of people to help in the colony. Shepard then guided everyone to where May O'Connell is working on the generator for the entire colony. It didn't take them long to reach her though, and when they did, May immediately stopped working and stood up. Oh? Did you guys have any luck finding any power cells? Shepard nodded and then signaled Harry to take them out. The dragon god took the power cells out of his inventory and handed them to May. Shepard then smiled and said, we found these power cells in the tunnels. Are they what you are looking for? May looked at the power cells and smiled. I knew they'd turned up eventually. Here, Fai Dan gave me some requisition money. It's all yours. Now if I can kick these power cells into place, I'll have this colony up and running in no time. The group smiled at May and she immediately began to work to install the power cells into the generator. Meanwhile, the group left her to her work and headed for the last person that needed help in the colony. Chapter 172. Since Maka was close by, Kunu immediately headed towards her right away. Maka must have heard Kunu walking towards her because she immediately turned around to speak with her, though she paused and stared at her. I did see fox ears and tails, that's good. I thought was dehydrated or something. Kunu giggled a bit, no doubt finding the whole thing amusing. Maka shook her head and ignored that little fact. Instead she then began to tell Kunu what was going on with the water situation. The water started running not too long ago, thanks to you, I assume. Now we just need to deal with the Geth and we can get back to growing this colony. Here, a few credits for your trouble, thank you again, little fox girl. Kunu smiled and nodded to Maka. She quickly walked back to the group and handed the credits to Shepherd. She didn't need them, and besides, she can buy whatever she wants with Harry's money later. Shepherd nodded in thanks to Kunu for the credits and put them away. With that done, the colony can now work semi-properly until they deal with the Geth. So now, they decided to keep going forward and head towards Exogeny. For that the group headed to an elevator that would take them to the Sky Highway that they can take to directly head to the Exogeny building. The group headed to the elevator and once there, they took it down. Once the elevator stopped and opened its door, the group walked out of it, only to be instantly shot at by Geth assault drones. A colonist scout yelled a warning at the squad the moment he noticed them walked out of the elevator. Watch out! However, the warning proved to be unnecessary. The Geth shots just bounced off Shepherd and the squad, while Harry and Kunu were unaffected. This of course left the colonists gaping. But Shepherd and the squad ignored that and shot the Geth assault drones. The drones were quickly destroyed by their Harry-made weapons, clearing the area. The colonist scouts were finally able to relax. All of them immediately dropped to the ground on their butts and huffed exhausted. I don't know how much we can take. The other colonist scouts nodded in agreement. While they rested, the squad frowned seeing them like this. They must have fought for a very long time now, so the stress was starting to get to them. But everyone had to keep going. Once they deal with the Geth, the colony will be able to finally rest and go back to making the colony grow. With that thought running around in their head, everyone walked over to the garage door. The groups walked out of the garage door and looked around, only to see a big Geth ship drop some Geth armatures. Harry raised his hand and then blasted the ship out of the sky with a key blast. The ship instantly exploded into many pieces, which were blown away by the explosion. Harry then sighed as he looked over to the long sky highway going towards Exogeny. At least is not too far, but this skyway is very wide and long. Ashley nodded and probably filled with Geth. Kaiden sighed with probably even more Geth coming our way too. Shepherd shook his head and then said, well, I'm going to call Joker, tell him to drop the Mako at our location. Kunu then hummed, won't it be too dangerous? There's a lot of Geth ships flying around. The wards will protect the Normandy, but they can still be overwhelmed. There are a lot of energy filtering around those wards and the engine after all. Harry nodded. Yeah, it's a delicate process how the wards work, but it's best to avoid the Normandy getting blasted continuously. Shepherd frowned but gave a nod to Kunu and Harry. They did raise good points after all, but now they have to somehow get to Exogeny. All right, but we still need some way to get there. I really don't feel like running all the way there. Kunu widely grinned and pointed at herself. Why don't I give you all a ride? My nine-tailed fox form isn't as big as Harry's dragon form, but you can all take a ride on my back, while I run on this skyway and get to Exogeny. Harry smiled at Kunu. That's actually a good idea. Shepherd crossed his arms and thought about the offer for a little bit. After a few seconds, he then asked Kunu a question. Are you sure you want to do this? Kunu nodded. Yeah. I don't have a lot of chances to take my nine-tailed fox form, and I've been wanting to try a few things another nine-tailed fox told me he can do. Plus it will be fun. Shepherd nodded and smiled. All right, then let's do that, thank you Kunu. Kunu brightly smiled and then walked away a bit from Shepherd and the squad. Once she was far away, her body began to glow with golden light and grow fast. Her form changed from her humanoid form as she grew, until the giant form of a bipedal nine-tailed fox took its place. Once in this form, Kunu let out a loud roar towards the sky as she whipped her nine tails in the air. Shepherd looked up at the giant golden and white fox in awe. Ashley whistled and then said, holy shit, that's awesome. Look at the shiny, golden, and pretty fur. And fluffy tails. Kaiden chuckled and shook his head. She sees a massive nine-tailed fox and the thing that gets her interested is its fur and how fluffy Kunu's tails look. I don't know if I should be impressed or not. Ashley just shrugged and continued to stare at Kunu. Meanwhile, Harry flew over to Kunu's face and smiled at her. Kunu's leaned her snout over to Harry and gently rubbed it on his face. This made the dragon god chuckle as he patted Kunu on her nose. Harry then waved his hands towards Shepherd, Ashley, and Kaiden and lifted them up with telekinesis. He quickly let them down on Kunu's back, while he stood on top of her head. Harry then grinned and said, all right. Let's do this like Naruto and Kurama. Kunu roared and then took off running down the skyway, while her big nine tails whipped around. Shepherd and the squad grinned, having fun riding on a giant nine-tailed fox. The Geth that were roaming around the skyway suddenly stopped moving and turned around. When they began to feel the ground shake, they tried to compute the situation and tried to analyze what was going on. However, the moment their optics caught sight of a giant furry flesh creature running towards them, they couldn't react, and for once, the Geth had an error with their software, they just didn't know how to rationalize what they were seeing. However, because they couldn't compute the situation, they were unable to move and ended up being crushed under the giant furry creature. Some were slapped away by its tail and some of the Geth were shaken off the skyway from the wind the creatures created while moving at high speed. Kuna reached some kind of barricade, but she just jumped over it. A big group of Geth shock troopers ran towards her and began to shoot her. Harry saw this and grinned. Kunu. Combination jutsu. Kunu grinned and then took a big breath. Meanwhile, Harry went through some hand signs at a fast pace. Kunu suddenly breathed out a gout of blue flames, while Harry took a big breath and then huffed out a massive blast of wind. The wind merged with the blue flames, and both techniques then turned into a giant spiral of blue flames that flew through the air and then crashed against the big Geth shock trooper group. The Geth didn't even have time to react before they were blasted by the spiral of blue flames that exploded in a massive spiral blue of flames, that reached high into the sky. The area lit up in blue soft light and Harry grinned as he said, "Ninpo, Azure Flame Devastation." Kunu roared, liking the name Harry gave to their combination jutsu. Shepard and the squad just laughed at the whole thing. They just found it funny how Harry came up with such an exaggerated name out of nowhere, but it was a very impressive technique, a very powerful one, since all that was left over from the Geth was a red-hot and melted concrete floor. Kunu then took off running again and kept destroying any Geth that got in her way. However, as they were passing over some destroyed vehicles in the middle of the road, Harry suddenly called out to Kunu, "We're reaching some kind of building, some sort of tunnel. I sense humans in there. Better stop so we can investigate." Kunu slightly nodded and continued running. Soon enough she reached the tunnel-like building Harry mentioned and stopped right in front of the garage door leading inside to the tunnel-like building. Kunu began to glow and shrink, while Harry picked Shepard and the squad into the air with telekinesis and floated them down, to the ground. He himself hopped down and softly landed on the ground, while Kunu took on her humanoid form. Kunu smiled and then stretched. That felt nice. Kind of short though. Harry smiled at his girlfriend and then walked up to her. Once he was beside Kunu, he said to her, "Well, I'm sure we'll find some more opportunities where you can take on your nine-tailed fox form." Kunu nodded and seemed excited. Meanwhile, Shepard and the squad walked up to them and smiled at how happy Kunu looked. Ashley patted Kunu on the back and then said that was badass. Can Valerie and Le Fay also transform into giant creatures? Kunu giggled. No, Valerie can turn into a bat or multiple bats. Le Fay can probably transform into animals with magic though, but I have never seen her do it. Ashley smiled and seemed curious about the fact that Valerie and Le Fay can transform into animals. Shepard then walked up towards the garage door leading into the tunnel-like building. The garage door opened and Shepard looked around while speaking to Harry. "You said you sensed people in here? Where?" Harry walked up towards Shepard and then pointed at an open hallway by the side of the tunnel there. Shepard nodded and then began to walk towards the tunnel. Harry pointed at it. "Then let's check it out, we might be able to find more information or get a better understanding of what's going on in Exogeny." Agreeing that it was a good idea to meet whoever was inside that hallway, Shepard and the squad walked towards it while also being cautious about what or who they could find there. At the end of the hallway, they found some kind of room filled with people. Curious about them, Shepard and the squad walked deeper into the room. However, a man suddenly yelled, "Not a step closer." Shepard and the squad stopped walking and stared at the man who had yelled at them. Suddenly a woman then spoke up. "Relax, Zhang, they're obviously not Geth." Zhang turned around and glared at the woman who spoke up. "Shut up, Juliana." Zhang then turned around and glared at Shepard. "Who are you? What do you want?" Shepard narrowed his eyes at Zhang and then said, "I suggest you calm down, we will act if you keep acting aggressively, and trust me, you don't want that." Juliana shook her head and then pointed at Zhang with her thumb. "Don't worry about him, he only cares about the company." Zhang turned to glare at Juliana and then growled, "And you trust too easily, Juliana." Juliana shook her head and shrugged. "I'm just glad to see a friendly face, I thought we were the only humans left on this planet." Shepard ignored Zhang and turned to speak to Juliana. "Fai Dan and some of the members of Zhu's Hope are still alive." Juliana frowned and turned to glare at Zhang. "I thought you said they were dead." Zhang shook his head and then quickly said, "I said they were probably all dead." Kaiden sighed, not liking what he was hearing, but he then began to tell Juliana about the colonists. "They're surviving, but the Geth really hit them hard." Juliana rubbed her eyes and nodded. "We know what that's like, those damn synthetics are relentless." Shepard agreed with Juliana's words with a nod. "I'll do whatever I can to keep them away from you, but I need some information." Zhang, however, didn't like what Shepard said he needed and immediately asked what kind of information. But Juliana just waved Zhang off. Ignore him, the Geth are up in the Exogeny headquarters, just a bit further along the skyway. Zhang narrowed his eyes and frowned at Juliana. He then turned to look at Shepard to say those headquarters are private property, remove the Geth and nothing else. Shepard clicked his tongue in annoyance, not liking Jiang's attitude. I'm not interested in your company's secrets. Shepard was about to turn around to leave, but Juliana called out to him, Commander, before you go, my daughter, Lisbeth, she's missing. Zhang however cut her off. They shouldn't waste time poking around, we can do a proper accounting of our casualties after the Geth are gone. Juliana gasped and then glared at Zhang, while Harry narrowed his eyes at the cold and uncaring way Zhang was acting. Juliana looked about ready to punch Zhang, but instead, she angrily told him, that's my daughter you're talking about. She's still alive, I know it. Harry walked forward. Shepard smiled knowing that Harry was thinking of helping and bringing Lisbeth back to Juliana, so he stepped back and let him talk. Harry smiled at Juliana to try and put her at ease. Juliana seemed to calm down with the soft smile Harry was giving her. The dragon god noticed that and then decided to ask where Lisbeth is. Where is your daughter Juliana? Juliana immediately began to tell Harry where he might find her daughter. She was working in the Exogeny building when the attacks came. Zhang, completely uncaring about Juliana's feelings and who Harry is, decided to act like an ass. So yet, there are several places she could hide, for a short time. Harry had enough of Zhang, so he jabbed at Jiang's throat with his hand hard enough to cause him a lot of pain without killing him. The effect was immediate. Zhang dropped to his knees while holding his throat in pain. He began to hack and gasped in pain as he was on the floor. Harry however, ignored him and turned to face Juliana. If Lisbeth is in there, we'll get her out. Juliana smiled and nodded. Thank you, to all of you, this means a lot to me. Shepard smiled and then walked up once again. Of course, do you mind if we ask you some questions first? Juliana nodded. Shepard then went on to ask his questions. Do you know what the Geth are after? Juliana shook her head. I have no idea, we certainly haven't found anything of use, something Exogeny is keen to remind us of. Shepard nodded. He knew it was a long shot to ask but he had to try, but it seems like no one knew what the Geth were here for, so for now, Shepard decided to ask about something else. Tell me about the colony. Juliana quickly began to tell what she knew about the colony. We established ourselves here 4 years ago, growth was steady until the attacks. Our biggest challenge has been the lack of resources, there's just so little here of value. Still, we were making a go of it, it was starting to feel like home. Juliana looked a bit down after explaining all of that. The squad thought that she was probably disappointed about how things ended up. Shepard then decided to ask, what brought you here? Juliana gave Shepard a small sad smile and softly began to tell Shepard what he wanted to know. I guess I thought this would be the start of a new life, I wanted to go where I could feel like I was making a difference. Instead, everything we built is destroyed, it's very hard not to lose hope. Harry hummed and began to think about what to do. Perhaps he should perform a miracle once he and the squad are done in Pharaohs. He will have to think about it and see what else they find out. Shepard then decided to ask about Lisbeth. Where exactly is your daughter, Juliana? Juliana wasted no time in answering that question. Somewhere at the Exogeny headquarters, I hope. Shepard discreetly moved his gaze towards Harry. The dragon god nodded, letting him know that he can look for Lisbeth, so no problem there. Shepard then asked about the Exogeny headquarters itself. What's the building used for? Juliana rubbed her chin and then began to explain. We repurposed that structure to serve as headquarters for Exogeny. It's mostly offices with a number of light-duty R&D labs. Exogeny is a master at repurposing anything and everything. Zhang often says the company had to make a profit somehow. In a way it makes sense, Pharaohs is very far from being self-sufficient after all. Shepard nodded in understanding. He then asked, why they were not with the colony right now? How did you get split up from Zhu's Hope colony? Juliana answered Shepard's question right away. Most of us lived closer to the Exogeny building. Zhu's Hope was mostly used as a port. When the Geth hit, we scattered, until you told us about the others. We assumed they were killed on the first wave. If we had known they were still alive, we might have attempted to join them. Juliana sadly shook her head after explaining how they got separated from Zhu's Hope. Shepard nodded and gave a look of understanding to Juliana to let her know not to be so hard on herself. Things must have been very chaotic and fear was at an all-time high. No one can blame them that they never found out that the colonists are alive, so for that reason, Shepard then said, you're fairly secure now, maybe you should do that. Zhang, who had been trying to recover from the throat chop Harry gave him, shook his head from the floor. No, 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 no. Cough. I don't think that's a good idea. we have no vehicles, and the skyway offers little protection. Juliana deadpanned at Zhang while she looked down at him and then dryly said, like the building we're in right now. Zhang gasped and coughed but was still able to speak. Listen, our best hope is to sit tight and wait for company reinforcements, they'll come eventually. Harry glared at Zhang. So you're a coward besides being an asshole, good to know, I won't bat an eye if you get attacked, people like you are scum. Zhang flinched and looked down, not daring to give Harry a reason to hit him again. Harry just scoffed at him, while Shepard shook his head. Despite Zhang being a coward, he did raise a few points, so he turned his head towards Juliana and said to her, stay bunkered down until I find out what the Geth are after. Juliana nodded and gave the crew a smile. Of course, and please remember if you see my daughter. Everyone nodded to Juliana and then walked away from her and Zhang. Shepard looked around and noticed quite a few people around. Deciding to see if he can get some new information from them, he decided to go around and ask questions. He first went to a guy working on a computer nearby. Shepard quickly walked over to him and the guy stopped working the moment he saw the commander walking up to him. I was hoping you'd have a moment to speak with me, I've got a bit of a problem. Harry chuckled and shook his head. Everyone wants something, it's like we're everything fix it guys, or something. The squad nodded in agreement. Shepard just shrugged and then said, what do you need? The guy rubbed his head and nodded. I'm Gavin Hosley and I need to retrieve some data, it's not a big job, but it pays well. Shepard nodded. I'm listening. Gavin smiled and then began to explain. Good, poking around in the ruins has become too dangerous for me. Ashley sighed and then slumped down. Why do people always assume we enjoy putting ourselves in harm's way? Kunu giggled, finding her friend's complaint funny. Harry just shrugged. Maybe we just look that much like badasses and people just assume we get off at getting shot at. Kaiden nodded. I don't doubt that's the way people look at us. Shepard shook his head though he had an amused look in his eyes. Gavin looked a bit sheepish, but he then said, it's not that bad, really, all you need to do is find my console at Exogeny headquarters and drop the data onto this OSD, it's that simple. Gavin handed Shepard the OSD, Shepard grabbed it and nodded, understanding what he needed to do. I'll look around if I get the chance. Gavin nodded. Thank you, that data is worth a lot of money, of course, this all depends on getting out of here alive. Shepard raised an eyebrow and decided to ask more about why Gavin was working for Exogeny. Why work in the middle of nowhere if your skills are so useful? Gavin shrugged. Maybe I've got a bit of the frontier spirit in me, that, and the alternative is a bit too secure for my liking. Freelancers don't have to worry about security as much, so long as we keep a low profile. That certainly made sense to everyone and they can even agree with Gavin, but it looks like luck wasn't on his side this time. Then again, who could have guessed that the Geth would attack? Shepard then decided to ask about the data. Tell me about the data I'm getting for you. Gavin quickly answered Shepard's question. Plans for a few prototype mods. I'm a freelancer, and some of my mods are highly sought after. Shepard nodded and then decided it was time to get moving, so he said to Gavin, well, it's time to get moving. Gavin nodded and then said, just keep in mind what I said. Shepard walked around and asked a few refugees a few questions, but he didn't learn anything new, so after all that, he decided it was time to continue heading toward Exogeny headquarters. Harry teleported everyone to the other side of the building. There, Kunu took on her nine-tailed fox form again and everyone once again got onto her back. Kunu then took off running on the skyway. Once again any Geth that got on her way were blasted off the skyway or crushed underneath her paws. Everything in Kunu's path was destroyed and didn't even slow her down. She even used her tails to swipe and sweep the skyway clear of enemies and debris. Kunu was feeling unstoppable and began to think back on what Kurama once told her. The old Baijuyu had once said to Kunu, that nine-tailed foxes are meant to destroy, they were calamities upon the world and as such they had to show the world just how powerful they are. At first, Kunu thought that sort of mentality was a bit arrogant and as a warrior of light, she wasn't one to enjoy destruction, but now that she was bringing destruction to her enemies, she found herself having fun. There was just something liberating about just being able to swing a tail and watch it cause massive amounts of destruction to her foes. She really has to try and have some fun in the natural dungeon in her nine-tailed fox form more often. Eventually, Kunu arrived at a building, and Ashley noticed a bunch of Geth doing something nearby. What are they up to? There's no point of them being here unless they're really looking for something. Harry shrugged. Who knows, but get ready. Looks like we arrived, so watch out for Geth. Everyone nodded and Harry quickly lifted them off Kunu's back with telekinesis. He then put them down in front of Kunu while she began to take her humanoid form. As soon as she was back to her humanoid form, the squad walked inside the garage leading to Exogeny headquarters. There they found Geth everywhere, of all kinds and shapes as well. The garage was enormous and this allowed plenty of Geth to gather here. Kaiden began to shoot at the Geth and then yelled, "Now I know what the Geth are doing here. They're blocking the way." Shepard frowned as he noticed the same thing Kaiden noticed spread out. "Clear the area, but keep an eye on our teammates." Everyone nodded and split up. The garage is filled with Geth and they couldn't leave them alone, not when they could go after the colonists or the exogeny employees. Ashley ran towards a big group of Geth shock troopers. As she did so, she shot 3 plasma grenades from her Harry-made assault rifle, and the plasma grenades exploded on impact against the Geth. Most were destroyed instantly, while others were sent flying all over the place. Ashley just continued to run forward. She even ran through the explosion that her plasma grenades caused and soon enough, ran out of it completely fine. She reached a Geth shock trooper trying to get up and need its head off. Her armor's shields completely protected her and added to the impact force of her knee strike. She twirled around and began to rain down hell on the Geth shock troopers that were trying to get up. All of them were quickly destroyed soon after. Suddenly 2 Geth armatures suddenly took aim at her and shot her point blank. But Ashley walked out of the explosion and smoke and then ran towards one of the Geth armatures. The tanky Geth shot at her but nothing had an effect on her. She suddenly slid under the Geth armature she was heading to and shot it with her Harry-made assault rifle as she slid underneath it. The Geth armature was shredded to pieces and soon exploded, while Ashley slid out on the other side and stood up. "Man, I love this gear." Kaiden took off running to the other side and began to blast Geth shock troopers and Geth assault drones with his biotic push. Another big group ran to him from the side and shot at him, but all shots just bounced off of him. He then used his biotics to create a black hole of sorts and threw it towards the Geth. All the Geth were immediately pulled into the biotic power, and Kaiden then shot it with a plasma grenade from his Harry-made assault rifle. The plasma grenade detonated both the Geth and the biotic black hole-like ability and released a massive shockwave from the gathered mass effect. The shockwave disintegrated all the Geth around. Kaiden however was safe from the shockwave, but was a bit surprised at the effect caused by the plasma grenade exploding on a concentrated mass effect field that's new. Better keep that in mind just in case I need a bigger boom. Shepard ran forward, took out his Harry-made pistol, and then yelled, "Ammo swap! Lightning rounds!" Shepard's pistol shifted and began to glow purple. With that done, the commander began to shoot at the Geth stalkers that suddenly began to hop from place to place. He was hitting them, but there were a lot, and this made Shepard frown as he saw the Geth stalkers try to crowd him. He suddenly grinned and reached behind him. He suddenly pulled out a second Harry-made pistol and called out to it, "Ammo swap! Wind rounds!" The commander's second pistol shifted and began to glow green. With both guns in his hands he stopped running and spread his legs. This is a technique that Valerie had taught to Shepard. He had seen the vampire princess dual-wield her handguns and grew curious about the technique. A few times during breaks and rest time, he decided to ask Valerie to teach him how to shoot like that, and Valerie was more than happy to show him and teach him how to fight with 2 guns. It was something only made possible because of Harry's enchantments on the pistol. With no recoil and fast and accurate shots, Shepard was able to successfully learn how to dual-wield fast enough. He was far from mastering the technique, but he was pretty good. That's why Harry made him a second pistol once Valerie had informed him that Shepard was ready. Now, he was finally ready to try it in live combat, so Shepard took a breath, focused, and then began to aim each pistol towards a Geth each. He pulled the trigger and quickly destroyed both Geth stalkers. He then quickly moved from target to target and shot them down as well. He kept going again and again, to the point that Geth stalkers began to fall and rain in big numbers from the walls and ceiling. Shepard was even shooting at Geth stalkers from a long distance and hitting them. 3 black-colored Geth juggernauts walked over towards Shepard. The commander quickly noticed them and then pulled on both triggers of his pistols and began to charge them both. He then aimed at 2 of the Geth juggernauts and then let go of the triggers. An invisible vacuum charged and a giant orb of lightning shot out of his pistols and headed straight into the Geth Shepard was aiming at. Both Geth juggernauts were hit by the charged shots and were dragged back a fair distance away by them. They soon detonated and exploded. The wind round charge shot unleashed a torrent of wind slashes that tore apart the Geth juggernaut and destroyed any Geth caught nearby. The lightning round charge round detonated as well, unleashing a lightning storm that lashed out with big bolts of lightning. The Geth juggernaut was disintegrated along with multiple other Geth around it. With 2 of the 3 Geth juggernauts taken care of, Shepard moved his attention to the third and then began to shoot it with both of his Harry-made pistols. The Geth juggernaut didn't even last 2 shots and was reduced to scrap by Shepard shooting it to hell and back. Shepard then stopped shooting and grinned. Okay, that felt good. Kunu's body began to glow with golden light as she took off running towards a big group of Geth. She quickly reached them and sliced them to pieces in a blink of an eye. She passed the now destroyed group of Geth and immediately jumped. She then began to slice and destroyed Geth assault drones in mid-air. until Kunu suddenly began to spin around like a buzzsaw and cut a few more Geth assault drones, until she began to fall towards the ground. But she suddenly stopped spinning and launched herself towards a Geth armature. Her keyblade glowed with golden light as she dropped towards the Geth armature keyblade first. She went through the Geth with ease, causing it to explode, but that didn't do anything to Kunu. Instead, as she landed, she struck the ground with her keyblade, and giant pillars of golden sprouted and exploded around her. Kunu then stood up and swung her keyblade in front of her. This caused the pillars of golden light to spin around her and then spread out wide and away from her. This technique destroyed multiple Geth in a matter of seconds. Harry smiled as he watched his friends and girlfriend have some fun decimating Geth. It made him happy that despite everything, they still were able to have a bit of fun, so with that in mind he decided to show off a bit. Harry's mana suddenly exploded from his body, and the shockwave caused by it, caused the leftover Geth to lose their balance and fall to the ground. Meanwhile, the squad turned around to watch what Harry was doing. Harry just smiled at them and pointed an open hand forward as he began to chant, "O countless particles that wander the very heavens, rain down and glorify the land." Meteor storm. The effect was immediate. Shepard, Ashley, and Kaiden didn't know how, but from the very ceiling, countless portals opened up, and suddenly, massive balls of mana began to fall on top of the enemies. There were massive explosions everywhere, and for a moment, the squad got worried that they would get hit as well, but then they noticed that the building and themselves weren't affected by the spell Harry just used. So they instead opted to gape at the fact that Harry rained down actual meteors on top of the Geth that were left over. It was something completely amazing and insane to witness. Harry just laughed. While having a lot of fun, Kunu smiled at her boyfriend and sighed in amusement, and people wonder why Harry likes big explosive and destructive spells. Chapter 173. Once the garage of Exogeny was cleared, the squad quickly moved into the building itself and into the destroyed lobby of Exogeny. A single Geth awaited the group, but it was immediately turned into scrap by Shepard shooting it with one of his pistols. The squad then took a quick look around and noticed how everything was destroyed and in ruins inside. They soon found a single door to the left, so the group quickly walked towards it. The door automatically opened for the group and they walked inside to the next room. The next room was pretty much empty except for some sort of malfunctioning machine, so the squad turned around and went back to the lobby to look around some more. Seconds later, Ashley pointed at an opening in the floor going a little bit down. "Hey, there's a pathway here." The group walked over and looked at the path. Shepard nodded and then led the group into it to see where it would lead to. The pathway led into a big chamber, but it was badly damaged. In fact, it was practically falling apart and with flames of all sizes all over the place. Everyone walked into the chamber and looked around. Harry then saw some sort of dead animal on the floor, so he went to take a look. Suddenly he sensed someone and looked up. The person he sensed shot at him with a pistol, but he easily slapped away the shot with his bare hand. He looked towards the person who just shot at him and noticed a woman aiming her gun at him, though she was obviously frustrated that her surprise attack failed. Damn it. The woman huffed and shook a bit, but then took a better look at Harry as everyone else quickly walked to his side. The woman then began to slowly walk towards the group while holding her hands up. "I'm so sorry, I thought you were Geth, or one of those Varen." Harry looked down towards the dead animal on the ground and saw that it was indeed a dead Varen. Meanwhile, Shepard walked towards the shaken woman and said, "You're safe now, but why were you here in the first place?" The woman sighed and shook her head. "It's my own fault, everyone else was running and I stayed to back up the data. Next thing I knew, the Geth ship latched on and the power went out. I was trapped. I tried to get out, but the way was blocked." The woman seemed very scared and nervous, but no one could blame her. She must have been fighting for her life for a while. Harry turned his head towards the woman and asked her, "Are you Lisbeth by any chance?" The woman looked surprised but nodded right away. "That's right, but how did you know?" Harry smiled and then explained, "Your mother asked us to look for you." Lisbeth sighed in relief and nodded. "I see, so she made it out. Thank you for telling me." Harry nodded. Shepard then decided to see if Lisbeth might know what the Geth are here for. "Do you, by any chance, have any idea what the Geth are after?" Lisbeth looked pensive for a few seconds before saying, "It's not the Geth, it's the energy field they put up. They don't want anyone else to have access to the..." Lisbeth hesitated for a bit, which Shepard noticed right away, so he decided to explain a bit. "I'm here for the Geth. It's very important that I find out what they're after." Lisbeth looked down for a second, but then nodded to herself and began to speak. "I don't know for certain, but I'm guessing they're here for the Thorian." Everyone was immediately confused by what Lisbeth said. It was Ashley who voiced it out loud though. "What's a Thorian?" Lisbeth quickly began to explain what she knew about the so-called Thorian. "It's an indigenous life form, Exogeny was studying it." Harry frowned and whispered, so only the squad could hear him. Looks like we now know who is mind manipulating the colony and why Zhang didn't want us to look around go deeply. Everyone slightly nodded, letting Harry know they heard him. Everything was starting to make sense here, but Shepard now wanted to know more, so he decided to ask Lisbeth for more information. What else can you tell me? Do you know where I can find this Thorian? Lisbeth nodded and then began to answer Shepard's question. I might be able to, but not with those Geth crawling around everywhere. Look, we need to get out of here, past that field. Shepard nodded, agreeing with Lisbeth. It would be too dangerous for her to be around here with Geth roaming around everywhere, so they needed to do something about all of this. Kaiden then spoke up. We could try to take down the energy field. Everyone nodded to Kaiden and agreed with his plan, so Shepard decided to ask Lisbeth another question. Do you know how we can shut it down? Lisbeth frowned as she thought about what Shepard just asked. A few moments later she shook her head. No, not exactly, but I think the Geth ship is powering it. I've noticed the Geth laying power cables everywhere. You could follow those cables, but there's Geth all over the place. Ashley turned her head towards Harry. Can you just fly up there and destroy the Geth ship? Harry hummed for a bit and then said I could, but the Geth ship exploding right beside the building might cause a bigger explosion, especially because it's hooked by power cables. I could protect the building with magic. But that might alert the Thorian about what's going on here. It still has a hold on the colonists, so it's a risk to make it nervous or scared if the building begins to take too much damage. Shepard shook his head. No, it's best we all head there ourselves and do something about those power cables first, then we can destroy the Geth ship. Better be safe than sorry. Plus, if nothing else works, Harry can do it his way, but it's best we try to do things as safely as possible. The squad agreed, and with a plan in mind, Shepard decided to try and get some more information from Lisbeth to both, see if they can learn something new, and to help Lisbeth calm down a bit since she seemed a bit nervous still. So Shepard first asked, what do you hear in exogeny, Lisbeth? Lisbeth blinked, not expecting that question but quickly answered it. I'm just a research assistant for exogeny. I came here with my mother, at least now I know she made it out of here alive. Thank you for that, guys. Harry smiled and said, yup, she's fine and with a few of the colonists. She is worried sick about you, but she's safe there though. Lisbeth smiled and sighed in relief. Thank goodness for that. Until now, I thought I was the only one left. Now all I have to do is wait for you guys to bring that field down so I can see my mother again. Everyone happily smiled. They were all glad that Lisbeth really was alive and that soon, both she and Juliana will be able to be reunited. Shepard then decided to ask a bit more about the Thorian. What else can you tell me about the Thorian? Lisbeth crossed her arms and frowned with a thoughtful expression on her face. I really don't know that much about it. I think it's some kind of plant being. I know it's very old, thousands of years even. Harry sighed. Great, we're dealing with a very old being. It's definitely smart then and very dangerous too. The fact that it has been doing stuff so subtly was bad enough, but now we really have to be careful here. The squad was not happy with this information, but at least they now knew. Shepard then decided to ask one more question. Why do you think the Geth would be interested in the Thorian? Lisbeth shook her head and shrugged. It's just a plant. I don't know why the Geth would care. Exogeny was studying it, but I don't think they found anything special. Harry sighed. As a sage he knew that plant life, especially old ones, are not just simple plants, especially in this universe. Who knows if the Thorian is really a plant, to begin with? Shepard nodded to Lisbeth. All right, you stay put, I'll go open some doors. Lisbeth nodded but seemed very nervous about staying alone here. Harry noticed that, so he walked up to her and said, it's going to be okay, Lisbeth. I'm going to do something now, so don't get startled, okay? Lisbeth nodded, while Harry waved a hand over her, and a semi-transparent orb of energy came into existence around Lisbeth. She looked at it in surprise for about a second before the orb shimmered and became invisible. Harry smiled and then began to explain what he did to the very confused Lisbeth. That was a barrier. It will last for a very long time, so don't worry, nothing will be able to hurt you. You can also still attack. The barrier won't block anything coming from inside, so don't hesitate to shoot anything that might attack you, okay? Lisbeth looked both confused and relieved, but still nodded to Harry. She decided to trust him since he seemed capable of doing some very special things. Shepard nodded to Harry, letting him know that he approved of his actions. Lisbeth then quickly took out her ID from one of her pockets and handed it to Shepard. Here, take my ID, this should take you past any locked doors. Shepard smiled and took the ID from Lisbeth. With that done, the group said their goodbyes to her and then made their way out of this chamber, confident that Lisbeth will be safe thanks to Harry. While the group made their way to the other side of this large chamber, they were suddenly attacked by a pack of Varen. Harry blurred from sight and cut them all to pieces with oblivion. Once he reappeared he gave the squad a thumbs up and everyone then kept going. At the end of the large chamber they found a door. Thanks to Lisbeth's ID, the door opened for them and everyone wasted no time in stepping through it. They found a staircase on the other side of the door, but before they could even begin to climb the staircase they heard a voice. The voice sounded annoyed as it yelled at something stupid machine. Access encrypted files. No, I don't want to review protocols. The squad slowly made their way up the staircase, while the voice continued to complain and yell at some machine or something. Eventually, they made it to the top, only to see a Krogan in front of a 6. The virtual intelligence then said to the Krogan, I'm unable to comply, please contact your supervisor. The Krogan growled in anger and then pointed at the 6 with one of his fingers. Damn it. Tell me what I want or I'll blast your virtual ass into actual dust. The 6 didn't physically react, instead, it just said please contact your supervisor for level 4 clearance security exemption or make an appointment with. The Krogan roared and then screamed stupid machine. The 6 didn't even react and just continued on with what it was saying. If there is nothing else, please step aside, there is a queue forming behind you for the use of this console. The Krogan immediately turned around and grinned when he saw the shepherd and the squad. In fact, he seemed disturbingly happy right now. Oh good. I really need to kill some Woak. Shepherd didn't even let the Krogan finish and shot him with his Harry-made pistol. The Krogan's shield immediately shattered, and this shocked the Krogan, especially since Ashley and Kaiden quickly rained down assault rifle fire on the Krogan. At the end of it all, the Krogan was left looking like a chunk of flesh and blood on the floor. Harry walked over to it and stared down at the now very dead Krogan. Wow, didn't even let him speak. Shepherd put away his pistol and shrugged. He didn't seem to have anything important to say anyways. After saying that, Shepherd made his way towards the terminal and the 6's hologram form appeared from it and said, Exogeny Corporation reminds all staff that the discharging of weapons while on company property is strictly forbidden. Welcome back Research Assistant Elizabeth Bainham, what can I do for you? Kunu suddenly grinned. Looks like Lisbeth's ID will come in handy for more than just opening doors. Shepherd smiled and nodded, deciding to take advantage of the situation. Shepherd began to ask the 6 for information. What information was the last user attempting to access? The 6 immediately answered the question. Fetching data. The previous user was attempting to access details on the study of subject species 37, the Thorian. Kaiden frowned. That's not good. Hopefully, that Krogan wasn't able to get any information that he might have passed to Saren. Shepherd nodded in agreement. Saren getting any sort of information that he might want was a very bad thing all around. Deciding to see if the Krogan got anything important, he then asked the 6 for that information. Tell me everything you told Krogan. The 6 instantly answered Shepherd's question. I was unable to provide the previous user with any relevant data aside from lacking proper access. There has been no new data available on species 37. All sensors monitoring the observation post at Ju's Hope have been inactive for several cycles. Harry sighed and shook his head. I knew it. The Thorian is behind whatever is going on at the colony. Whatever that thing is, seems to be mind manipulating all of the colonists somehow. The thing that really worries me is that it's strong enough to do so to too many people at once. Whatever the Thorian is not just a simple plant. Everyone was not happy that Harry was right. This meant that the situation is a bit more delicate now, but at least they now know what was going on behind the weird behavior of the colonists. Curious about all of this, Shepherd then decided to ask, what does Ju's Hope have to do with all of this? The 6 immediately answered the question. Species 37 is located within the structure of the Ju's Hope outpost. Kunu shook her head and seemed annoyed. Great, that thing is right there in the colony as well. Shepherd rubbed his eyes in annoyance. It was one bad news after the other. This is becoming very problematic. He then looked up to the 6. Knowing that this is what Saren wanted, he wanted to know everything about the Thorian. Tell me everything you know about the Thorian. The 6 hologram quickly started to give the information Shepherd requested. The Thorian is a simple plant life form that exhibits a sentient behavior uncommon with other flora. Through dispersion and the eventual inhalation of spores, it can infect and control other organisms, including humans. The Ju's Hope control group has yielded interesting results. Before sensors went offline, almost 85% of all test subjects were infected. The entire squad frowned. The implications behind what they just heard were huge and damning to Exogeny. Harry even started cursing in different multiple languages, which in all fairness, was pretty impressive and not something anyone had seen before. Shepherd was starting to feel angry as well. He shook his head and clicked his tongue in annoyance. Those bastards. Exogeny knew all along what would happen to those people. The 6 took what Shepherd said as a question and began to explain. It was deemed necessary to assess the true potential of species 37. Ashley actually growled and shook her head. That's why they were acting so strange. It's like Harry thought. They were being mind-controlled. Harry shook his head. No, it's more complicated than that, this is biological, and with spores inside the colonists, there's a danger of the Thorian just pressing on some sort of kill switch button, it's just as I feared. This entire situation is very delicate, we have to move fast, otherwise, we'll have a lot of deaths on our hands. Kaiden sighed and rubbed his head. I'm so glad we decided to be discreet and careful until we knew exactly what we were dealing with, otherwise. I shudder to think what would have happened. Everyone nodded in agreement with Kaiden. The squad was certainly glad they had listened to Harry. Shepard turned his head towards Harry. Can you do something about it? Harry nodded. Yes, but we also need to take care of the Geth in the field. Harry crossed his arms as he thought about the situation. Everyone just silently let him think. A few seconds later he turned his head towards Kuno-Ku-chan. I need you to go get Valerie and Le Fei. Then I want you girls to put everyone in the colony to sleep. You're going to have to move fast next, so listen carefully. Kuno nodded and gave Harry all her attention. Harry then began to explain. Go into Sage mode, sense out those spores, and then have Le Fei freeze them and destroy them. Meanwhile, Valerie will have to keep everyone completely still with her blood magic just in case they wake up or if the Thorian can make their bodies move. After that, have Le Fei make a ward to purify the air and destroy spores. Kuno nodded. She quickly hugged Harry and then gave him a kiss. After that she waved her hand at everyone goodbye and then vanished in a flash of golden light. More than likely she left to do everything Harry asked her to do. The dragon god smiled and then turned his head towards everyone. Let's leave the colonists to the girls, they can handle it, but we need to take care of that Thorian. Shepard nodded. Then that just leaves the shield and the Geth. The squad nodded. Shepard then turned his attention to the Six and decided to ask if it knew anything about the shields. Six, what can you tell me about the Geth ship and the field it's generating? The Six paused for about a minute but then responded to Shepard. I have limited data on the Geth, they have effectively blocked all sensors within the facility. I have detected unusual power fluctuations, but I am unable to determine the source. Shepard nodded and then asked another question. What do you know about the Geth? The Six immediately answered the question. I have no specifics on the Geth as they relate to this facility. All sensors have been purposely decommissioned since their arrival. Shepard wasn't happy he didn't get any new information on the Geth, but he will take what he can. Thinking about how Exogeny decided to use the colonists to experiment with the Thorian, made Shepard know more about the company. So he asked the Six about that. I want to know about the Exogeny Corporation. The Six, once again, quickly answered Shepard's question. Exogeny Corporation is at the forefront of human expansion in the new galactic economy, funding colonial development and securing resource rights to ensure progress as a species. Further inquiries regarding company policy may be directed to Consumer Information Services during regular business hours. Shepard sighed. Well, that didn't tell us a lot. Harry then piped in. Try asking who's running this place, we might find out who organized the whole thing with the colony that way. Thinking that it was a good idea, Shepard immediately asked the Six who is in charge here? Who organized the research? The Six answered Shepard's question right away. All decisions about local resource analysis and acquisition are made by on-site management, deferring to the board of directors only when seasonal quotas are missed or exceeded. Individual employee records are confidential. Shepard nodded and looked down. Why do I think Zhang had something to do about all of this? Harry sighed and said, cause he was acting all nervous and shifty. Ashley then said, because he's an asshole. Kaiden nodded. I must admit, he was very insistent that we shouldn't go and snoop around, that puts him under suspicion. Shepard rubbed his eyes and sighed. If I find out he's the one who ordered all of this, I'm going to shoot him. Harry shook his head. Get in line, I'm ripping his spine out if he did that to the colonists. Shepard nodded. He then turned to ask one more question. What else can you tell me about the Thorian? What sort of data was collected by Exogeny about it? The Six paused a bit and then began to explain what was known about the Thorian so far. Species 37 was discovered several weeks ago when a small team was infected with spores while examining ruins near the Zhu's Hope outpost. The outpost was quarantined immediately and study of the infection began. Within 21 days, 58% of colonists exhibited altered behavior, and within 28 days, 85%. Shepard looked down and frowned. That was awfully fast. Within a month, almost everyone in the colony was infected. Harry nodded, but then realized something. The Thorian must be big in order to produce that many spores and that quickly. Shepard grunted and shook his head. Damn it. He quickly turned his head back to the Six and asked, what's the size of this thing? The Six quickly began to explain about the Thorian's size along with some more aspects about its biology. The Thorian appears to be a diffused creature, its cognitive abilities are centered in large nerve bundles, but it receives data from kilometers of meandering tendrils. We have discovered bundles approximately 1 meter in diameter, but these seem insufficient to coordinate the massive sensory potential it possesses. It may simply process such stimulation slowly, or perhaps there is a nerve cluster of a greater magnitude we have not yet encountered. Ashley scratched her head and then said, so, in other words, it's fucking big, right? The men on the squad nodded to confirm Ashley's summary of everything they just heard. Shepard, however, had another question. Is it intelligent? Can I reason with it? The sixth's hologram form flickered for a second but then answered the question. The Thorian does not exhibit the focused behavior of a predator. The release of spores is an act of survival, not aggression. It does trigger advanced behaviors in the humans it enslaves, but we have yet to discover whether it recognizes or is capable of recognizing humans as more than tools. It is sufficiently alien as to defy classification at this time. Shepard shook his head. That was informative, but it wasn't information he could use. Do you know how the creature controls its slaves? The six once again answered Shepard's question almost immediately. The will subversion manifests as intense pain if directives are ignored. The effect is severe enough that subjects are soon conditioned against even minor thoughts of rebellion. Observation suggests the Thorian views its thralls in a utilitarian way. Care is apparently taken to avoid injuring them, much as a craftsman avoids damaging his tools. As long as no action is taken against the creature's objectives, the subjects are free to pantomime a normal existence until especially tasked with something. Kaiden suddenly piped in. That's why Ian was knocked unconscious. He was rebelling against the Thorian and trying to tell us about it. Harry narrowed his eyes. When I find this thing, I'm going to make it suffer, very painfully too. It's literally treating everyone in the colony like pets and using shock collars to make them obey. The colonists never stood a chance. Shepard agreed with Harry. The Thorian needed to be gone and they were the ones who were going to have to do it, but for that, he needed to know where it was, so he asked about it to the six. Where is the center of this thing? The six immediately answered Shepard's question. The Thorian is present as a weave of tendrils across much of the lower surface of Pharaohs. Observation of enslaved subjects suggests there may be a key cluster that is tended by thralls. Unfortunately, direct observation of species 37 is limited or non-existent. Shepard nodded and then said, that's enough for now. The sixth's hologram form vanished and Shepard turned around to face the squad. Looks like we'll have to look for those clusters. The squad nodded. Harry then piped in, even if it's not the main cluster, I can destroy it completely with ease. Shepard liked that idea and nodded to Harry. With everything they just found out, the squad was now ready to continue, while the girls take care of the colony. With that over, the group of four continued on their way by following a hallway to the side of the sixth's terminal. They found a staircase at the end of the hallway and began to make their way up the stairs, but then they began to hear geth sounds nearby. Moving cautiously up the stairs, once on the top of the stairs they all walked to a platform nearby and looked down. They found a couple of geth working in something by a group of big cables and some sort of claws. Shepard and Ashley quickly took aim and together they both shot the geth and destroyed them. Before they could even notice the squad was there, with the geth taken care of, the group then walked towards the group of big cables to check them out. Kaiden looked up and stared at the cables for a few seconds. After that he said, looks like they're using this cable to anchor that ship to the side of the building. Ashley nodded. Yeah, seems like the geth don't waste much on finessing their landings. How do we cut the power if it's coming from the ship? Harry looked at the cable and claws. We should look around for a safe way to unlatch the ship. If I just cut the cables, it might cause a lot of damage to the building, and even though we'll survive being buried under tons of concrete, it wouldn't be pleasant. Shepard nodded. Yeah, let's avoid that and take a look. With that decided, the group then moved to the closest entrance and followed the hallway behind it. Along the way they found some geth shock troopers, but the squad took care of them fast, not even slowing down. At the end of one of the hallways, they found a trio of Krogan. The Krogan immediately shot at them, but Harry blasted them away with a small key wave. The Krogan died instantly and their bodies were sent flying and away from the squad. With their path free, the group just kept going, and after a while and going through multiple hallways and stairs, they eventually made it to a big chamber filled with geth shock troopers and geth juggernauts. Shepard, Ashley, and Kaiden went to deal with the geth shock troopers, while Harry summoned Oathkeeper and Oblivion. While rushing forward the geth juggernauts, he quickly reached one and cut it in half. He immediately spun-kicked the geth's upper body towards another geth juggernaut. This destroyed the geth on impact from the force Harry used to kick the upper body of the geth he cut in half. The dragon god suddenly jumped and kicked the air, sending himself behind another geth juggernaut. Once he landed behind it, he cross-slashed the geth juggernaut, cutting it into 4 pieces. The last 2 geth juggernauts were shot by the rest of the squad with their plasma assault rifles, turning them into scrap in a matter of seconds. Seems like Shepard and the others were finished with the geth shock troopers. With this chamber cleared, The group then headed up the staircase nearby. On top they saw another massive claw and cables. Knowing that this wasn't it, they quickly moved on. They followed the platform they were on and then went down a staircase. A couple of Geth shock troopers attacked the group, but they were quickly destroyed by the squad. Once here they looked around but they couldn't find a way to safely remove the claws from the building here either. The squad did however find the terminal Gavin wanted his data from, so they quickly used the OSD and left it alone to do its job. After that, Harry frowned and looked at the claw. Looks like we're doing this the hard way, guys. Better hold on to something and hope that Geth ship doesn't shift awkwardly on its way down, or it's goodbye to this building with us and Lisbeth in it. They didn't like it, but they did try to find a way to unlatch the Geth ship safely, so it left them with no other choice, but to rely on Harry and hope nothing goes wrong. Harry used the shadow clone jutsu to send a clone to each claw they found. Once Harry and the clones got into position, they all lifted their hand up at the same time and created a key blade. With one swift swing, they cut through the Geth ship claws. Without its anchors, the Geth ship immediately began to fall. Its bulk hit the tower a bit and made it shake, which startled Shepard, Kaiden, and Ashley. Even Harry tensed up a bit. But luckily, the Geth ship bounced off the side of the building and then fell to the bottom, where it loudly crashed and exploded as soon as it hit the ground below. Thankfully, the explosion wasn't big or powerful, so the building was safe. Harry sighed and shook his head for a second there. I thought I was going to have to turn into my dragon form and pushed it off the building. Thankfully, that wasn't necessary. Shepard sighed and patted Harry on his shoulder. So you already had a couple of plans just in case, hey? Harry nodded. Yeah, either push the ship away in my dragon form or teleport it away. Either way, I would have made sure nothing happened to you and Lisbeth, though there was still a risk of the building taking too much damage and collapsing. It already looks like it took a beating, plus I didn't want to show too much just in case the Thorian was watching or something. I don't want to warn it off and have it release more spores or try to hide or something. Shepard nodded at Harry. Good call. We still don't know what the Thorian can really do, since Exogeny didn't seem to be able to monitor it completely. They only have data on the few things they could observe from afar. Ashley walked up to the guys and clapped Harry back. Good to know you always have our back, Harry. Harry just chuckled and nodded. Of course I do, I got to take care of my squishy human friends. Ashley grinned at Harry, while Shepard chuckled, finding funny what Harry just said. Kaiden then called out to everyone, the fields should be down, guys, we should get going and go get Lisbeth. Shepard nodded yes, and then we deal with the Thorian. Everyone nodded in agreement with Shepard's statement. The entire squad wanted to deal with the Thorian since it was their most pressing concern at the moment. Suddenly, the squad got a communication from Joker. I repeat, Normandy to shore party, are you reading? Anyone there? Normandy to shore party, come on, Commander, talk to me. Shepard immediately answered. The communication is that you, Joker? What's going on over there? Joker sighed in relief. Ah, Commander, don't scare us like that. Kunu suddenly appeared on the Normandy and explained the situation, but we couldn't get a hold of you afterward. We were suddenly attacked by the colonists. Given what Kunu told us, it seems that the Thorian is on the move. Luckily for us and the colonists, the girls put them all to sleep. Right now, they're back at Ju's Hope treating the colonists and we're all okay. Shepard shared a look with Harry and then said, all right, sit tight, we're on our way back, and do not go outside until we say it's clear. Joker immediately responded to Shepard's order. Aye, Commander, sitting tight. See you soon. The communication channel cut off soon after Joker let Shepard know he heard his order. Harry sighed and rubbed his face. So much for not letting the Thorian know that we're onto it. Don't know what spooked it, but it can't be good. Shepard nodded. Then let's make sure there's no more Geth in here and then go deal with the Thorian. Everyone nodded and together they began to check the building for more Geth, so they can move on with peace of mind. Chapter 174. To save time, Harry created a dark corridor to where they left Lisbeth. Everyone quickly walked through it and ended up scaring the daylights out of Lisbeth. She didn't expect a pillar of darkness to sprout from the ground nearby and then for the squad to appear from it. Though, she immediately smiled when she saw that it was the squad who had arrived there. You are. We should get out of here. I don't think this place is safe. Harry nodded. Yes, but first, we have a few questions. Lisbeth, do you know more about the Thorian than you let on? Lisbeth began to fidget and then began to explain. I was afraid. I wanted to stop the test, but they threatened me, told me I'd be next. When the Geth attacked, I stayed behind to send a message to Colonial Affairs. I tried to tell them where to find the Thorian, but the power cut before I could send the message. I never meant for this to happen. Harry smiled at Lisbeth. It's all right, I believe you. We want to deal with Thorian, but we need its location. Do you know where it is? Lisbeth smiled at Harry. She was very happy that he believed her, and so she quickly told Harry, where the Thorian is underneath Ju's Hope, but the entrance is blocked. The colony covered it with the freighter just before the Geth attacked. Harry frowned. That was pretty smart. I'm starting to think that the Thorian is smarter than what others believed it was. Shepard nodded, but he also had a couple of other questions in mind. But why are the Geth after the Thorian? What could Saren want with it? Everyone looked down and wondered about Shepard's questions. Even Harry wasn't sure what Saren wants with the Thorian. Lisbeth raised her head and said, well, it does have unique mind control capabilities. That's what Exogeny was interested in. Harry shook his head. It can't be that Saren already has his ship that could do that. Why would he need another method of mind control? Especially when his ship is better at it. Suddenly, Joker called to the squad via communications, Normandy to shore party, come in. Shepard immediately responded, shore party here. Joker quickly responded back, we're getting a lot of Geth chatter, looks like they're heading your way. Ashley sighed, son of a bitch. They just don't quit, do they? Kaiden nodded ditto to that. Shepard sighed and nodded in agreement. He then responded to Joker, thanks for the heads up, Joker. Joker said welcome and then cut off the communication. Lisbeth immediately spoke up, I'm coming with you, I might be able to help undo the mess I helped create. Harry smiled, you're a good person, Lisbeth, but I'll handle this. You can come with, but stay back with Shepard and the others, okay? Lisbeth nodded and gave Harry a small smile. The group and Lisbeth then left the Exogeny headquarters and went back to the Skyway. As soon as everyone stepped outside the garage door, they all saw a big army of Geth coming their way on the Skyway. Lisbeth gaped at the sheer number of Geth coming their way. Meanwhile, Ashley deadpanned at the Geth. Did they send every single Geth left on Pharaohs after us? I don't know if I should feel proud that they see us as that much of a threat or worried about what they might try to do next time. Kaiden nodded, yeah, this is a bit ridiculous, we're just a small group. Shepard shrugged, well, we have a dragon god on our side, this is nothing to us. Lisbeth turned to look at the squad. She was completely shocked at how nonchalant they were acting, though, something that was said, caught her attention, dragon god. Harry chuckled and stepped forward, and once he was ahead of the group he raised his hand towards the sky. The sky suddenly darkened, and big black clouds began to form as thunder and lightning began to rumble and flash while Harry grinned, well, let's deal with all these Geth then. Black lightning surged from Harry's hand and he closed it into a fist. A massive Asian dragon made out of black lightning suddenly reared its head from the black clouds and roared toward the ground. Shepard, Ashley, and Kaiden were awed at the sight of the black Asian dragon made out of black lightning. Lisbeth, however, was staring at it with wide eyes full of shock. What? What is that? What is he doing? No. How is he doing this? But no one answered, because Harry suddenly said, begone with the thunderclap, black lightning, Kieran. Harry pulled his hand down and the massive Asian dragon made out of black lightning immediately roared and then in a flash, dropped down on top of the Geth. There was another flash of light, then a loud crackle of electricity echoed throughout the area. The squad ignored it, but poor Elizabeth screamed, closed her eyes, and then dropped down to the ground in fright, from the sudden explosion of light, sound, and chaos. There was a massive dome of black lightning from the impact of Harry's lightning-style jutsu. Massive bolts of black lightning lashed out everywhere until the explosion subsided and revealed a now cleared skyway of Geth. Ashley whistled and shook her head in awe. Damn, that was both impressive and cool as all hell. Kaiden nodded but had a question. Was that lightning black? Why? Harry turned around and faced Kaiden to explain a bit. Black lightning is the highest level of lightning release from my chakra techniques. In order to be able to use this type of lightning nature transformation, I had to learn to vibrate my chakra at the highest speed and volume possible to create as much lightning chakra as I can in an instant. Black lightning is born from refining this process to the absolute limit, increasing the frequency and intensity of the chakra vibrations to the maximum level possible. Once it reaches that peak, the chakra transforms even further and turns pitch black. It took me a while to learn how to do this, especially because this is a technique from another place entirely. This type of lightning is actually the closest to the true lightning of nature and doesn't have the usual weakness either. That's the reason I learned that technique, or rather reverse engineered it, since the place where this technique originated, didn't want to teach an outsider how to access it. Too bad for them though, I mastered it a long time ago. Harry grinned proudly. He learned how to create black lightning, just to piss off the Raikage, and oh did he do it. He still has a good laugh about it whenever he thinks back on it. Shepard chuckled and shook his head in amusement. I wish I could do stuff like that with my biotics, battles would go far much easier. Harry grinned. Maybe someday I will teach you how to do it, but it would take me having to do some very delicate process to grant you access to chakra. Right now, we don't have the time nor the knowledge, there's still so many things I have to check about human physiology in this world before I can risk doing stuff like that. Shepard nodded, understanding that Harry just wanted to be careful, and he can't blame him for that, especially because the humans from this world have been exposed to a lot of things already. Who knows what would happen if Harry added things to that mix. Lisbeth suddenly whimpered from the ground. Is it over? Harry walked up to Lisbeth and helped her up. Yeah, it's over, now let's go and take you to your mother, I'm sure she will be happy to see you. Hearing about her mother made Lisbeth push what she saw aside. She then smiled and nodded to Harry. I can't wait to see Mom. Harry nodded and then opened a dark corridor. The squad immediately walked through it. Lisbeth was a bit nervous at first, but seeing how Shepard and the others just walked into the pillar of darkness, made Lisbeth trust it. So, she held her breath, closed her eyes, and then ran at full speed into the dark corridor. Harry actually laughed a bit at that. He had never seen someone go into a dark corridor like that. He was still laughing as he walked up to the dark corridor and then into it. The pillar of darkness soon dissipated after that. Everyone arrived at the garage where they found the Exogeny employees. However, the smile and amusement from Harry was immediately drained from him, as everyone's comms began to pick up someone's communication. Anybody, is there anyone picking this up? Everyone frowned. Kaiden then suddenly piped in. Wasn't that Juliana? Then another voice was heard. Get away from that radio. Juliana's voice was then heard on the radio again. This is Juliana Bainham of Pharaoh's colony, please help us. Everyone recognized Jiang's voice. Harry narrowed his eyes and immediately began to walk towards the chamber filled with Exogeny employees. Everyone followed him close behind, especially Lisbeth, who was now very worried about her mother. Harry quickly made his way toward the chamber and found Juliana arguing with Zhang. Juliana growled at Zhang and then said, "You can't do this, Zhang." Zhang shook his head and then yelled at Juliana, "Everyone shut up. Let me think." As Lisbeth heard and watched this happening, she narrowed her eyes at the situation and whispered, "What's going on?" But no one in the squad knew what was happening, though it looks like Zhang was losing his shit. Harry got ready for anything, just in case Zhang did something stupid. Juliana frowned at Zhang and then said, "You won't get away with this." Suddenly, a security guard grabbed Juliana from her back and began to struggle with her. Zhang glared at her and then pointed at the security guard. "Take her away." Lisbeth panicked the moment she saw her mother being manhandled, so she ran forward and yelled, "Get away from her, you son of a bitch." Everyone widened their eyes at Lisbeth's sudden rush towards her mother. This allowed Juliana to push away the security guard and run towards her daughter Lisbeth. Zhang growled and glared at Lisbeth. "Damn it." Shepard and the squad walked forward and glared at Zhang. He glared back at them though and Harry before beginning to speak. "Shepard, damn it. I knew it was too much to hope the Geth would kill you and that other bastard. I found some interesting facts about you, in the Exogeny database, Commander. I know what happened on Echoes, this doesn't have to end like that." Shepard frowned and exchanged looks with Harry. The dragon god slightly nodded and Shepard then knew that Harry was ready for anything. Shepard then returned his attention to Zhang and said, "Not this time, Zhang, you need to back down and let them go." Zhang shook his head and became very nervous. "You don't understand, it's not that easy. Communications are back up. Exogeny wants this place purged." Lisbeth gaped. "This is a human colony, Zhang. You can't just repurpose us." Zhang just shook his head. "It's not just you, there's something here far more valuable than a few colonists." Harry narrowed his eyes and then coldly began to speak. "You're talking about the Thorian Hui? Care to explain yourself?" Juliana looked confused at what Harry just said. "The what?" Lisbeth turned to her mother and began to explain. "It's a telepathic life form living under Zhu's Hope, it's taking control of the colonists there, Exogeny knew all along." Juliana turned to glare at Zhang and angrily said, "You won't get away with this, Zhang." Zhang scowled at Juliana and then said, "So you keep saying. But nobody's is going to miss a few colonists." Harry's energy exploded from his body, causing Zhang to gasp and step back in shock. Harry then growled out, "I'll fucking kill you first. Before that happens." Zhang looked up at Harry and stared in horror as he watched Harry stare into his eyes with his glowing green eyes engulfed in some sort of energy. "What? What is this?" Lisbeth grinned. "Do you still want to kill off the colonists, Zhang? I've seen what he can do and trust me, you're nothing to him." Zhang was visibly shaken and nervous right now. He began to shakily speak. "Exogeny will send more assayers. They'll know what happened." Harry summoned Oblivion and began to walk towards Zhang. The now terrified man gasped and began to try to walk away from Harry in a hurry, but in his rush, he tripped and fell on his ass. He tried to quickly get up, but Harry suddenly pointed at Jiang's neck with Oblivion. You will tell them that the Geth destroyed the Thorian, I'll handle Exogeny later. Zhang gulped and nervously nodded. Oh okay, but the infected colonists can't be here when the company's men come. Harry slightly jabbed Zhang in the bottom of his chin with the tip of Oblivion. This made the man squeak in fright as he was forced to look up at the very pissed off Harry. Juliana shook her head and glared at Zhang. You can't just kill the colonists, it's not their fault. Lisbeth nodded in agreement and then said, if you kill only the Thorian, it might be enough to stop the infection, maybe. Shepard nodded. Don't worry, we're already handling the infected, they'll be fine soon. Both Juliana and Lisbeth smiled, they were definitely happy that the colonists are being helped. Harry then swung Oblivion and smashed it into Jiang's side of his head. The guy's head whipped to the side as he grunted in pain and then dropped unconscious. The dragon god sighed and calmed his energy down while sending Oblivion away. He then turned his head towards Shepard. I have a phone call to make, you guys go and hand over the data Gavin asked for. Shepard nodded, he knew Harry had plans in his mind, right, so trusting him, the crew and him quickly went to speak with Gavin. Harry then nodded to Juliana and Lisbeth and walked away from them a bit. He quickly raised a ward so no one could hear him speak and then took out his smartphone. Friday. His AI assistant, immediately responded to his call. Yes boss. Harry smiled at his AI friend and then began to explain what he wanted her to do. I want you to hack Exogeny's files, make a full sweep, I want every little dirty secret that company has along with names. I want all people involved arrested or killed. You have permission to deploy the Digimon Demon Lords, but I want them all punished or buried, then buy the company and clean it up. We're going to make use of Exogeny and really support colonization projects all around the galaxy. I'll tell you who will be in charge of the company later so you can transfer ownership to them. Friday quickly responded to Harry's request. Of course boss, I'll get it done as soon as possible. Harry nodded and then smiled at Friday. Thank you Friday, make sure Zhang gets arrested as soon as possible as well, perhaps organize an accident for him once he's in prison. Friday once again quickly responded to Harry. Consider it done boss. Friday quickly went to go do what Harry had asked her to do. While the dragon god put away his smartphone, he sighed and looked up towards the ceiling. I feel like I've been buying and doing a lot in this world lately, am I turning into Tony? Back in Harry's worlds, Tony was looking over some data he had received from his daughter Morgan, data on plasma technology that looked very useful, especially the automated defense and offensive systems he got from her as well. When he suddenly sneezed, Tony shook his head and then looked around in confusion. The hell was that? I bet Harry is talking shit about me, what an ass. With that said, Tony Stark went back to working on his current project. He's quite interested in this technology after all. Harry shook his head. Well, it doesn't matter, at least this way I'll make sure these companies do some good, instead of just causing death and destruction. But goddamn, there's a lot of corruption in this universe. Well, I'll do what I can for now and see what else comes up. Harry turned his gaze towards Shepard and saw that he was done with Gavin and was walking back towards him. Shepard immediately spoke to Harry. Done with what you were doing? Harry nodded and smiled at Shepard. Yeah, I'll tell you about it once everything is prepared. For now, we should go back to Zhu's Hope and see how the girls are doing. Shepard nodded and Harry immediately opened a dark corridor. The squad immediately walked into it. Juliana and the Exogeny employees gaped at this, while Lisbeth scratched her head feeling bad for her mom. She had gone through the same emotions she was going through too, and she knew how she must be feeling about seeing a pillar of darkness sprouting from the ground and watching Shepard and the squad walk into it without any hesitation. It was a very surprising and disturbing thing to witness, that's for sure. Harry then waved goodbye to Juliana and Lisbeth, though only Lisbeth was able to wave back at him since Juliana was still gaping at what she just saw. Harry only grinned and then walked into the dark corridor. It soon dissipated, leaving the gaping Exogeny employees and a nervously laughing Lisbeth. The dark corridor took the squad right outside the garage leading to Zhu's Hope. However, as soon as the group arrived, a weird grey zombie-like creature sprouted from the ground right in front of them. Harry just waved his hand towards the creature and sent a fireball at it. The fireball crashed against the creature and exploded into flames, and the creature soon turned into ash while loudly groaning. Ashley frowned at everything that just happened. What the hell was that? It was not human nor alien either, it sort of looked like those husks we saw on Eden Prime. Kaiden nodded. Yeah, but they weren't glowing blue and are not as aggressive. Harry shrugged. I'm not sure, but let's go meet with the girls, maybe they know something about what's going on here. Everyone nodded, and the squad immediately walked into the garage and headed back to Zhu's Hope. Once inside they were attacked by more of those creatures, but unlike Geth and mercenaries, they don't have armor or anything protecting them. So Harry and then the squad just walked towards them and pistol whipped them. A single strike from them was enough to kill them and make them burst into a green paste. The shields in their armor just added to the damage they were capable of dealing, so creatures like these weren't even a threat to them at all. So, it didn't take long for everyone to make it back to the colony. After reaching it and walking over to the bunker in the middle, they found the girls tending to all the colonists. All the colonists were on the floor and sleeping peacefully. As the squad approached Le Fay, who was casting some sort of magic on Fai Dan, Le Fay sensed them coming and smiled as she turned her head to face them. "Hey guys, glad to see you made back." Harry smiled at Le Fay and walked over to her. He kneeled beside her and gave her a kiss on the cheek. "Hey Le Fay, how is it looking?" Le Fay smiled at her boyfriend and began to explain, "We're pretty much done with all the colonists, I was just finishing with Fai Dan here. Kunu and Valerie are out killing all those weird creatures that began to sprout everywhere. To clear the colony, they should be back soon, but I got to say, this Thorian thing is a real monster. The amount of pain it put these people through to condition them, is just cruel. There was no way for them to defend themselves either. The spores are so tiny that I bet my hat that they were completely unaware of them until it was too late." Le Fay shook her head and frowned. She then looked over Fai Dan and suddenly smiled and stopped her spell. "And all done. All colonists are free from the spores and the wards around this bunker will keep the spores out." Harry and the squad smiled at the news. Suddenly Kunu and Valerie stepped inside and waved at everyone. Valerie then spoke up, "Hey guys, the colony is clear now, those creatures just disappear out of nowhere." Kunu nodded. "Yet. They suddenly began to burst and disappeared, it was kind of weird actually." Le Fay and Harry stood up. Le Fay then hummed as she pondered the situation. "I think this Thorian creature must have felt the last person it controlled suddenly be free of its spores. I bet it's panicking right now and thinking about what to do next." Harry nodded. "Yet, now that it doesn't have anyone under its control it's defenseless." Shepard grinned and said, "Then let's go meet it and deal with it." The squad nodded. Harry turned to Valerie and Le Fay and then told them, "You both stay here and protect the colonists, just in case." Valerie and Le Fay nodded while Kunu rejoined the squad. Harry quickly gave the girls a kiss goodbye and the group then went over to the freighter in the colony to finally go meet the Thorian. Harry moved the freighter with telekinesis, revealing some sort of automatic door at the bottom. The door, however, didn't open for them, but Kunu summoned her keyblade and tapped it on the door. The automatic door then opened and the group found a set of stairs going down. Everyone quickly began to climb down. The staircase was long and went around in circles, but eventually, they made it to the bottom. Once down there, they found a long concrete hallway. The squad immediately made their way through the hallway and soon enough they made it to the end of the hallway and Kaiden suddenly piped in, "All right, now we just need to find the creature and then..." Only to stop talking as the group walked right up to some strange organic structure. Kaiden frowned as he looked up. "What is that?" Harry looked up at the organic structure and frowned. "I believe that's the Thorian." Shepard sighed and shook his head. "Nothing is ever simple, is it?" The Thorian began to squirm and make some odd grunting noises. The squad walked forward and the Thorian suddenly spat an Asari of all things. However, the squad immediately noticed that the Asari was a bit different from others. For one, the Asari is green colored instead of blue and seems a bit odd as well. The green Asari quickly stood up and wobbled a bit, but once she found her balance she began to speak. "Invaders, your every step is a transgression, 1,000 feelers appraise you as meat, good only to dig or decompose. I speak for the old growth, as I did for Saren, you are within and before the Thorian, it commands you be in awe." Harry deadpanned at the green Asari and then said, "Shepard, I'm going to breathe so much hellfire on that thing, there won't be any ashes left when I'm done with it." Shepard almost gave Harry the okay, but the Thorian mentioned Saren and he needed to know what he got a hold of before they can destroy the Thorian, so Shepard shook his head at Harry. "Not yet, we need to know what this thing gave to Saren." Harry frowned. He wasn't happy about not being able to burn away the Thorian, but Shepard was right, knowing what Saren was up to, was more important right now. He then nodded to Shepard. The commander nodded back to Harry, thankful that he understood. He then turned his head towards the green Asari and said, "You gave something to Saren, something I need." The green Asari blinked at Shepard, and a few seconds later she began to speak again. "Saren sought knowledge of those who are gone, the old growth listened to flesh for the first time in the long cycle, trades were made. Then cold ones began to kill the flesh that would tend the next cycle, flesh fairly given. The old growth sees the air push as lies, it will listen no more." Shepard frowned and shook his head. "You no longer have control of the colonists, you have no one to tend to you now and we will make sure you don't do this again." The green Asari actually glared at the group and began to speak. "No more will the Thorian listen to those that scurry, your lives are short, but have gone too long. The green Asari suddenly pulled a weapon and shot at the squad, but the shots just bounced off everyone. Kunu scratched her head and seemed a bit perplexed. The Thorian seems rather arrogant for a plant, no? Ashley nodded. Yeah, he's a total dick. Suddenly, more of those weird creatures began to sprout from the ground and rushed toward the squad. Harry sighed and then said, "All right, this is getting ridiculous." Harry suddenly clapped his hands and a shockwave of energy spread out from around him. The squad was completely unaffected, but the creatures and the green Asari were disintegrated as soon as the shockwave hit them. The dragon god quickly looked around with his Rinnegan activated and saw how there were nodes around the walls that were connected to the Thorian. He grinned and then took out his elder wand. That looks very important. Crucio. Harry quickly jabbed his wand towards a node on the wall and hit it with the torture spell. The node seemed to be something akin to a nerve cluster, so when Harry hit it with the spell, the Thorian began to screech and roar in pain. This stopped it from actually being able to fight back or defend itself. Harry maliciously grinned and turned his head towards Kunu-chan. "Destroyed every node you can find while I teach this thing a lesson in manners." While Harry said that and Kunu nodded, the dragon god summoned Oathkeeper into his free hand and threw it up. Kunu, understanding what Harry was doing, smiled and jumped towards Oathkeeper. The Kitsune warrior of light caught Oathkeeper with one hand and summoned her own keyblade in midair with her other hand and then disappeared in a flash of golden light. The squad then witnessed as a streak of golden light flashed all over the chamber and destroyed every single node connected to the Thorian with multiple slashes with both keyblades, but the creature couldn't even register any of that since Harry just held on to his torture curse. That is until the Thorian suddenly began to fall to the ground. Shepard, Ashley, and Kaiden stepped back as the Thorian fell. Meanwhile, Harry let up his spell, while Kunu jumped from somewhere high up in the chamber and landed beside everyone. The Thorian loudly roared and then crashed against the ground with a loud thump. Meanwhile, nearby an Asari was suddenly spat out of a sack close to one of the nodes. Kunu destroyed. Kunu let go of Oathkeeper and it disappeared in a flash of white light. She then pointed her keyblade at the Asari, but the Asari was too busy looking around in surprise. "I'm free. I can't believe it." Everyone looked confused at the Asari, who suddenly turned around to the group and widely smiled. "I suppose I should thank you for releasing me." Kunu sighed and let go of her keyblade, which vanished in a flash of golden light. Meanwhile, Shepard walked forward and then stood in front of the Asari. "Is everything all right? Are you hurt?" The Asari shook her head and then said, "I'm fine, or I will be, in time. My name is Sheila. I served Matriarch Benazia when she allied herself with Saren, and so did I." Benazia foresaw the influence Saren would have. She joined him to guide him down a gentler path, but Saren is compelling, and Benazia lost her way. Shepard nodded. "Yet, we know about Saren's ability to manipulate minds." Sheila nodded and then looked down while shaking her head. "Benazia underestimated Saren, as I did. We came to believe, in his cause and his goals, the strength of his influence is troubling." Ashley scratched her head and sighed. "So Benazia tried to manipulate Saren, tried to make him less psychotic, but it ended up backfiring at her." Kunu nodded. "Seems like it. That's usually what happens when you underestimate someone." Shepard frowned. He knew that Benazia was mind manipulated not by Saren himself, but by his ship, but still, the fact that she fell to something like that was troubling, to say the least. Asari matriarchs are among the most intelligent and powerful beings in the galaxy. It's still hard to believe she fell under Saren's control. Sheila nodded. "It's his ship, an enormous warship unlike anything I've ever seen. He calls it sovereign. It can dominate the minds of his followers, and it's very powerful as well. Someone like Benazia didn't even stand a chance. His followers become indoctrinated to Saren's will. The process is subtle, and it can take days or weeks, but in the end, it's absolute. I was a willing slave when Saren brought me to this world. He needed my biotics to communicate with the Thorian, to learn its secrets. Saren offered me in a trade. I was sacrificed to secure an alliance between Saren and the Thorian." Harry rubbed his eyes and shook his head. "That's it. When I get my hands on Saren, I'm going to make him suffer a lot. That asshole will pay for everything he's done." Everyone nodded in agreement with Harry. Saren truly is a bastard of the highest order. He didn't even care about his own allies and was willing to sacrifice anyone for his goals. That kind of person truly had no redemption and needed to be made to pay for their actions. Saren has a lot to answer for, and Shepard's squad all wanted a piece of him. Shepard, however, had a question about all of this. If the Thorian and Saren were allies, then why were the Geth trying to destroy the Thorian? Sheila looked over to where the Thorian lay dead and then began to explain. After Saren got what he needed, the Thorian became a liability. Saren knows you are searching for the conduit. He knows you are following his steps. He attacked the Thorian so you could not gain the cipher. Everyone stared at the Asari in confusion at the new word she just spoke. Shepard sighed and then said, "There's always something else we have to learn about and search for." Shepard then looked up towards Sheila and then asked, "What's the cipher, and why did Saren need it?" Sheila quickly began to explain. "The beacon on Eden Prime gave you visions, but the visions are unclear and confusing. They were meant for a protein mind. To truly comprehend them, you must think like a protein, you must understand their cultures, their history, their very existence. The Thorian was here long before the proteins built this city, it watched and studied them when they died, it consumed them, they became a part of it." Harry huffed and crossed his arms. "So that's why we couldn't make sense of Shepard's mind visions even within his mind. He can't correctly process the visions, so we can only see what his mind can somewhat understand. It's like trying to watch a movie in another language and culture. If I had been the one that got the visions, we would have been able to see them completely since my mind is not even human but supernatural in nature." Shepard hummed for a second. "I see, because I couldn't process the knowledge correctly. Whatever you and Faye saw whenever you tried to project them looked weird and made no sense. I just lacked the necessary components to make sense of all that knowledge." Kunu nodded. "Saren must have had the same problem too. That's why he came here to look for the Thorian. It's already part protein, so he has the necessary knowledge to translate the visions into something he can understand." Chapter 175. Shepard nodded and understood what Kunu just said. "I see, so the Thorian essentially taught Saren to think like a protein, but how?" Sheila, seeing that Shepard understood, began to explain. "The cipher is the very essence of being a protein, it cannot be described or explained, it would be like describing color to a creature without eyes. To understand, you must have access to endemic ancestral memory, a viewpoint spanning thousands of proteins generations. I sense this ancestral memory, the cipher, then I melded with the Thorian, our identities, our minds intertwined, such knowledge cannot be taught, it simply exists." Shepard sighed. Most of what Sheila just said flew right over his head, but that didn't change the fact that he needed that information. "I need the cipher." Sheila looked down and seemed to be lost in her thoughts for a while, but soon enough, she looked up and then said, "There is a way, I can translate the knowledge from my mind to yours, as I did with Saren." Shepard frowned. He didn't like the idea of allowing Sheila to do this but nodded to her, though he quickly shared a look with Harry and received a nod in return. Knowing that Harry was going to keep an eye on him, he gave the okay to Sheila to transfer the knowledge. Sheila nodded and walked up to Shepard. "Try to relax, Commander, slow, deep breaths, let go of your physical shell, reach out to grasp the threads that bind us, one to another. Every action sends ripples across the galaxy, every idea must touch another mind to live, each emotion must mark another's spirit, we are all connected, every living being united in a single, glorious, existence. Open yourself to the universe, Commander, embrace eternity." Sheila stopped in front of Shepard. She looked up for a second and then turned her gaze into Shepard's eyes. Her eyes turned completely black and Shepard only saw a white flash. The vision he had seen back on Prime began to play one more time in his mind. However, this time the visions were clearer, more understandable, and Shepard paid attention to everything being shown in those visions. Soon enough Shepard opened his eyes and stared at Sheila, who stepped back. Both looked perturbed and stressed about what they had seen. Sheila looked away from Shepard for a second and then began to speak. "I have given you the cipher, just as it was given to Saren. The ancestral memories of the protein are a part of you now." Harry turned his head toward Shepard and decided to ask Shepard how he was feeling. "Are you okay?" Shepard frowned and turned to look at Harry. "I saw something, it still didn't make any sense though." Sheila then piped in, "You have been given a great gift, the experience of an entire populace. It will take some time for your mind to process this information." Shepard nodded. Harry then spoke up. "We should get you back to the ship, Shepard. You need some rest and maybe have Dr. Shakwas take a look at you." Sheila sighed and then said, "I am sorry if you have suffered, but there was no other way. You needed the cipher. In time, it will help you understand the vision from the beacon." Shepard nodded. He then decided to ask a few questions, hoping that Sheila might have the answers he needs. "Do you know what the conduit is, or where is it?" Sheila shook her head. "No, I'm sorry, all I know is that Saren believes the conduit was the key to protein extinction." Ashley huffed. "That can't be good, whatever that thing is, we can't let Saren have it." Sheila nodded and then continued to speak with Shepard. "You have the cipher, in time, your vision will clear, and they will lead you to the conduit. I only pray you find it before Saren does." Shepard nodded. It seems that the only thing he could do now is wait, so he then decided to ask another question. "Is there anything else you can tell me about the Thorian?" Sheila nodded and then explained, "When the creature enveloped me, I became a part of it, but I still don't truly understand it, so, it's very alien, so ancient. Its exact age is impossible to know, it measured time differently, 10,000 years of hibernation broken by a few frantic centuries of activity. Its mind was awesome, magnificent, it transcended all classification, and now it's gone. Shepard and the squad frowned, but it was Shepard who voiced out their thoughts. Don't tell me you feel sorry for that thing. Sheila sighed and began to explain herself. The Thorian was a unique life form, a sentient being that lived for 50,000 years, maybe more. There is nothing even more remotely like it in the known galaxy. I am grateful you saved me from a life of thraldom, yet I cannot help but feel some sorrow for the loss of such a rare and remarkable creature. Everyone just stared at Sheila. In part, she did raise a good point, but then, the Thorian was an arrogant asshole, so it was hard to feel bad about it in any way or form. Well, except Harry, he just snapped his fingers and the Thorian's corpse suddenly burst into black flames, dark and powerful flames that spread through every root and feeler the Thorian ever had and began to burn it away from existence. Not even ashes would be left. Everyone turned to look at Harry, but the dragon god just shrugged and grinned. I really didn't like that thing, so I made sure there weren't any traces of it left anywhere. Shepard and the squad nodded. They understood Harry's actions against the Thorian and even agreed with them, but a little tact wouldn't have hurt, right? Sheila just sadly frowned but didn't say anything else. Shepard just lightly huffed and shook his head. He then decided to ask Sheila another question. What else can you tell me about Saren? Sheila shook her head and began to speak. There's little I could tell you that you do not already know. He is powerful, he is charismatic, and he is dangerous. Once I followed him, blind to his true nature, but now I see he is leading the galaxy into an age of darkness and suffering. Everyone wanted to laugh. Saren, dangerous? They were dangerous, and all his charisma and power won't help him when they finally get their hands on him, that's a promise. Shepard recomposed himself and then asked one more question. I want to know more about you. Sheila just shrugged. There's nothing remarkable about me, I was merely one of Matriarch Benezia's disciples for nearly 2 centuries, I followed her learning at her feet. When Benezia revealed her plan to join Saren, she gave her disciples a choice, only those who were willing had to follow her. Many felt her plan was too dangerous. But I believed her, I thought she could turn Saren away from his insanity. Instead, we joined him in it. Sheila shook her head in disappointment and looked sad. Shepard understood her predicament, and Benezia herself admitted to having underestimated Saren and paid the price. No doubt Sheila was regretting her choice right now. However, there was still the issue of what to do with her now that you're free of the Thorian. What are you planning to do next? Sheila quickly began to explain. If you allow it, I would like to stay here with the colonists. They have suffered greatly, and I played a role in their suffering. I would like to make amends. Shepard sighed and was wondering what to do. Suddenly Harry clapped his back, which made the commander turn his head towards him, only for Harry to nod at him. Shepard smiled and nodded back to Harry. He then turned back to Sheila and said, the colonists will need all the help they can get, they'll be happy to have you on their side. Sheila smiled and nodded to Shepard. Thank you, Commander, may fortune smile upon you. With that said, the group said their goodbyes to Sheila and left her staring at the black flames dancing in the chamber of the Thorian. Now, nothing is left of the creature, not even ashes, and that made Sheila feel melancholy, but at least she'll able to make amends. Shepard and the crew went back to the colony, and once they got close to the bunker, they were met with Juliana and Lisbeth. Both noticed the group and immediately began to ask questions, and so everyone told them of what happened with the Thorian. After they told them everything, Juliana could only shake her head and say, I can't believe it, at least Zhang says we'll have all the money we need to keep this place running. Apparently, there's a new kind of management and lots of changes are happening in Exogeny. He didn't want to explain too much and seemed scared, but at least everyone here will be able to continue to live here in peace. It's all thanks to you guys, I can't thank you enough. After that short conversation, the squad then went to check on the colonists. When they got there, they were already awake and very happy. Valerie and Ellie Faye had explained the situation to them, so they were very glad to be free. Now that the Thorian was finally gone and they don't have to worry about the Geth, they immediately set out to get to work, to get the colony back to perfect working order. With the help of Sheila and the Exogeny employees, they will be able to slowly get back on their feet. But Harry decided to help even more. To him the colonists had gone through quite a lot and needed some recompense, so he began using his magic to repair everything that was damaged in the colony. This surprised and awed the colonists. The dragon god then clapped his hands while using senjutsu, to make the planet fill out with plant life. This made Feral look alive and have something the colonists can work with. With plant life and with the soil now able to support it, they can now grow crops and other resources to help the colony. This will help everyone in Zhu's Hope prosper. The colonists were of course confused as to how Harry pulled this off, but in the end, they really didn't care much, they were just very grateful for the amazing gifts they were given. With that done, Harry then called Juliana, Sheila, Lisbeth, and Fan Dai to meet with him. The four immediately did so, and once they were gathered around Harry, he revealed that he had bought Exogeny and was now the full owner of the company. This of course shocked the four, but then Harry dropped another bomb. He told them that he wanted them to be in charge of the company, to make sure it actually did some good and so it would never use people like they did with the colonists. At first, they tried to refuse, they didn't feel they could do it, and some didn't even think they deserved the chance they were given, but Harry eventually convinced them with the idea that they could do some good in the galaxy with the company. So, Exogeny ended up in the hands of Lisbeth, Juliana, Sheila, and Fan Dai. Harry also informed them that most of the previous stockholders and the directors of the company had been arrested and some had gone missing, so they will have to find trustworthy and reliable people to create a new board of directors. Harry literally dumped all the work on their laps and left with a smile on his face. Not that the new owners of Exogeny minded though, they were very excited to do some good in the galaxy and helped other colonization projects thrive. With all of that done, Harry, Shepard, and the squad went back to the Normandy. However, there was a lot to talk about, so Shepard gathered everyone and started a debriefing meeting. Everyone gathered in the comms room to talk about what happened and what will they do next. However, Lyra noticed something about Shepard. Commander? You look pale, are you suffering any ill effects from the cipher? Shepard sighed and shook his head. The cipher just shook me a bit. Harry sighed. It's not a surprise though, your brain just received a massive filter to your human mind and shifted its point of view to another race entirely. It will take some time for all that information to settle. Le Fei nodded. Yes, you will feel dizzy and disoriented for a while, but don't worry, we have potions and all sorts of magical medicine that can help with that. Kunu grinned. Yet. We can even use magic spells to help you, just let us know if you feel really sick. We'll take care of you. Valerie smiled and nodded. Yes, don't strain yourself, Shepard, let us help. Shepard smiled at the girls and nodded in thanks to them. The entire squad also smiled as well, happy that the commander had support and different ways to feel better. Lyra smiled and then decided to offer her help as well. I might be able to help you, I am an expert on the proteins, if I join my consciousness to yours, maybe we can make some sense of it. Harry hummed. Well, you got the knowledge from Sheila and she's an Asari, so Lyra might be able to make better sense of all that information in your head. I don't want to force it and accidentally give you a stroke, it's better to try a gentler approach on this. Kunu scratched her head. Kinda wished Jean was here, she's the mind expert out of all of us. Le Fei nodded and then said, maybe even Luna, she's a great mind healer too and she might even be able to understand the information better than anyone could do so. Valerie giggled. If anyone can understand the proteins it would be Luna. Shepard smiled and then stood up. He quickly walked over to Lyra and said, do it, we don't have a lot of time and Saren is already ahead of us. Lyra smiled and nodded. She stood up and met with Shepard in the middle of the comms room and softly said as she closed her eyes, relax Commander, embrace eternity. Lyra suddenly opened her eyes and everyone saw that they had turned black. A few seconds went by, and everyone watched as Lyra's face took on different expressions in a quick span of a few seconds. Soon enough, her eyes went back to normal and she stepped back from Shepard. That was incredible. All this time, all my research, yet I never dreamed. I'm sorry, the images were so vivid, I never imagined the experience would be so intense. You are remarkably strong-willed, Commander, what you've been through, what you've seen, would have destroyed a lesser mind. Harry shook his head and grinned. Shepard is just thick-headed, that's all. Everyone shared a laugh, while Shepard deadpanned at Harry. Haha, very funny Harry. Harry just shrugged and smiled unrepentantly. Ashley stopped laughing and shook her head in amusement. She then looked up to Lyra and asked, so what did you see, Lyra? Lyra nodded to Ashley and began to explain what she saw inside Shepard's mind. The beacon on Eden Prime must have been badly damaged, large parts of the vision are missing, and the data transferred into the commander's mind is incomplete. Valerie sighed. Well, it did blow up in his face, it's only natural that Shepard didn't get all the information. Shepard tiredly rubbed his eyes. This was a problem. Without knowing what sort of information they were missing or if anything he got was useful, they might as well have come empty-handed from Pharaohs. Shepard, hoping Lyra found anything, he decided to ask her, you sure you didn't come across any kind of clue or hint? Something we might have missed. Lyra sadly frowned. Everything I saw you already know, you were right about the Reapers, the proteins were destroyed by a race of sentient machines. I think it's obvious there's a connection between the Reapers, the protein extinction, and the conduit, but I didn't see anything that would help us find it. Everyone looked down in disappointment and a bit of stress. Shepard ran his hand through his head and sighed. What should we do now? We have to come up with our next move, we can't just sit here feeling sorry for ourselves. Everyone nodded on agreement to Shepard's words. They had come too far to let this get to them. Lyra then began to speak. I was able to interpret the data relayed through your vision, what was there, at least, but something was missing. Saren must have the missing information, maybe he found another beacon. If we can find the missing data from your vision, I can. Whoa. I'm sorry, the joining is exhausting, I should go to the medical bay and lie down for a moment. Everyone looked worried. Le Fei got up and helped Lyra stand up straight. She was a bit wobbly and she didn't want her to fall. She then smiled at Shepard and said, I'll take her to the medical bay. Shepard nodded and smiled at Le Fei. Make sure Dr. Shakwas takes a look at her condition. Lyra shook her head and smiled at everyone, thankful that they were worried about her. That won't be necessary, I just need some rest, somewhere quiet. Harry suddenly piped in. Take her to our med bay. Le Fei, it's quiet there, so she should be able to rest well there. Le Fei nodded and then helped Lyra walk out of the room. She would have teleported them, but she didn't know how Lyra would react to that, being so tired, so going the long way was the way to go. Shepard sighed and then said, we're done here everyone, dismissed, go and take a rest. Everyone stood up and began to leave the comms room, except Harry, who stood up and walked up to Shepard's side. He then clapped his back. It's all right Shepard, we'll find our answers some other way. Shepard nodded. Joker suddenly called out to Shepard via comms, I've sent off the Pharaoh's report, Commander, you want me to patch you through to the Council? Shepard immediately responded to Joker's question, patch them through Joker. Joker wasted no time to do so, setting up the link now, Commander. The holograms of the Citadel Council immediately materialized in front of Shepard and Harry. Those Spiritus looked in a bad mood and seemed to be glaring at Harry. Valerne and Tavos looked calm though. But Harry ignored Spiritus, as Tavos began to speak. Commander, Exogeny should have told us about the Thorian, it would have made your job much easier. Valerne then piped in next, you might have been able to capture it for study instead of destroying it. Shepard shook his head. Exogeny tried to study it, look how that turned out. Harry nodded in agreement. The Thorian was way smarter than anyone, its ability to mentally manipulate people and its methods were also very dangerous. That thing was a risk and should have never been allowed to do as it pleased. Valerne looked down but soon nodded in understanding. Tavos also nodded and said, perhaps it's for the best, then, at least the colony was saved. Spiritus scoffed and angrily said, of course, it was saved, Shepard would go to any length to help a human colony. Shepard glared at Spiritus and said, being human had nothing to do with it, they were in trouble. Harry pointed his finger at Spiritus, who flinched. The dragon god then coldly said, you're the racist here Turian, we do not discriminate here, we help whoever needs it. You best not forget that, next time it might be the Turians who need help, right? Spiritus didn't say anything and just looked down. Harry scoffed at him and shook his head. Valerne sighed and then said, admirable, but sometimes specters have to make sacrifices, I hope you're willing to do that when the time comes. Shepard didn't say anything, that was true of any situation, making sacrifices was not something exclusive to being a specter and he knew that well, but he decided not to say anything, especially since Harry didn't even give a second thought to what Valerne said. Shepard knew Harry was not one to make sacrifices. Tavos then said, goodbye, Commander, we'll be waiting for your next report. The council hologram soon dissipated. Shepard then shook his head. Let's go rest Harry, it's been a long mission and we'll all need to unwind. Harry nodded in agreement and together they left to rest for a while, a well-deserved rest after the mission they took on Pharaohs, though for Harry, that only means him having more time to work on finishing his projects. Some time later, while Shepard was resting and Harry was working on his workshop, the women of the squad had gathered in the forest surrounding Harry's workshop. Even Bugsy had joined the impromptu women's gathering out of curiosity. It came as a bit of a surprise to Kunu, Valerie, and Le Fei, but not one they minded, so when Ashley asked the women in the squad to get together to talk, they were more than happy to do so, especially because they were all friends after all. Which is why they were sitting under a massive tree on a blanket, that Le Fei pulled out of her witch's hat. They even had some snacks and drinks to enjoy the little gathering they were having. Ashley had smiled at the human snacks and was enjoying eating them. Lyra and Talai were a bit hesitant, but as soon as they tasted them, they came to really like the sweets. Even Bugsy liked them. Kunu took a drink of her soda and then said, so why did you want to gather everyone here, Ashley? Everyone turned to look towards Ashley, who nervously scratched her head. Well, I want to ask you guys something plus, hanging with all the girls sounded kind of fun. Lyra hummed and nodded. I must admit, this is kind of fun. I've never taken the opportunity to spend time with other women, much less make friends with them. Taylai nodded as she took a bite out of a donut. I had a few sleepovers and hanging out with friends growing up, but once we all started helping around the flotilla we became too busy to hang out often. Ashley nodded and smiled. I did it a lot with my sisters, well, not much with the youngest, but once I joined the alliance I just hadn't had the chance to unwind and hang out like this. Valerie hummed and she drank some coffee. To the surprise of everyone, the coffee began to throw insults at Valerie, though she didn't seem to mind and drank her coffee with a smile on her face. The vampire princess then piped in, well, we all get together pretty often, go shopping, hang out, and we even train together. We also like to spend time with our children all the time. Lyra tilted her head. Oh, that's right, Harry did mention he has adopted many children. Do you guys mind that he did that? Le Fei shook her. We don't. Everyone Harry claimed as his children were kids that had suffered a lot. Him being an orphan and having had a horrible childhood lets him understand and connect with children better. Kunu nodded. Plus, Harry tends to just want to make people happy. He's the kind of person who sees a problem or someone suffering and he fixes the problem while also helping the person suffering. Ashley smiled and nodded. Yeah, Harry is a good guy, but I wanted to ask you girls, just how exactly does this harem thing work? Kunu, Valerie, and Le Fei raised an eyebrow at Ashley's question. This was not something they expected her to ask about, but knowing she had her reasons, they decided to humor her question. Kunu smiled and then began to explain. Well, the trick is that we consider each other family. We care about each other and we want to see the others happy. We all share Harry because we couldn't bear making one of our friends sad or giving up Harry. So we compromised, and so far it has worked, and given that all of us are busy with our own things helps as well, we all spend time with Harry and with each other as well to try to build up our bonds. Le Fei giggled. It's not easy, we used to get a bit jealous of each other but eventually, we came to understand and enjoy the time Harry gives us, especially because Harry takes a few of us on adventures. To both rest, relax, and spend time with us. Though things get chaotic when we world jump, it is fun to spend time with Harry and the girls. We all consider each other sisters after all. Ashley hummed and looked pensive. Meanwhile, Lyra was staring at her with an intrigued look on her face. Taylai however smiled and said, that sounds nice though, just one big family having all sorts of adventures. Bugsy nodded while eating some food. She didn't really understand everything that was being said, but she did get that it had to do with Harry, so she just nodded. Valerie nodded to Taylai. It sure is fun, we had all sorts of adventures, met so many people, and have grown a lot during all this time. Kunu stared at Ashley as she seemed to be thinking something. Kunu suddenly grinned as she realized something. Ashley, do you want to start a harem with Shepherd? Ashley jumped and stared at Kunu like a deer caught in front of headlights. Everyone else just turned their heads towards Ashley, which made her feel nervous. Well, it was just an idea. I've seen how happy you guys are with Harry, so I've got curious. Plus, unlike you guys, we're short-lived and we're always putting our life on the line because of our jobs, so I don't want to miss my chance. At the same time, I don't want to make anyone suffer. Lyra tilted her head at Ashley. Ashley just shrugged. Look, you and I started iffy. I know that Lyra and I've been a right bitch to you in the beginning, but Harry has shown me that way of thinking isn't right. Plus, I know you're a caring and kind woman, a little naive but that's just who you are, plus I like to think that we're friends by now, especially since we are fighting together all the time. Lyra smiled at Ashley and then gave her a nod. That makes me happy to hear. Ashley, to be honest, I thought you hated me or something, but to hear you say that you think of me as a friend makes me happy. Everyone smiled at Lyra and Ashley. They all noticed some tension from them, but it had lessened after some time, so no one was worried about it. Ashley nodded and gave a smile to Lyra. Yeah, so watching Kunu, Valerie, and Le Fei get along so well, while loving Harry at the same time got me thinking. It made me realize that I don't mind it as much. In fact, I think I would be glad to have a big family like the Potters do. It sounds kind of fun, you know. Lyra looked down and thought about it for a few moments, but then she smiled and gave Ashley a nod. A big family, hey. I've always wanted sisters to play and talk with. It has always been my mother and I, so having a big family sounds good. The problem is, how do we approach Shepherd with this? Ashley hummed and looked up as she thought about that question. That's actually a good question. She then looked down towards Kunu, Valerie, and Le Fei. How did you guys approach Harry about this whole harem thing? The girls all shared a look, but it was Le Fei who answered. We just asked. Harry already had a few girlfriends in other worlds and wanted to wait for them to get to our world before he decided. We all just talked with Jessica, Fu, and Milim when they arrived in our world. Luckily they accepted rather quickly. They were all aware that Harry was more than likely to get the attention of other girls. Valerie then piped in. You both will have to be open-minded as well and talk. Do not keep things to yourself. Talk with each other and Shepard. Kunu nodded. Though, Shepard might be a bit hard to convince though. He doesn't strike me as the kind of guy to just agree to date two women at the same time. Lyra nodded. That's right, Shepard might not even agree with all of this. Ashley. Ashley grinned and then said, we can have Harry talk to him. I'm sure our resident dragon god can convince him to give it a try. Taylai lightly laughed. So you're using the nuclear option on Shepard, kinda hardcore, hey? Ashley nodded. I know what I want, and I'm willing to do anything to get it. Ashley turned her head towards Lyra. What about you, Lyra? Lyra smiled and nodded. I'm willing to give this a try if you are, Ashley. Ashley grinned and nodded. Great, all we have to do is talk with Harry and we're set. Kunu, Valerie, and Le Fei smiled. Kunu then said, you can leave this to us, we'll talk to Harry and make sure he helps you guys with Shepard. Both Ashley and Lyra nodded, grateful for their aid. After that the women just spent their time sharing stories, hanging out, and just spending time together. Meanwhile, Harry, who was finishing the rings that he was making for the squad to protect them from mind manipulation, suddenly shuddered. Why do I feel like I'm going to get dragged into something? After that little foreboding event, Harry began to get other things done, starting with Kaiden's surgery. With Dr. Shakwas present to see the procedure, Harry began the treatment. He first made sure to carefully take out the implants Kaiden had. It was a slow and exhausting procedure, especially because Harry had done it the mundane way. That way Dr. Shakwas can learn how to do the surgery by herself. But after a few hours, Kaiden was finally free of the implants that had constantly caused him pain. After the surgery, it would take a couple of months to recover from it. But Kaiden didn't have to wait, so instead Harry used healing magic to get him ready in an instant. After that Harry swapped notes with Dr. Shakwas and explained everything about the surgery with even more in-depth details. In the end, Dr. Shakwas felt she was knowledgeable enough to perform the surgery and have a 100% success rate. It also helped that Harry used his power of the mind to transfer a copy of his knowledge of the surgery to Dr. Shakwas as well, just in case. After all that, Harry finally took out the sacred gear he had created for Kaiden. It was a replica of the one Shepard uses, but this one had been modified, enchanted, and built from the ground up by Harry. It took him a bit to learn everything about biotic implants and to create enchantments plus modifications for them, but eventually, he succeeded in creating a biotic implant sacred gear. He called it the Biotic Amp. Using his power over the soul, Harry merged the Biotic Amp with Kaiden's soul and made the bond between them strong. With that done, Kaiden spent a few hours in Harry's pocket dimension on the Normandy and trained with his new sacred gear, which manifested in his eyes. Kaiden's eyes glow blue whenever he is using his sacred gear to use his biotics. Kaiden was thrilled with the changes. Not only was there no pain, but his biotics were more powerful, faster to use, and he can even manipulate the effect as well. Overall, all of this was a huge success. One that everyone on the Normandy was very happy about, not only for Kaiden but for all others afflicted by the implants and suffering all kinds of side effects. Soon they'll be able to recover and live their lives without pain ever again. Chapter 176. After resting and finishing some projects that the Dragon God felt needed to be finished soon, Harry gathered the males of the squad and took them all to one of his instant dungeons, the Dragon Dungeon. Even Joker joined in on the fun and was happily running around and shooting all kinds of dragons left and right, while the rest of the squad protected him. Harry had even buffed him with spells and raised a bunch of defensive barriers around him to make sure nothing happened to him. The Normandy needs her pilot and Harry quite liked Joker as well. This little men's gathering was decided to be made by Harry, for two reasons. 1. He needed to grind for money, between buying multiple big corporations and investing money on their projects, handing out money to the victims of the Batarians so they can have a good life after everything they went through, and buying the Normandy from the Alliance, had killed his wallet in a slow and gruesome way. Harry was sure his wallet was cursing his name in hell for what he had done to it, and the Dragon God didn't blame his wallet really, but he didn't regret his choices. After all, he was making sure things change and grow better for this universe and for a lot more people. Plus, this was also a bonding experience for all of the men in the squad, like the crazy-ass Krogan known as Rex, who just jumped on top of a great dragon's head and began to shoot it point blank in the skull while laughing like a maniac. Even though the great dragon was whipping its head to get him off, the Krogan just kept shooting. The calm and collected Turian known as Garrus, was laying on the ground and sniping the wings off of dragons, causing them to roar in pain and fall to their deaths, either by their fall or by Rex, who finished them off by stomping on their heads after he killed the great dragon. The loyal and steadfast human known as Kaiden, who was enjoying the fact that he can now use his biotics without getting a migraine, the smile on his face let everyone know he was really having fun blasting and creating black holes as he killed any dragon in his way. The goofball and hilarious human known as Joker was running around like a maniac and shooting dragons in their faces with Shepard's extra hairy-made pistol. It says a lot about the commander that he let Joker borrow one of his pistols. Shepard never let them out of his sight after all. In fact, rumor has it that Shepard sleeps and bathes with them. Harry really hopes that was an exaggeration though. He can't imagine Shepard actually doing that, but you never know after all. Speaking of the commander, he was the second reason that Harry had gathered the guys for a little bit of chaotic fun. Harry was on a mission today. Kunu, Valerie, and Le Fay had told him about the fact that Ashley wanted to give forming a harem a try, something that really surprised Harry and made him pray for the poor bastard that is his friend Shepard. But given how much Ashley has changed and the fact that she's trying to be more open-minded when it comes to aliens, it's not surprising that she's willing to try other kinds of stuff. Both Ashley and Lyra seemed to get along as well. It was a shaky relationship at first, but after what had happened with Benazia, Ashley got to see that Lyra really is a kind and strong woman. And a bond between them was born. Still, given how prone to jealousy Ashley used to be, Harry couldn't help but wonder why. Apparently, the girls had an answer to that. According to them, Ashley had been inspired by how he and the girls treat each other. She saw how much they care and loved each other, and that's something that inspired and showed Ashley that forming a big family wasn't a bad idea. Plus she didn't want to make Lyra sad, nor she wanted to give up on Shepard, so a harem was the only logical choice, or at least that's what Ashley believed. So, the girls had asked Harry to speak to Shepard. The dragon god quickly agreed and decided that hanging out with guys was the best chance to speak with Shepard about all of this. So Harry walked up to the commander's side and watched as he was charging a light ammo charge shot and then shoot down a dragon with the light beam. Shepard grinned as he watched the dragon fall to the ground with a hole in his chest. He turned his head towards Harry and then said, "I can't believe you really took us dragon slaying, we were just joking, you know." Harry chuckled and shook his head. Everyone seemed excited about fighting a dragon. Not going to lie, the bloodthirsty look on all of your faces was a bit disturbing, but at least, these dragons are just mindless beasts, nothing like me. Both Shepard and Harry walked forward and to the front of a dragon that just landed on his back right in front of them. Shepard quickly shot it in the head and killed it before it could even try to thrash around. The dragon exploded into black ash and left a big amount of money and an assortment of items, things Shepard hadn't seen before. Harry smiled and quickly put everything the dragon dropped into his inventory. Loot was always welcome after all. Shepard chuckled and shook his head. "I still can't believe they really drop money and things. Your life is just plain crazy, Harry, you know that." Harry just grinned and shrugged. "You get used to it after a while, but listen, I wanted to talk to you about something." Shepard raised an eyebrow, intrigued about what Harry would want to speak with him about, so he nodded and Harry began to explain. "You see, the girls had a very curious conversation with Ashley yesterday." He nodded. He had heard how the girls had a little get-together sometime yesterday but didn't know any details about what they talked about. He figured it was gossip or whatnot yet. "What about?" Harry sighed and scratched his head, while he thought about how to start this conversation, but eventually began to speak. "Well, she was asking about my harem and our relationships. Not going to lie to you, Shepard, but I think Ashley plans to hit you with that sometime soon." Shepard scrunched up his brow but seemed very surprised as well. It didn't surprise Harry though. After all, what are the chances that Ashley would ever decide on something like forming a harem, of all things Ashley? But that's not like her. Harry nodded. "I agree, but well, Ashley and Lyra had been getting along lately and they had seen how the girls and I interact with each other. Seems like that piqued Ashley's curiosity. I think both know you like them and not wanting to have to give up on you if you chose the other, they came to the conclusion that they could share. Their concern is how you would take the news." Shepard scratched his head, a mannerism Harry had not seen the commander do often. It showed him just how perplexed Shepard is about all of this right now. "How would I take the news? Well, I'm damn well surprised. You know I like both Ashley and Lyra, but I was leaning towards Lyra more than Ashley, but she then pulls this off. I sort of feel like she pulled the rug right from underneath my feet." Suddenly everyone else began to walk back to Harry and Shepard but soon noticed the lost look on Shepard's face and decided to ask what was wrong, so Harry quickly explained the situation to them. They would have found out at some point anyways. It's hard to hide something like a three-way relationship in a ship like the Normandy. plus Harry was sure that Shepard, Lyra, and Ashley wouldn't really attempt to hide such a thing. After Harry explained the situation, everyone had a reaction. Joker grinned and shrugged. It doesn't seem like a bad thing to me, Commander, though I guess having 2 girls can't be easy. Harry is a dragon, so I'm sure that's why it's easy for him to survive and take it as well. Harry rolled his eyes at Joker, who just chuckled. Kaiden rubbed his chin and hummed for a few seconds. It is quite a unique predicament, but it's not one that doesn't happen often. I've heard of plenty of 3-way relationships, though most don't last long, or if they do, it's under some very special conditions. Gurus crossed his arms and tilted his head. Can't really comment on something like this. That sort of thing is frowned upon by Turians, though I've heard that Asari do sometimes get multiple partners. Rex just shrugged and grunted. Harems are normal on Touch Anka, though it's usually around 1 female Krogan. But, sometimes there are harems that form around a male Krogan, especially those that have been shown to be able to procreate easily, or at least compare to the rest, so I don't really see a problem here. Shepard sighed. Everyone had some useful comments about this and he appreciated his friends voicing their thoughts on the matter. It's not a problem per se, but a relationship like this comes with its own set of problems. Can't say it will be accepted on planet Earth too. Joker just scoffed. So what? You can just retire to the off-world home you won, or even get one on another planet. This galaxy is huge, Shepard. How is Earth or humanity going to stop you? Plus, you really don't care about their opinions anyways. Gurus nodded. Yeah, I don't really see a problem with you going through this. You do deserve some happiness after what you've done for the galaxy, Shepard. Besides, Harry here has experience with all of this, just ask him for advice. Harry scoffed and chuckled a bit. You make it sound like I had a choice in all of this. The girls decided to do this, I had no decision in that besides just nodding. Everyone shared a laugh with Harry, at the absurdity of what he just said. Joker then grinned. Ha! Mr. Dragon God whipped by his girlfriends. Harry huffed and shook his head. Fuck off, Joker. Everyone laughed again. After that little bit of laughing, the guys began to speak about Shepard's situation and try to help him come to a decision. In the end, the commander decided to give it a try. 1. Because both Ashley and Lyra were important people to him now, and 2. Because he had seen how happy Harry and the girls usually are, it was hard not to desire to have a relationship like that with someone you love. So, Shepard would soon speak with Lyra and Ashley, talk about all of this, and together they will decide what to do from there. He quite liked the idea of forming a big family after all. Some time later, after Harry and the guys finished grinding for money in Harry's instant dungeons, they all went back to the Normandy and went to get some rest, though Shepard was intercepted by Lyra and Ashley. Both women then dragged Shepard away to have a talk, and Harry sent a small prayer to death to protect his friend, hoping he would get out of this alive. So with the last thing done, Harry went back to his workshop to finish some other things that he has in his hands. Hours passed as Harry worked on helping Talitha's mind recover as well as Benezia's. He was almost done with Talitha, which made him very happy. The poor girl will soon be able to live in peace, and Benezia still had some more to go before she would be fine. The mind control and manipulation that she had been put through really damaged her psyche, so Harry had to take things slowly, though thanks to his power over the mind, he had no worries about causing further damage. Benezia would soon be okay, and ready to start a new life. Eventually, Shepard showed up and Harry smiled as he saw him looking mighty happy right now. So I take it, that you have 2 beautiful girlfriends now, hey? Shepard sheepishly rubbed the back of his head and gave Harry a nod of confirmation. Well, we're going to give it a try and see how it goes. We 3 are very busy people, but we're willing to make it work. At least we have a good example to follow. Harry chuckled and nodded. We're not really the best example to follow in this scenario. We are pretty chaotic, even in our relationship, but I'm happy for you. You do seem happier and more relaxed now. Just take it easy, and if you need anything, don't hesitate to ask us. We're here to help you and your loved ones in any way we can. Shepard nodded. Harry then decided to ask Shepard what was next on the agenda. So what's next, Shepard? Shepard looked up at the ceiling and began to explain. Well, Gurus asked me for a favor, hunting down someone known as Dr. R. Hart, or rather Dr. Salian. He has a history with this guy. Apparently, he got off scot-free after he did some very horrible shit when Gurus was a CSEC officer. Now Gurus wants to bring justice to him. Harry raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Whoever Dr. Salian is, must have been a right bastard for Gurus to want to go hunt him down. But soon enough, Harry shrugged and then said, well, let's go. I'm always down for helping my friends hunt someone down. Shepard grinned and then nodded to Harry. He knew Harry would agree to help without even an in-depth explanation of the situation. Not that there was much to explain. Gurus wanted to catch Dr. Salian and make sure he pays for what he's done. As a friend, Shepard would help Gurus get the justice he seeks, especially because they also had Harry coming along as well. Things will be relatively easy, and catching Dr. Salian will be done quickly enough. Shepard quickly ordered Joker to take them towards the location of MSV Fidela, a Kowloon-class modular conveyor, a ship owned by Dr. Hart. This is actually how they found him too. The ship is registered to him, so it was easy to get his location. Joker wasted no time in taking the Normandy to the MSV Fideli's current location. Once he docked, Shepard, Harry, and Gurus boarded the Fidela and got ready. According to Gurus, they should expect biological experiments to attack them, and soon enough, he was proven right when the squad of 3 got deeper into the Fidela and got rushed by a few biological experiments. Shepard, Gurus, and Harry put them out of their misery quickly and moved forward. To Harry though, these biological abominations reminded him of the creatures Morgan and Hope had described to him a while back. Biological weapons that were created by a corporation named Umbrella. Given what the girls told him about those creatures, Harry was now very determined to stop whoever had created these things. It didn't take long for him to find the culprit. The squad of 3 found a Sol Solarian on the ship, which made it obvious for them to see that the Solarian was the person they were looking for. The Solarian suddenly sighed when he saw them approach them and then said, thank you for saving me from those things." Gurus actually scowled at the Solarian and then said, "Commander, that's him, that's Dr. Salian." The Solarian shook his head in denial, which was pretty telling, and then said, "What? My name is Dr. Hart, please get me out of here." Shepard frowned towards the Solarian, while Harry narrowed his eyes as he looked within the Solarian's heart and saw nothing but darkness and lies. "He's lying." Shepard gave a nod to Harry, letting him know that he heard him. He then turned his head towards Gurus and decided to make sure. "So this is him?" Gurus nodded, confirming that the Solarian is Dr. Salian. "Yes, there's no escape this time, Doctor. I'd harvest your organs, but we don't have the time." The Solarian shook his head and glared at Gurus, though no one knew why he looked angry. "You're crazy, he's crazy. Please don't let him do this to me." Shepard frowned and then nodded to Gurus. "Put him out of his misery so we can get going. We have more important things to do besides wasting time with this monster." Gurus grinned and nodded gladly. Gurus turned his head towards the so-called Dr. Hart and then coldly spoke to him. "Your days of butchering are over, Doctor." Dr. Salian shook his head and began to loudly plea for his life. "No. Please, please." Seeing no mercy in the faces of the 3-man squad, the doctor suddenly turned around and tried to run, but Gurus took his Harry-made pistol and shot him in the back of his knee. The doctor dropped to the ground screaming in pain, while Gurus walked over to him, and once he was right up to him, Gurus aimed his pistol at the back of his head. Dr. Salian only had time to whimper in pain before Gurus shot his entire head off with his pistol. After that he sighed and smiled. "That was satisfying." Shepard nodded and then said, "We're done here, let's get out here. Harry, please destroy this ship. I rather not have anyone get a hold of the data of whatever that so-called doctor was doing here." With that said, the 3-man squad boarded the Normandy and then left the Fidela. Once the Normandy was far away from the other ship, Harry blasted it with a massive key blast. A massive explosion lit up the dark empty space for a few seconds before silence and darkness returned. The Fidela was completely done, and with a job well done, the Normandy left the system. Gurus, Shepard, and Harry walked together towards the galaxy map. As they arrived, Gurus suddenly said, "Thank you guys, I've been after that guys for a long time. I hated that I couldn't bring him in as a CSEC officer. After all the things he's done, I was never able to bring him to justice, but today I finally got to do it." Shepard nodded, while Harry hummed for a few seconds before speaking. "I see, so that was what this was all about. Well, I'm glad you were able to get justice, Gurus, and that I was able to accompany you." Gurus nodded. Shepard then said, "You're welcome, Gurus. I'm glad to help you in any ways I can." Gurus was definitely happy to have great friends in Shepard and Harry. He had offhandedly told Shepard about his regrets, more specifically about Dr. Salian, and he immediately offered to help him catch him. Gurus had been very surprised. After all, it was something he just spoke about during lunch. He never expected the commander to go ahead and help him like that. In fact, Shepard finished his lunch and immediately set out to find Dr. Salian. To his surprise, Shepard had quickly found him. Now the commander knew that Gurus wanted to kill the doctor, not hand him over to the authorities, so he asked Harry to help. The Dragon God didn't even hesitate to agree and joined them on the quick mission to kill Dr. Salian to make him pay for his horrific experiments and deeds. Harry didn't even need an explanation. He was just told they were helping Gurus and bam, he joined them. So Gurus was definitely feeling rather happy right now, so he decided to ask Shepard what was their next move. "So Shepard, where to next?" I'm feeling good for a good long mission. Shepard turned his head towards Harry and decided to ask him a question that depends. Harry, are you done with the preparation for Vermeer? Harry nodded and then grinned. Yes, I finished the rings, everyone has a set of armor, a main weapon, and a sidearm, so we're pretty much set now. Shepard nodded and then turned towards the galaxy map. Then we prepare to go Vermeer, it's time to go check out what's happening there. Both Harry and Garrus nodded to Shepard and quickly left to prepare for the next mission. Meanwhile, Shepard ordered Joker to take them to the Hawk system and then to the planet known as Vermeer. Some time later, Joker had arrived in open space just outside of Vermeer. However, he suddenly began to get some signals coming from the planet, so he quickly let Shepard know via comms. Commander, I'm reading some signals, must be our Solarian infiltration team. Everyone then walked over to the helm's room and looked out the window to see Vermeer. Kaiden suddenly pointed out at something on the planet. Check out those defense towers. Shepard nodded and issued an order to Joker. Drop the Mako, we'll go in hot and take them out. Joker nodded. I'll get in underneath their radar, Commander. Everyone walked away from the cockpit and went to get ready to be dropped. For this mission, Shepard chose to take Talai and Rex, while Le Fay and Harry would be going with them. Joker successfully dropped the Mako onto Vermeer with Harry and Le Fay flying by its side. Harry looked around as soon as they landed and smiled as he admired the view of the planet. Oh, we're on a beach planet this time, this place looks clean and beautiful. Le Fay landed by Harry's side and nodded. Yet. It's like the perfect vacation spot. Shepard, Rex and Talai quickly got out of the Mako and looked around. Soon enough, Shepard walked away from the Mako to send a communication to Joker, while Talai and Rex walked to Harry and Le Fay. Rex chuckled, while Talai smiled as they saw both Harry and Le Fay staring in awe at the beach they found themselves on. Talai then nodded as she took in the scenery. Her new armor didn't have a mask nor helmet, instead, her face was left free and her hair allowed to hang on her shoulders. Her armor's shield extended to her head, so she didn't even need to worry about anything getting to her head. So for the first time, she was allowed to enjoy the sun on her face and the wind on her skin. It felt amazing to her. Suddenly she was splashed with cold water, which made her squeak because the water was cold and she was caught by surprise. She turned to glare at the culprits, only to be met by grins from Le Fay and Harry. Talai widened her eyes and shook her head when she noticed their intentions. Ah! Don't you guys dare! But it was too late. Both Harry and Le Fay splashed Talai as hard as they could with seawater. The poor Quarian was thrown onto the ground by the splash of water that sent her away while sputtering. Rex just looked at all of this in amusement. Meanwhile, Shepard was looking around. He then got a communication from Joker. We got a clean drop, Commander. Shepard immediately responded, stay out of range and continue evasive maneuvers until I bring the AA towers down. I know that Harry's wards on the ship will protect the Normandy by a lot, but let's not risk it. Joker quickly responded, I know the drill, meet you at the camp once those towers are offline. Joker out. Shepard then turned around and chuckled in amusement as he saw Talai, Harry and Le Fay splashing in the water. They somehow even got Rex to play as well. But, they were on a mission and they needed to get going, so Shepard called out to them, alright guys, we need to get going and take down those AA towers. Everyone stopped playing on the water and then nodded to Shepard. The squad then quickly ran to the Mako and boarded it. Shepard, Talai, and Rex inside the Mako, while Le Fay and Harry sat on top of the Mako on the outside. With everyone on the Mako, Shepard immediately drove off towards the towers. However, they were immediately attacked by Geth of all shapes and sizes. Rex and Talai instantly attacked back with the Mako's weapons, while Harry and Le Fay rained down elemental spells at the Geth. No Geth was even able to touch the Mako, as everyone, by this point, knew how to best deal with the Geth. They had been fighting them for a long while by now, enough that they now knew how the Geth moved and attacked. Explosions, blasts, and other loud sounds echoed throughout the beach of Vermeer, as Shepard and squad destroyed Geth after Geth without any mercy, that is until they reached one of the towers. Shepard drove over a group of Geth and then parked the Mako right outside the tower. The squad quickly jumped down and began to head into the tower. The tower was heavily guarded by Geth, but Harry quickly used the water on the beach to use water-style ninjutsu. A few high-speed hand signs, and 5 water Asian dragons flew out of the water and headed toward the Geth. Le Fay jumped onto the head of one of the water dragons and smiled in fun as she rained down magic spells at the Geth, while the water dragons went through the tower and destroyed as many Geth as the water constructs could reach. Meanwhile, Shepard, Rex, and Talai ran into the tower, while Harry's water-style ninjutsu and Le Fay cleaned the Geth outside of the tower. The squad quickly began to destroy the Geth, protecting the tower from the inside. Talai was really enjoying her new shotgun and armor. Nothing could hurt her, and her shotgun shredded through anything. it was really fun and she now knew why Rex loved to cause so much destruction. She inwardly began to wonder if she had been corrupted by the squad. Not that she really cares though. Soon enough the squad made it to the tower's terminal and turned it off. One quick shotgun blast from Rex ensured that the Geth wouldn't be turning the tower back on again. After that, the squad ran outside only to see Harry on top of the Mako and pointing Oblivion towards a massive Geth colossus. Oblivion glowed with darkness and Harry then fired a purple and black fireball. The dark Furuga flew through the air and crashed into the Geth colossus. In a second it melted into red-hot metal that was steaming from the seawater it landed on. Le Fei flew down to their side and said, "Is the tower down?" Shepard nodded. Le Fei smiled and then said, "Then let's go. Harry says there's more Geth coming this way, he thinks they're trying to slow us down with numbers. So, we're going to start pulling out the big guns, so watch out, okay guys?" Shepard nodded. Taylai looked curious about what Harry and Le Fei's big guns were and Rex just grinned in excitement. Anything that guaranteed massive amounts of destruction was always welcome in his book. The squad then ran towards the Mako, while Le Fei flew towards the top and landed right beside Harry. Shepard soon took off towards the next tower. Driving past the melted Geth colossus, the group continued to head forward. A big group of Geth armatures suddenly appeared and began to shoot at the Mako. Harry raised a hand and created a barrier around the Mako that absorbed the shot fired by the Geth armatures, while Le Fei took her clarent out and pointed towards the big group of Geth. She quickly began to chant, "Wielder of the Flame, reduce these evil souls to ashes." Explosion! A magic circle formed above the big group of Geth and suddenly dropped a small fireball ball into the Geth, only to detonate on impact and cause a massive fiery explosion that shook the area. Taylai was awed at the high-level fire spell. Rex cackled like a maniac, while Shepard cursed out while trying to keep control of the Mako while the ground shook. Soon enough, the explosion subsided and there was nothing left of the army of Geth armatures. Shepard, however, just continued driving forward. Le Fei smiled at a job well done, while Harry lit up the barrier around the Mako. Shepard continued to drive fast towards the next tower, while Harry and Le Fei blasted Geth with high-level spells of all sorts of elements. Eventually, they made it to the next tower and everyone jumped down the Mako. Harry and Le Fei took off flying and once they were high into the air they began to shoot at the Geth with quick cast spells, like Furuga and Bleai's Zaga. They didn't use Thundaga though. They were on a beach, with lots of water and that wouldn't be safe for Shepard and the squad. The group quickly headed to the tower and took care of the Geth inside. They were even blasted at point blank by a rocket from a Geth, but all that did was take out itself and other Geth, while Shepard, Taylai, and Rex just kept going. Eventually, they made it to the terminal of the tower. Taylai shut it down immediately and then shot the terminal with her shotgun, so the Geth couldn't activate it again. As soon as the tower powered down, Joker sent a communication to Shepard. "I'm reading that the grid is down, Commander, on approach to the Solarian base now, out." Rex grinned and then said, "Let's go then, we have more Geth to destroy." Taylai lightly laughed. "I'm starting to get why you're so gung-ho about fighting Rex, this is pretty fun, well when you don't have to worry about getting shot that is." Rex just chuckled while Shepard smiled. After that, they headed outside and met with Harry and Le Fei who were already waiting for them on top of the Mako. Seems like they were done with all the Geth outside. Chapter 177. The squad quickly climbed on the Mako and Shepard immediately drove off to meet with the Normandy. As they drove towards their meet location, they were constantly attacked by Geth. The Geth army had all sorts of types of Geth troops that attacked the Mako the instant it came into their view. But with Harry and Le Fei protecting the Mako and blasting the massive number of Geth with highly destructive magic, they were able to make a good way towards the base. However, as they got close, Joker suddenly sent a communication to Shepard. "Commander, the Normandies touched down at the base, but it looks like we're grounded. The Solarian captain can explain when you get here." Shepard frowned. Those were not good news at all and he wondered just what was going on for the Normandy to be grounded, so he stepped on the pedal and increased the speed of the Mako. It didn't take long for the squad to arrive close to the camp. Rex grunted and pointed at the camp. As soon as it became visible, "There's the camp." Shepard nodded and then hit the rooftop of the Mako. Harry heard Shepard's hits on the Mako and hit back to let him know that he heard him. That was just a small signal to Harry from Shepard, to keep an eye on everything just in case. A minute later, the squad arrived and were surprised to see Ashley on the base speaking with a Solarian. Shepard quickly drove the Mako close by and then jumped out with everyone following behind. As he got close he heard Ashley complain to the Solarian, "So what are we supposed to do now?" The Solarian just shrugged and said, "Stay put until we can come up with a plan." Shepard arrived and stood by Ashley's side. Ashley smiled at Shepard and the commander returned the gesture with a smile of his own. After that small greeting, Shepard turned his head towards the Solarian and said, "Are you the one in charge here? What's the situation?" The Solarian quickly began to answer Shepard's questions. "I'm Captain Kirahi, 3rd Infiltration Regiment STG, you and your crew just landed in the middle of a hot zone, and every AA gun within 10 miles has been alerted to your presence." The squad grimaced at the news. They really didn't think the place was in that much of a dire situation. Harry, however, frowned as he thought about the number of enemies they found along the way. "That explains the shit ton of geth we had to blast out of our way." Le Fay nodded. "Yeah, there weren't this many on Pharaohs, and that's saying a lot." Shepard sighed and rubbed the back of his head. He then shook his head and asked Kirahi a question. "What are we supposed to do in the meantime?" Kirahi frowned a bit, but answered the question. "We stay put until the council sends the reinforcements we requested." Rex scoffed and then growled at the idiotic answer. "We are the reinforcements." Kirahi looked very perplexed, which Harry noted, looked very odd in a Solarian. Kirahi then actually scowled and said, "What? You're all they sent? I told the council to send a fleet." Shepard frowned and then nodded to Kirahi. "We couldn't understand your transmission, they sent me to investigate." Kirahi shook his head and then sighed as he looked down in frustration. "That is a repetition of our task. I lost half my men investigating this place." Harry felt bad for Kirahi. He looked and sounded just done, but they needed to know what was going on in this place, so he had to ask, "What did you find out about this place?" Kirahi looked up to the squad and then began to explain what he knew so far. "Saren's base of operations, he's set up a research facility here, but it's crawling with geth and very well fortified." Shepard raised an eyebrow at the mention of Saren. "Is he here? Have you seen him?" Kirahi shook his head. "No, but his geth are everywhere, and we've intercepted some comms referring to Saren. This is his facility, there's no doubt about that." Le Fay suddenly piped in, "That's not good. Whatever Saren is doing here, it must be big, especially with how many geth he has guarding the place." The squad nodded. This certainly seemed like something important to Saren. Shepard certainly didn't like the implications of what this could mean. With that in mind, he decided to ask some questions. "What's Saren researching here?" Kirahi scowled and seemed hesitant to speak about what he found out about the facility. The Solarian stayed quiet for a few seconds until he decided to just say, "He's using the facility to breed an army of Krogan." Rex narrowed his eyes and grunted, "How is that possible?" Kirahi frowned at Rex. He seemed a bit reluctant but decided to answer the question anyway. "Apparently, Saren has discovered a cure for the genophage." Rex scoffed and shook his head. "Great, that means Saren has an army of Krogan willing to die for him now and even more on the way. What a mess." Harry frowned. "What are the chances we can get those Krogans on our side, Rex?" "I could offer them my cure." Rex shook his head. "If those Krogans are willing to work with Saren of all people, then we definitely don't want them around. Plus, I already sent word about your plan." "That means these Krogan knew about it and still chose to work with Saren. More than likely, they care more for the money and battles than the cure." Shepard shook his head. "Dealing with the geth is bad enough, they alone have been causing all kinds of problems in the galaxy, but a Krogan army? Saren could become a real problem." Rex didn't like to admit it, but he agreed with Shepard. He knew full well what Saren would be able to accomplish with an army of Krogan, and it was not a pretty sight, so with a frown he nodded to Shepard. The commander nodded back and gave Rex an apologetic smile, while Harry clapped Rex on his back. Le Fay just patted the Krogan's arm and gave him a smile. Kirahi raised an eyebrow at the way everyone was acting but decided to stay quiet for a few seconds before saying, "Exactly my thoughts. We must ensure that this facility and its secrets are better destroyed." Rex frowned and looked down. Harry narrowed his eyes at the Solarian. "A little sympathy and tact would be appreciated, you know." Kirahi flinched, but nodded. "Sorry, but if that cure leaves this planet, the Krogan will become unstoppable. We can't make the same mistake again." Harry now got angry, along with everyone else in the squad. The Dragon God stepped forward and pushed Kirahi back. The Solarian dropped on his ass and gaped at Harry, but the Dragon God summoned his keyblades and then pointed Oblivion towards Kirahi's face. "Krogans are not a mistake. They're wild and battle-hungry, but that's just who they are. I don't condone what they did, but what was done to them in retaliation? That's just disgusting. You and everyone who thinks that was necessary or even the right thing to do, are a bunch of heartless bastards." The other Solarians walking around the camp jumped and then drew their weapons at Harry, but Le Fay just waved a hand and the Solarians' weapons then turned into spiders. The arachnids quickly began to crawl all over the Solarians, which made them panic and jump around. They didn't know what a spider was, to begin with, but the arachnids were creepy enough to make them panic. Kirahi looked into Harry's green glowing eyes and gulped. He quickly raised his hands in surrender and said, "All right, I'm sorry." Harry just glared at the Solarian for a few seconds debating whether he should hit Kirahi or not, but eventually let go of his keyblades. Oblivion and Oathkeeper vanished in flashes of darkness and light, while Harry just scoffed at the Solarian. Better watch your mouth, next time, you'll have way bigger problems than Gith and Krogans. Harry quickly walked away from Kirahi and then loudly called out to the squad, "Come on guys, let's talk about what we should do next." Everyone except Shepard followed Harry and walked away from Kirahi. Shepard then spoke to the Solarian, "Hurry and get things ready on your side, once we decided on what to do, we'll get moving, with or without you." Kirahi just nodded and Shepard then went to follow the squad. Eventually, Harry stopped away from the camp by a very beautiful beach. Kaiden, who had joined everyone else, spoke up, "What a mess." Ashley nodded and scratched her head. "Yeah, it's a good thing Harry already came up with a solution to the genophage, but that guy really pissed me off though." Rex grunted and shrugged. "He's an asshole, but he does have a legitimate reason to be worried. Saren getting access to an army of Krogan is not a good thing whatsoever." Taylai fidgeted with her fingers for a bit, though nervous. She also had an angry little frown on her face and her eyes were narrowed as she began to let her opinion know. "He didn't have to be such a jerk about it though." Garrus nodded in agreement. "I get why he's worried, but the way he spoke about the Krogan was not the right way to say what he thought." Le Fay shook her head. "Doesn't matter, he can think whatever he wants. Rex and a few other Krogan will be able to live how they want and grow in our world in peace. He can stick his opinion up his nose for all I care." Rex grinned at Le Fay. Shepard then piped in, "Are you okay, Rex?" Rex grunted and nodded for the most part. "I really liked how Harry made that Solarian shit bricks. What really bothers me is Saren. That bastard is using Krogan and our desire for a cure to the genophage to his advantage. Don't get me wrong, any Krogan that willingly allied themselves to Saren doesn't deserve to live, but it still annoys me what Saren is doing." Shepard nodded. "I agree, Saren has proven to be a very annoying enemy, you have every right to be mad at him." Rex sighed and nodded. "I'm just glad Harry has an alternative. If that wasn't the case, I don't know how I would have reacted to all of this." Harry smiled at Rex. "Everything will be fine, Rex, I promise you, that the Krogan will be happy, and most of all, numerous in my world. What Saren is doing is using the cure as a weapon and the bastards will pay for that." Rex nodded. "Right, either way, Saren has to be stopped. If he wins, the galaxy will be lost and no one will be able to survive, not even the Krogan. Beside, these Krogan aren't my people, they're slaves to Saren, and I for one, won't allow that to continue to stand." Everyone smiled at Rex in agreement with his words. Shepard nodded and then grinned. "Then let's get this resolved already, I also want to get my hands on Saren." Harry laughed and then said, "Get in line, I still need to get one of his arms for Anderson." Everyone shared a laugh and began to joke around a bit. It certainly was an odd sight to see, a Krogan, a Turian, an Asari, a Quarian, and a bunch of humans laughing and joking around on a beach, but the squad didn't care about that one bit. Once everyone had a bit of a good time, Lyra decided to ask a question, though everyone smiled when they saw that she was holding Ashley's and Shepard's hands. "What are we doing next?" Shepard hummed and then said, "Let's give the Solarian a bit of time, they need to organize themselves and make plans, we can ask Kirahi what his plan are in a few minutes." Harry then piped in, "I'll be sure to also tell the council how much I didn't appreciate Kirahi's attitude, they better not say the wrong thing, because I will make sure they regret it." Lyra smiled and shook her head. "Only you would threaten the council like that, Harry." Harry just smiled and shrugged. He then took something out of his inventory. "Here you go guys, these are the rings I made for you." Everyone took a ring except Le Fay, Valerie, and Kunu, who didn't need them. Everyone stared at the rings in awe. They were well-made rings made out of something the squad thinks is silver, with some kind of clear crystal on it. Kunu then suddenly began to explain a few things. "Harry made the rings from scratch, they aren't made of silver though, he used mithril to make them and a mana crystal to power the enchantments." The aliens in the squad didn't react to what Kunu just said, but the humans did, and they did so by widening their eyes in surprise. Ashley was the one who voiced their thoughts though. "Mithril? You mean that's real? I thought that was just a fantasy fiction metal." Valerie giggled at how surprised Ashley, Kaiden, and Shepard looked. "Oh, it's real all right, in our world, is known as goblin silver, though dwarves call it mithril. However, the mithril Harry used is from another world." Everyone turned their heads towards Harry and looked at him intrigued. Harry just smiled and decided to give some information to everyone. "It's not that surprising guys, I learned how to work with mithril, from a very adorable and fun race of magical beings called Muggles. They taught me how to do all kinds of cool stuff actually, and some very unique quick cast magic as well." Everyone just nodded to Harry. This wasn't even the weirdest thing they knew about him anyways. Le Fay just laughed a bit and then began to explain, "Let me guys tell you what the rings do. Harry has been working on this for a while, and besides being able to block mental attacks, whether they're magical in nature or otherwise, these rings can also block any magical and physical status effects. Things like poisons, burns, and even curses would no longer affect you guys. These rings are really high quality gear, guys. So enjoy. Everyone widened their eyes and then stared down at the rings. Harry smiled and then said, put them on, guys. Once they do, they'll bond with you and no one else would be able to use them. The squad immediately took off the hand parts of their armor and then put on their rings. The accessories glowed for a few seconds and adjusted themselves perfectly to their owner's finger. Shepard grinned, and feeling better protected and ready, he decided that it was time to go on with their mission. All right everyone, let's get going. The squad nodded. Taylai and Rex continued to be in the active squad, while Le Fay and Harry are going with them. With that decided, Shepard and his chosen squad for this mission then made their way towards Kirahi. Though everyone else went along with them to know what was happening, the Solarian captain flinched when he saw Harry, but Shepard distracted him by walking up to him. I assume you have come up with a plan. Kirahi nodded. Of sorts, we can convert our ship's drive system into a 20-kiloton ordnance, crude, but effective. Taylai tilted her head. You want to drop a nuke from orbit? Isn't that a bit much? Kirahi shook his head. It might be, but unfortunately, the facility is too well fortified for that. We'll need to place the bomb at a precise location. Shepard raised an eyebrow at that information. Setting up and detonating nukes manually is a very high risk after all. Where do we take the nuke, and how do we get there? Kirahi quickly began to explain the plan. The bomb must be taken to the far side of the facility. Your ship can drop it off, but we'll need to infiltrate the base, disable the AA guns and pacify any ground forces first. Le Fay suddenly piped in. So we go on foot and take care of all the enemies? Sounds easy enough, no? Shepard nodded. Though, without Harry, and everything he made for everyone and the girls, this mission would have been way more difficult, and the commander knew it. He was so very glad they were here to help. It's a bit risky, but we can handle it. Kirahi nodded. I'm also going to divide my men into 3 teams and hit the front of the facility. While we got their attention, you can sneak your shadow team in the back. Everyone flinched. They all understood what would happen to the Solarian team if they did all of that, and no one liked it. Shepard frowned and shook his head. It's a good idea, but your people are going to be slaughtered. Kirahi frowned and sighed. We're tougher than we look, Commander, but it's true. I don't expect many of us will make it out alive, and that makes what I'm about to ask even more difficult. I need one of your men to accompany me, to help coordinate teams. Shepard closed his eyes and sighed. He really didn't like this, but they needed to get things done. We'll need someone who knows Alliance communications protocols. Kaiden immediately spoke up. I volunteer, Commander. Ashley shook her head and then said, not so fast, LT. Commander Shepard will need you to arm the nuke. I'll go with the Solarians. Kaiden frowned and shook his head. With all due respect, Gunnery Chief, it's not your place to decide. Ashley narrowed her eyes at Kaiden. Why is it that whenever someone says with all due respect they really mean kiss my ass? Shepard was about to stop the fighting, but Harry suddenly spoke up and beat him to it. Both of you, shut up. Both Kaiden and Ashley tense up and began to sweat, not that anyone could blame them, for it was Harry who spoke up and was glaring holes at the back of both Kaiden's and Ashley's head. Even Shepard was sweating, but thankfully, Harry stopped glaring at both of them and began to speak. No one is going anywhere. You both idiots are going back to the Normandy and I'll handle everything else. There's no need for a nuke either. I can blow the facility myself and the Solarians will have backup. Now, Shepard, I'm sure you have some questions for Kirahi. Get them answered and leave everything else to me. Shepard flinched a bit while Kaiden and Ashley slumped and sulked like chastised children. Shepard would have laughed at his girlfriend and friend, but he didn't want to get scolded by Harry, so he stayed quiet. Everyone else sweat dropped at what happened, except the girls. Those 3 laughed for a bit, which just made Kaiden and Ashley feel worse. Shepard just sighed and shook his head. No, I actually have no question right now. I'm ready when you are, Captain. Kirahi seemed a bit perplexed with what happened and didn't know what to think, but still nodded and said, excellent. Then if you'll excuse me, I need to prepare my man. Kirahi quickly left. Ashley walked up to Shepard and leaned her head on his shoulder. Shepard. Harry got mad. Shepard wanted to laugh, he really did, but he was sure Ashley would hit him, so instead he patted her back. Lyra lightly laughed and shook her head. Well, you were being rather silly, Ashley. Of course, Harry was going to get mad. Ashley groaned from Shepard's shoulder. Lyra, you're supposed to be on my side. I'm your harem sister, damn it. Everyone shared a laugh. Harry just scoffed and shook his head. I swear, it's like you both forget I'm here, as if I would let you idiots sacrifice yourselves. Kaiden nervously laughed. Yet, we got too excited there, sorry Harry. Ashley groaned an apology as well. Harry just sighed and then gave everyone a smile. Shepard then decided to ask Harry what he was planning to do. What's the plan, Harry? Harry crossed his arms and began to explain. Valerie and Kunu will go with the Solarians, they will make sure all of them survive. Both Kunu and Valerie nodded with grins on their faces. Harry then turned his head towards both the vampire princess and the nine-tailed fox. No holding back girls, go all out and destroy anything on your way, keep the Solarians safe. Kunu and Valerie nodded and seemed excited to be able to let loose. Harry then pointed at himself. I'll blow up the place once everything is ready and someone gives me the signal, simple as that. Shepard nodded and smiled. Sounds like a good plan, and thank you, Harry. I feel like something bad would have happened if you weren't here, but I'm grateful you're with us now. Harry nodded and gave everyone a smile. Everyone else seemed in high spirits and ready for anything, so Harry began to walk towards where Kira. He walked over to talk to his men. Kira. He stood in front of his men and began to give a speech. You all know the mission and what it's at stake. I have come to trust each of you with my life, but I have also heard murmurs of discontent. I share your concerns. We are trained for espionage, we could be legends, but the records are sealed. Glory in battle is not our way. Think of our heroes, the Silent Step, who defeated a nation in a single shot, or the Ever Alert, who kept armies at bay with hidden facts. Those giants do not seem to give us solace here, but they're not all that we are. Before the network, there was the fleet. Before diplomacy, there were soldiers. Our influence stopped the Rachni, but before that, we held the line. Our influence stopped the Krogan, but before that, we held the line. Our influence will stop Saren. In the battle today, we will hold the line. The Solarians cheered and even roared, which was a bit of a surprise to everyone since they'd never seen Solarians act like this. Kunu suddenly whispered to Le Fay, should we tell them that they're not going to die? Le Fay shook her head. I think we better not, it would kill the speech Kira he just gave out, that would be a shame. Valerie giggled, while Harry just shook his head in amusement. Kira. He then turned around and faced Shepard. Good luck, Commander, I hope we will meet again. Shepard nodded. With that done, everyone went to get ready and soon enough, Rex, Talai, and Shepard, along with Harry and Le Fay, left to go to their own mission. Once everyone arrived at their given position, Shepard's shadow squad awaited for Kira to get ready and communicate with them. A few minutes later, Shepard received the communications check. Do you read me, Commander? Shepard wasted no time in responding back loud and clear. Kira. He waited for a second, but after it, he quickly began to speak again. Good, we'll start our push, we'll try to make it to the AA guns. I'm not sure what the young females you sent with us are supposed to do, but it might be up to you to finish the job. And Commander? If you see any way to undermine their defense, we could definitely use the help. Harry chuckled and piped in. There won't be any need. Valerie and Kunu can handle everything, let's just focus on our mission and investigate the research facility. Shepard nodded and everyone got ready to get moving. Soon after, the squad began to move forward, and while they did so, Kira. He suddenly sent a communication to everyone. Shadow is on the ground. Repeat. Shadow is on the ground. Air, Miss Kunu and Miss Valerie, with Igor Manove, Jito teams, move. Time to get some attention. Did that girl just turn into a giant beast? What they? Did the other one turn into multiple rodents? What in they? The communications cut off after that. Looks like Kira. He was caught entirely off guard by Kunu and Valerie's abilities. Soon enough, there were plenty of explosions and ground shaking. Harry smiled. Looks like the girls started their fun. Everyone nodded and moved forward, knowing that Kira and the Solarians were going to be fine because Kunu and Valerie made the squad feel calm enough to focus. Some Geth got in their way, but it was obvious that almost every Geth was being sent towards where Valerie and Kunu were fighting, so the squad wasn't even slowed down with some Geths to deal with. So everyone just kept running throughout the beach and rocky area. Throughout the whole way, everyone continued to hear how the battle was going through the comms, though most of the reports were exclamations of shock and disbelief as Kunu and Valerie caused great amounts of destruction. It was evident that they were. Even Shepard and the crew could see the flashes of golden light, explosions, red crimson energy flying everywhere, and how the ground shook with every impact or hit. The Geth were just not ready to face someone like Kunu and Valerie in battle, and the Solarians didn't even know what to think about all they were seeing. Eventually, Krogans began to rush towards the squad, lots of them, but Shepard, Rex, and Talai turned them into paste with their Harry-made weapons. These Krogan weren't even a nuisance to the squad, but it did let them know that they were getting close to Saren's research facility. Eventually, they reached a building. It was heavily guarded with Krogan, but Harry burned them alive with a few fire spells. While the squad headed inside the building, a long platform awaited everyone and a few locked doors. Taylai noticed a terminal nearby, so she immediately walked up to it and began to work her magic. We've got access to basic security, should be able to cut alarms from here, might even be able to trigger alarms on the far side of the base. It'll clear the guards out for us and send them towards the Solarians, but Kunu and Valerie can handle the extra enemies. What do you want to do, Shepard? Shepard knew that Kunu and Le Fei can handle the enemies and keep everyone safe, but he felt bad about not doing his part, so he nodded to himself and said, just disable the alarms, we can handle any guards inside. Taylai nodded and quickly did what Shepard asked. Rex chuckled and nodded, yes, more fun for us this way. Le Fei smiled and seemed very amused. A door activated nearby and Harry walked up to it. I sense Geth and Krogans inside, even some Solarians. Shepard raised an eyebrow at that. Solarians, but why? Le Fei frowned and hummed for a second before speaking her mind. Captain Kira, he did mention he had lost some men, perhaps they were indoctrinated by Saren, but now I wonder what he was doing in this place. Shepard, Rex, and Taylai were now very glad to have Harry's rings to protect them from indoctrination. The dragon god turned his head towards Shepard. What do you want to do with them, Shepard? Shepard crossed his arms and thought about the situation. A few seconds later, he turned his gaze towards Harry. Can you help them? Harry nodded. I can force heal their mind with my power over the mind, but they'll be out of commission for months. It won't be like when I helped Benazia, nor will it be as painless either. Shepard nodded and said, do it, we don't have time to coddle them, we need to get moving. Can I leave the Solarians to you and Le Fei? Harry nodded. Leave it to us. With that said, Shepard walked up to the door and then opened it to head inside. The squad was immediately met with gunfire, but they weren't affected by it, so they all rushed inside. Rex, Taylai, and Shepard attacked the Geth and Krogans. Their targets were quickly killed or turned into scrap. Meanwhile, Harry knocked out any Solarians he found, while Le Fei put them to sleep with magic. While they did that, they also teleported them to the Normandy, right inside Harry's workshop, where Friday will be making sure they're sedated and asleep until Harry can help them. With that done, the room they found themselves in was quickly cleared, so the squad continued on and headed to a door on the farther corner of the room. The door opened automatically for them and the squad. The squad headed deeper inside the building, and as they moved further and further inside, they were suddenly stopped by a voice that called out to them, hello? Is someone out there? Both curious and concerned, they soon followed the voice, and to their surprise, they found a bunch of incarcerated Solarians. Shepard approached one of the cells and the Solarian inside immediately panicked. What do you want? I told you everything. Who are you? Alliance, right? I knew someone would come, it tried to break me, but it couldn't. I shut it out. The Solarian's condition made everyone frown in concern. Shepard shook his head and then said, slow down, I need to know where you came from. The Solarian sort of calmed down and began to answer Shepard's inquiry. Private Minos Avad of the 3rd Infiltration Regiment STG, sir. Captured while on reconnaissance 6 days ago. Glad to answer, sir. Never any questions from these bastards, just whispers and poking and cutting. I'd have said anything to get out and get some payback. That's not too much ask, is it? A little payback. Shepard frowned and seemed to feel bad for Minos. What did they do to you, soldier? Minos quickly answered the question. Experiments, but I don't know what for. The effect of incessant whispering on my shorting temper? Who knows, I just need out. Taylai frowned. Something isn't right. Do you think he's been indoctrinated already? Shepard nodded. It looks like it. Setting him free could endanger the mission. Harry knew what Shepard wanted, so he hit the Solarian with a sleep spell and then teleported him out to the Normandy. Meanwhile, Le Fei did the same to the rest of the incarcerated Solarians. After that, the squad kept going. Shepard, Taylai, and Rex took care of the Geth and Krogans while Harry and Le Fei focused on rescuing the Solarians, but because they found captured Solarians, the squad decided to sweep the building for more. They really didn't want to leave anyone behind, especially since this place is going to be destroyed. With that goal in mind, the squad looked everywhere in this building and eventually they found more cells with Solarians inside. However, most of them weren't coherent enough to even notice them, except one. The Solarian raised an eyebrow at the squad and began to speak. Well, you're not Geth, and you're not wearing a lab coat. I guess I'm glad to see you. Lieutenant Gonto Imnus of the 3rd Infiltration Regiment, captured during recon. I assume the fleet was called to destroy the base. Shepard shook his head. Sorry, but the transmission wasn't clear. The fleet is not coming. The Solarian sighed and shook his head. I see, then you must be the infiltration team. I know the captain, he will want this facility destroyed, my team was altered, indoctrinated. He knew about the breeding grounds, but the indoctrination is a greater threat, and far more horrifying. I watched good people reduced to mindless husks, there wasn't anything left, others died during experiments, I envy them. Harry frowned and looked down, he hadn't seen a morgue nor a burial ground in the facility, so chances are, that the Solarians who died had their bodies incinerated or destroyed, that meant he couldn't bring them back. Then there was the indoctrination, the way the Solarian described it, sounded way more different than what was done with Benazia. With her, it was done in a subtle way, but with these Solarians, it seems like they tried a far more aggressive method. One that had a high risk of failure and death. Saren was experimenting with levels of mind manipulation, that were too dangerous to use on living beings. It was going to be very painful for everyone involved when he begins to heal their minds. But at this moment, Harry was thinking about what he was going to do to Saren when he finally sees him. Meanwhile, Shepard decided to continue to speak with Gonto. Do you know anything about the experiments they were conducting? Gonto looked down, the poor Solarian looked so tired and done with everything, it made everyone feel bad for him. Gonto, however, began to explain what he knew. They were studying the indoctrination, symptoms, progress. Saren uses it to control his people, but I don't think he fully understands it. I don't know much else, I just saw what it did to the others, turned them into empty husks. I can't end up like that, please, let me out. Shepard frowned, he couldn't really set him free, he might risk the mission, but luckily, Harry had it covered. Chapter 178. Shepard turned his gaze towards Harry and gave him a nod. Harry, knowing what Shepard wanted, waved his hands and put the Solarians in the cells to sleep. He then teleported them away to his pocket dimension on the Normandy. Shepard nodded in thanks to Harry, but decided to ask something. Can you help those Solarian that had their minds wiped? Harry nodded. Yeah, it will take me using both my powers over time and the mind, but I should be able to restore their minds completely. I can even treat their trauma as well. I'm sure all of those Solarians went to some really bad stuff. Shepard nodded and sighed. That's good, no one deserves to have that done to them. Thank you, Harry, I know I'm dumping a lot on your plate right now. Harry shook his head and chuckled. Don't mention, I like helping, plus the Solarian didn't deserve what happened to them. With that conversation done, the squad decided to get moving. Now that they checked the entire facility, they quickly headed to an elevator they had found while investigating the whole place. Everyone boarded the elevator and it took them to a higher floor on the research facility. As soon as the squad stepped out of the elevator, they were seen by some scientists, a Krogan and a Sari, who immediately attacked them. Harry, knowing these scientists were some of the ones responsible for what happened to the Solarians, he decided to deal with them. He walked forward and waved a hand toward the scientists. Both Krogan and Asari were engulfed in green smoke and then turned into toads. Harry just walked over to them and stepped on the toads, killing them. Shepard and the squad didn't even care, they just moved forward and into a door in this lab. Harry quickly joined them and then the group opened the door. They quickly walked through and walk on a high metal platform. Two Geth shock troopers awaited everyone by another door, but Le Fay quickly blasted them off the platform with a wind blast. The Geth were sent flying and then falling down to their destruction. Both Geth were guarding a door, so Shepard quickly walked over it and opened it. A small break room and elevator awaited everyone on the other side of the door. Shepard and the squad ignored the break room and walked over to the elevator. They quickly boarded it and rode it up to a higher floor in the research facility. The elevator soon stopped and everyone stepped out of it. The squad found themselves in another lab. This one, however, had some odd machines with zombie-like creatures in some kind of stasis. Harry was of course annoyed at the creatures and frowned as he stared at one of the zombie-like creatures. These are like the ones that we fought on Eden Prime. This means Saren is responsible for their creation as well. Shepard nodded and then said, well, let's take care of them before they become a problem. Everyone quickly destroyed the machines with the zombie-like creatures inside. Now that they made sure these creatures won't become a problem, the squad kept going. Another platform and a bunch of Geth shock troopers later, the group found another elevator. The squad quickly walked over, but they suddenly heard a noise and everyone immediately pointed their weapons at whatever had made that noise. Only for an Asari to get up, with her hands up while yelling in a panic, don't shoot. Please, I just want to get out of here before it's too late. Shepard narrowed his eyes at the Asari, wondering who she was and what she was doing hiding here. Let's hear it. Who are you and what do you want? The Asari cautiously walked over to the squad but began to introduce herself. While doing so, Ranathanopthes, neurospecialist, but this job isn't worth dying over, or worse. Do you think the indoctrination only affects prisoners? Sooner or later, Saren will want to dissect my brain, too. Shepard, however, did not trust Rana since she turned out to be a scientist of this research facility. Give me a good reason I should help you. Rana panicked a bit. It seems like she believed Shepard would kill her or abandon her, so she quickly responded with I can help you. This elevator behind me goes to Saren's private lab, I can get you in. Rana quickly walked over to the elevator and activated the elevator. See? Full access, all of Saren's private files, are we good? Can I go? Shepard was definitely interested, but he had one question for Rana. What were you researching here? Rana, not wanting to give Shepard a reason to shoot her, quickly answered his question. It's that ship, Sovereign, it emits some kind of signal, undetectable, but it's there, I've seen the effects. Saren uses it to influence his followers, to control them. It's called indoctrination. Direct exposure to the signal turns you into a mindless slave, like the Solarian test subjects, but there's collateral damage too. No one liked anything they just heard, especially Harry, who frowned at Rana and narrowed his eyes at her. What do you mean by collateral damage? Rana jumped from the look Harry was giving her and immediately answered the question. Sovereign's signal is too strong, spend too much time near the ship and you feel it, like a tingle at the back of the skull. It's like a whisper you can't quite hear, you're compelled to do things but you don't know why, you just obey, and eventually, you just stop thinking for yourself. It happens to everyone at the facility. My first subject was the man I replaced, and now I just want to get out of here before it happens to me. Harry looked down and looked upset. I've never heard of mind manipulation like this. It's so slow and gradual that by the time you notice that tingle it's already too late. Just what is that ship? Le Fay looked at Harry. This is all very insidious, Harry. This Sovereign has to be more than just a machine. Harry nodded. Yes, I'm starting to think that there's something really odd about Sovereign. Shepard left Le Fay and Harry to think about Sovereign, and turned his attention back to Rana. Why is Saren researching this? Isn't he the one controlling it? Rana shook her head. The signal comes from the ship, it makes us obey Saren, but I don't think he controls it. Not exactly, I think, he's scared it might be affecting him. Indoctrination is subtle, by the time the effects become noticeable, it's usually too late. Shepard turned his head towards Harry. The fact that Saren is worried about being affected by the indoctrination was a big red flag. Harry stared at Shepard and then said, yeah, there's something else going on here. But make no mistake, Shepard, Saren is a bastard and was one way before all of this happened. Just remember what he did to Anderson. Shepard nodded, while Harry turned to ask Rana a question. Can you tell us more about this signal? Shepard nodded. She then sighed, and quickly began to explain what she knew. Signal is not exactly the right word. There's some kind of energy field emanating from the ship, and it changes thought patterns. Over time, days, maybe a week, it weakens your will, and you become easier to manipulate and control, but it's a degenerative condition. There's a balance between control and usefulness. The less freedom a subject maintains, the less capable it becomes. Harry nodded and then turned to face Shepard. The rings will protect you guys, but we'll have to move carefully when it comes to that ship. Something odd is going on with it. So until I've seen it and see what we're dealing with, let's be cautious about Sovereign. Saren won't be a problem, but that ship is a big unknown. Shepard, Talai, and Rex nodded. A warning from Harry is always a very serious thing to them. Shepard then turned towards Rana and decided to let her go. I'm going to blow this place to hell and gone. If you want to make it out alive, you'd better start running. Rana panicked and shook her head. What? You can't, but I'll never. Rana suddenly took off running at full speed. Harry wasn't going to blow the place up until everyone made it out, but Rana didn't need to know that. Rex suddenly chuckled. Ha! That was funny. Talai shook her head in amusement. That was mean, Shepard, but I approve. Harry and Le Fay just laughed, while Shepard smiled. Having dealt with Rana, Shepard and the squad then walked over to the elevator and walked inside. The elevator took them to an even higher floor in the research facility. Once at their destination, everyone stepped out of the elevator and walked into some kind of room full of metal platforms. On the top platform was a ramp leading to some sort of machine. The machine looked like a pillar and was giving off some green sparks. It looked like the beacon from Eden Prime. Curious about it, Shepard walked towards it. As soon as he did, he received a mental download and more visions began to flow into his mind. Just like what happened on Eden Prime, it all happened in seconds, but to Shepard, it seemed like hours. Luckily, the process was soon done and Shepard dropped to his knees. The squad quickly ran to him to check on him. Harry grabbed hold of the commander and helped him up, while Le Fay began to cast monitoring spells to see if he was okay. Shepard groaned and shook his head. Fuck. Harry shook his head at Shepard but then gave him a grin. Come on, Shepard, once wasn't enough for you. Shepard chuckled and stood up on his own two legs. You would think I've learned my lesson right. Li Fei then piped in, you're okay Shepard, you got something downloaded to your mind, but physically you're fine. Shepard nodded. Rex shook his head and sighed. Next time, don't just walk towards the creepy machine. Taylai nodded. Yeah, that was dangerous Shepard. Shepard nodded and sighed. I know, but that thing called out to me, something made me very curious about it, though I'm regretting my life choices now. Harry laughed for a bit. Well, your mind will take some time to process whatever information it just got. For now, let's check the rest of this place, and see what else Saren has here. Everyone nodded. With that decided, the squad headed up the ramp and into the top platform. There together they found some sort of red hologram, and everyone cautiously approached it. Once close to this weird machine, Rex frowned and suddenly said, I get the feeling something bad is about to happen. To the surprise of everyone in the squad, the red hologram suddenly spoke. You are not Saren. Taylai frowned as she stared at the hologram. What is that? Some kind of Six interface? Cause I've never seen anything like this before. The red hologram spoke up. Rudimentary creatures of blood and flesh, you touch my mind, fumbling in ignorance, incapable of understanding. Harry narrowed his eyes at the red hologram. That's not a Six. The red hologram spoke up once again. There is a realm of existence beyond your own, you cannot even imagine it. I am beyond your comprehension, I am sovereign. Shepard, Rex, and Taylai widened their eyes in surprise, while Harry just scoffed. I see, so you're the ship, or rather you're a digital life form. Sorry to burst your bubble, but I'm very well aware of the digital plane. Shepard suddenly realized something. Sovereign isn't just some Reaper ship Saren found, it's an actual Reaper. The Reaper however ignored Shepard and spoke to Harry. How could a creature of flesh and blood know about the digital plane? You rudimentary beings shouldn't even be aware of it. Harry just glared at Saren. I know a lot about all kinds of things Reaper, but you shouldn't worry about that right now, you should worry about dealing with me. The Reaper quickly responded. I see, you are this Harry Potter, Saren is so concerned about. He has called you a god, a being with unknown powers, someone to be feared. But, you are just another being of flesh and blood. Even if you know about the digital plane, there's nothing you can do about it. Reaper? A label created by the proteins to give voice to their destruction. In the end, what they choose to call us is irrelevant, we simply are. Harry narrowed his eyes. Shepard walked up to Harry and then asked, can you send your Digimon to kill this thing? Harry frowned and shook his head. I can't risk them like that, they're as powerful as me but they don't have the same protective abilities I do, they're just highly resistant, without knowing exactly what I'm dealing with. I can't risk my friends, plus, I don't know how his digital plane is, I can't sense it either, so it must be located somewhere else, plus the Digimon might not be able to fight off the indoctrination, having one of them fall under control to the Reaper would be bad news for everyone in this galaxy. Shepard frowned but nodded in understanding. He knew Harry wouldn't risk his friends without information and they just didn't have any information on what the Reapers actually are or where is their so-called digital plane. It's just too risky to act recklessly here. Li Fei suddenly piped in. Didn't Lyra tell us that the proteins vanished 50,000 years ago? That means these guys have been around for that long. The Reaper spoke up. Life is nothing but a genetic mutation, an accident, your lives are measured in years and decades, you wither and die. We are eternal, the pinnacle of evolution and existence, before is, you are nothing, your extinction is inevitable, we are everything. Li Fei tilted her head and stared at the Reaper. Okay? I wasn't really asking you though. Anyways, what should we do next guys? Everyone except Harry of course. Sweat dropped at the dismissal that Li Fei just gave to the Reaper. Taylai scratched her head and said, Li Fei? Aren't you at least a bit concerned? Li Fei shrugged. Not really, Harry will eventually think of a way to deal with this guy, right now he won't risk the Digimon, because he doesn't know what sort of effect the Reaper's digital plane will have on them. But that won't stay like that for long, just wait till Harry gets more information and you'll see. This guy can talk all high and mighty as much as he wants, but he'll soon get what's coming to him. Everyone calmed down after hearing Li Fei say that. She was right of course, Harry didn't want to risk his Digimon friends right now, but they knew that he will soon come up with a solution. Shepard grinned and then turned his head towards the Reaper hologram. There's an entire galaxy of races united ready to face you, of course, we also have a dragon god on our side as well, you won't be speaking so cocky next time. The Reaper quickly responded. Confidence born of ignorance, the cycle cannot be broken. Rex grunted and then asked, cycle? What cycle? The Reaper answered Rex's question right away. The pattern has repeated itself more times than you can fathom. Organic civilizations rise, evolve, advance, and at the apex of their glory, they're extinguished. The Proteins were not the first, they did not create the Citadel, they did not forge the mass relays, they merely found them, the legacy of my kind. That little bit of information shook Talai, Rex, and Shepard. Harry and Le Fay weren't from this world, so the Citadel to them was just a very amazing and cool-looking space station, but to the human, Quarian, and Krogan, the Citadel was a very important location to all races of the galaxy. So, to find out that it was created by the Reapers came as a big surprise to them. Shepard quickly snapped out of it though and narrowed his eyes, and he spoke a question: why would you construct the mass relays, then leave them for someone else to find? For some reason, the Reaper seemed eager to answer Shepard's question. Your civilization is based on the technology of the mass relays, our technology. By using it, your society develops along the paths we desire. We impose order on the chaos of organic evolution. You exist because we allow it, and you will end because we demand it. Harry huffed and tiredly rubbed the bridge of his nose. Motherfucker, these assholes are harvesting all of you, letting you advance at their pace, and then when they think you're good enough, they kill you off. These guys think themselves gods, it seems. Everyone noticed that Harry was now angry, Le Fay as well, which made everyone take a step back. For one, they knew an angry Harry was bad news. They have never seen Le Fay angry before either, and the glare of the pretty, blue-eyed blonde was scary to them all, especially with the way her eyes were glowing. Le Fay suddenly asked a question as she glared at the Reaper. Why are you doing this? Slaves, resources. Why would you just kill off an entire galaxy's worth of people? The Reaper quickly answered Le Fay's question. My kind transcends your very understanding. We are each a nation, independent, free of all weakness. You cannot even grasp the nature of our existence. Harry snarled. Sod off, you wanker. You are transcended. You're just a bunch of data with an ego the size of a planet. You're not special. I'm sure you were even created. The Reaper stayed silent for a few seconds, which surprised everyone. It seems that the Reaper was taken off guard by Harry's words, but it soon began to speak again. We have no beginning, we have no end, we are infinite. Millions of years after your civilization has been eradicated and forgotten, we will endure. Harry just scoffed. Bullshit, you just say you're transcended. That means you had a beginning. Something far removed from what you are. You had a beginning and you will have an end soon enough. You and whatever Reaper is out there, I'll make sure to kill you all. The Reaper, however, just nonchalantly responded, we are Legion, the time of our return is coming, our number will darken the sky of every world, and you cannot escape your doom. Shepard had enough of the Reaper, so he stood by Harry's side and then glared at it. You're not even alive? Not really, you're just a machine, and machines can be broken. The Reaper didn't waste time retorting to Shepard. Your words are as empty as your future. I am the vanguard of your destruction. This exchange is over. The Reaper's red hologram vanished and the machine powering it exploded. No one was hurt, but everyone was feeling pretty angry at the moment. However, Joker suddenly called Shepard via comms. Commander, we have trouble. Shepard frowned and quickly responded to Joker. Hit me, Joker. Joker wasted no time in explaining the situation to Shepard. That ship, Sovereign? It's moving. I don't know what you did down there, but that thing just pulled a turn that would shear any of our ships in half. It's coming your way and it's coming hard. You need to wrap things up in there fast. Talai suddenly piped in. This console is no longer working, what should we do, Shepard? Shepard nodded. We need to head to the breeding facility. Once there we'll leave Harry to blow this place to hell. Everyone nodded in agreement, while Joker responded via comms. Right, Commander, I'll meet you there. Joker out. With that done, everyone quickly headed back to the elevator and rode it back down. As soon as it reached its destination, everyone stepped out of the elevator and took off running toward the breeding facility. However, lots of Geth began to appear and attack the squad. Harry narrowed his eyes and said, all right, leave these guys to Le Fay and me, everyone else just run. We don't have time to waste on these Geth. The squad nodded and took off running. Le Fay and Harry then blurred out of sight and began to cut down the Geth army. The squad one saw blurs moving all over the place, while the Geth were being destroyed. The squad was able to move without slowing down, while Harry and Le Fay destroyed Geth after Geth. Soon enough, Shepard saw a big turret firing towards the distance. He quickly charged a plasma grenade with his Harry-made assault rifle and then shot it at the turret. The plasma grenade exploded on contact, melting the turret into molten metal. Shepard grinned and continued running. The squad then quickly arrived at another elevator on the other side of the research facility and quickly climbed in. The elevator took them down and outside the building and right outside of the breeding facility. Now that they weren't between the AA tower and the breeding facility, plus having gotten the information they needed, It was time to blow up this place and leave, but just as Harry was about to do so, Valerie called everyone via comms. Everyone. There are multiple Geth ships heading your way, and I mean a lot. All Geth suddenly stopped coming our way and are heading towards you as well. Harry narrowed his eyes. It's Sovereign, that son of a bitch wants to get rid of us. He might act all cocky, but it seems like he doesn't want to take any risk. Valerie, you and Kunu begin teleporting the Solarians into my pocket dimension. We'll deal with the Geth and then blow this facility. Valerie quickly responded, consider it done. See you when you get back, Harry. Valerie left the call, and as soon as everyone looked up, they saw a huge amount of Geth ships coming their way along with a massive army of Geth running towards them from all directions. Harry and Le Fay quickly raised their hands towards the Geth ships and began to chant together, primordial illumination, the fountain of life for all things, roar forth this once and show us thy power. Big bang! Two sudden and powerful explosions of light engulfed most of the Geth ships. All of those caught within the two massive light elemental spells were immediately destroyed and obliterated from the sky. Shepard, Talai, and Rex shot at the Geth coming from the ground. Their attack was taking a lot of them out, but there were just too many rushing toward them. Shepard took out both of his Harry-made pistols and began to shoot charge shots at the massive army of Geth. Damn it! They just keep coming. Talai kept shooting her shotgun and shredding Geth left and right. There's no end to this. Rex just cackled. I know. Isn't it fun? Both Talai and Shepard's sweat dropped as they continued to destroy the Geth. With the Geth ships having had their numbers cut down, Harry and Le Fay quickly began to chant to help the squad with the ground forces. Le Fay spread her arms out and began to channel the energy of water, earth, fire, and wind as she chanted her spell. O power that lies at the root of all creation, O memory inscribed in ages past, hear my call and arise before me. Ancient catastrophe. 4 balls of energy representing the elements of fire, wind, earth, and water rose from the ground. As Le Fay clapped her hands together, the balls circled around a massive group of Geth for a moment, then stop, growing larger and larger, until Le Fay enclosed herself and everyone else with a barrier before the 4 balls released their energy. The barriers then reflected the magic in a flash, and a massive explosion of pure mana rocked the entire area. A big number of the Geth army was instantly destroyed, while another big part of the army was sent flying everywhere. Harry smiled and then began to chant for his next big spell. Gather the original sin. Emptiness and eternity. Scatter and crush. Event horizon. Harry raises a hand and then snaps his fingers, and a bright light appears above him. It then transforms into a hazy, black hole with purple swirls. After enlarging in the distance, it began to drag countless numbers of Geth into its growing gravitational pull. Once a large number of Geth are dragged in, the black hole then exploded with a burst of brightening light. That single dark elemental spell from Harry pretty much cleared the area of Geth, plus all the ones Le Fay destroyed just added to the number. However, one of the few surviving Geth ships suddenly stopped in midair and Saren suddenly jumped out of it. He immediately and frantically began to shoot fast and powerful blasts of biotic power toward Harry, but the dragon god summoned Oblivion and slapped them away with ease. Saren growled in frustration and then yelled at Harry, I knew it. My Geth were utterly convinced that something extremely dangerous was moving about the research facility. And here were our Commander Shepard and Harry Potter. That diversion of yours didn't help though, even with that giant mammal and that weird human with red eyes attacking the Geth. I just knew you were the one skulking around here as soon as the Geth reported it. But I can't let any of you disrupt what I have accomplished here. None of you can understand what's really at stake. Harry just glared at Saren. And why the hell are you doing all of this then? Why don't you enlighten us, Saren? Saren growled and then moved his gaze towards Shepard. You've seen the vision from the beacon, Shepard. You of all people, should understand what the Reapers are capable of. They cannot be stopped. Do not mire yourself in pointless revolt, do not sacrifice everything for the sake of petty freedoms. The Proteans tried to fight, and they were utterly destroyed. Trillions dead, but what if they had bowed before the invaders? Would the Proteans still exist? Is submission not preferable to extinction? Shepard scoffed. I spoke with your friend Sovereign, just listening to that thing speak, tells me that they won't let us live. Harry nodded. You're deluding yourself, Saren. The Reapers want to destroy and kill everything. You should know that, but besides being an asshole, you're also a coward. Saren snarled and shook his head. This is exactly why I never came forward with this to the council. We organics are driven by emotions instead of logic. We will fight even when we know we cannot win. But if we work with the Reapers, if we make ourselves useful, think how many lives could be spared. Once I understood this, I joined Sovereign, though I was aware of the dangers. I had hoped this facility could protect me. Harry grinned. You're under Sovereign's influence, it's already controlling your thoughts, How pathetic, to allow such a creature to convince you that submitting is the right choice instead of fighting this. Saren growled and shook his head in denial. I've studied the effects of indoctrination. The more control sovereign exerts, the less capable the subject becomes. That is my saving grace. Sovereign needs me to find the conduit. My mind is still my own, for now, but the transformation from ally to servant can be subtle. I will not let it happen to me. Harry scoffed. That just sounds like an excuse to me. Just because you're still a dick, doesn't mean you're in control. But let me ask you something, and if you answer truthfully, I might just take a leg and arm from you. Why the hell are the Geth following Sovereign? That thing has a very arrogant view of life. I can't imagine the Geth actually agreeing to all of it. Saren frowned, though he tried to look calm and collected. Everyone could see he was sweating. They believe Sovereign to be some kind of god, the pinnacle of their own evolution, but the reactions of their deity is most telling. It is insulted. Sovereign does not desire the pitiful devotions the Geth hurl at it. They're just tools, and no amount of belief on their part will change that. But as tools, they are useful. They will survive the coming invasion. If organic life is to survive, we must also prove we are useful. We must work with the Reapers. Harry frowned and shook his head in disappointment. To think a digital life form like the Geth would do something like this. How ridiculous and sad. Shepard sighed and then decided to ask Saren a very important question. Tell me why Sovereign needs the conduit. Tell me what it is. Maybe we can find a way to stop them. Saren shook his head. The conduit is the key to your destruction and my salvation. Sovereign needs my help to find it. That is the only reason I have not been indoctrinated. Harry sighed and then stared at Saren in disgust. It's almost sad to see you so deep in denial. Sovereign is already manipulating you. You just don't know it. Saren growled in frustration and shook his head. No. Sovereign needs me. If I find the conduit, I've been promised a reprieve from the inevitable. This is my only hope. Sovereign is a machine. It thinks like a machine. If I can prove my value, I become a resource worth maintaining. There is no other logical conclusion. I'm forging an alliance between us and the Reapers, between organics and machines, and in doing so, I will save more lives than have ever existed. But both of you would undo my work. You both would doom our entire civilization to complete annihilation, and for that, both of you must die. Sovereign has upgraded me to a higher state. Armor, biotics, and weapons. All of those things were granted to me to take you both down. I'll show you that not even a so-called dragon god can face the Reapers and stop the inevitable. Harry just grinned at Saren. So you think that having new toys can help you defeat me? How utterly stupid. It's obvious that you and Sovereign aren't taking me seriously. I'm going to have to change that then. Saren suddenly jumped onto a platform and took off into the air. Meanwhile, more Geth began to drop from the few surviving Geth ships. Harry summoned Oathkeeper and got both keyblades ready. Harry quickly called out to Le Fay and the squad. You guys take care of the Geth. I'll deal with Saren. Shepard, Talai, Rex, and Le Fay nodded and quickly began to attack the Geth. Meanwhile, Harry began to float and then rose up into the air until he was at the same height as Saren. Both Turian and Dragon God glared at each other, though Saren looked visibly nervous. After all, he had been there when Harry revealed who and what he is to the Council. He had even seen Harry bring the dead back to life. After that, he had quickly gotten away and tried to convince Sovereign of the threat that Harry Potter really is, but the Reaper wouldn't believe it. Its logical mind couldn't comprehend an existence like Harry Potter's, so it denied the existence of such a being. In fact, Sovereign was so sure that it could easily deal with Harry Potter. To it, Potter was nothing more than another imperfect being made of flesh. Even the reports of Shepard and Harry's deeds wouldn't convince the Reaper. At the very least, it did agree that both Shepard and Harry were becoming an annoyance, so he gave Saren a few upgrades, both in gear and body. His biotics implants have been upgraded and improved. His armor could take on multiple sniper shots to the head and hold strong, and his weapons were even more lethal than anything that can be found in the galaxy. But even then, after he saw what had happened to his massive Geth army and multiple Geth ships in a matter of seconds, he wasn't so sure now. Still, he had to keep going. He had to make himself useful to the Reapers. There was no other choice. This was the only way to save some and ensure the current civilization survives. He had to kill Shepard and Harry Potter, for they were the only ones that can ruin everything that he had worked for. So, Saren let his biotics flare and engulf his body with a deep blue-purple cloak of energy and made his platform rush towards Harry. He ignored Harry's amused smile and proceeded to attack the Dragon God with blasts from his biotic power. Chapter 179. Saren's massive biotic push washed over Harry and did absolutely nothing. Harry just smiled and then spread his arm wide open. In each of his hands his keyblades, Oblivion, and Oathkeeper flashed with a strong black and white light. Let me show you. that you're a fool for fearing mechanical beings like the Reapers. The world around Harry and Saren warped and shifted as Harry's keyblades exploded with darkness and light, the winds picked up as Harry's eyes narrowed, until suddenly, the dragon god let out a roar. Saren's eyes widened as a barrier of twilight exploded out from Harry's body and began to spread all around him until the barrier shattered and released an enormous amount of energy blasts that shot out everywhere. Saren immediately scampered and mentally made his flying platform avoid as many of the energy blasts that Harry had just unleashed. Below him all the Geth began to get showered by Harry's attack, while Shepard and the squad were completely unaffected. Saren avoided many of the blasts, but eventually, the sheer number of energy blasts became too much for him and many began to strike him on the back. His biotic armor was able to mitigate some of the damage, but it soon shattered along with his armor's shields. The Turian was then sent flying off his flying platform and falling onto the ground below. Soon enough, he slammed against the water stream below him and gasped in pain. He quickly got up and shook his head to get rid of the water on his face. Harry suddenly came down and landed in front of Saren. While the Turian was trying to get up, Harry just smirked at the X-Spectre. You know, ever since I caught sight of your ugly mug, I've wanted to punch it. Then I began to hear of the things you've done, the many people you took advantage of and used for your insane plan to submit to the Reapers. I don't think I've ever been so disgusted and pissed at the same time, not since the Kingdom of Falmouth attacked Tempest and killed a lot of my friends. Saren growled. The way Harry spoke to him made him feel like a fool, like a child being dismissed because he didn't know what he was speaking about. It infuriated him, and despite being terrified, his anger helped him cope with that fear. What nonsense are you talking about? Harry just shrugged. Nothing you would understand. I'm just speaking of things that happened a long while ago, to me at least. I guess your actions just brought those memories to the surface. Along with the sheer level of stupidity that you spoke about with Shepard, I guess, I expect better from you, but, looking at you now? So submissive and afraid, just make me realize how pathetic you really are. Saren roared in anger and frustration. His biotic energy exploded around him, and everything around the X-Spectre was suddenly crushed under the massive force exerted by his biotics. Harry, however, just stood there and sighed. The truth hurts, doesn't it? With that said, Harry suddenly twirled on his toes and spin-kicked Saren with the heel of his foot. The kick hit Saren on his shoulder, and the X-Spectre's eyes widened in pain and shock, while a sickening crack echoed through the area as Saren was sent flying to the side, spinning. The mad Turian suddenly slammed against the floor and harshly bounced off of it once before slamming against a wall. Saren then dropped to the ground while groaning in pain. Harry narrowed his eyes at the Turian and then shook his head. I guess I kicked you too hard, hey? Looks like I'm more upset than I thought. Harry sighed and then walked over to Saren, fully intending in killing him off and collecting his arm, but Saren suddenly stood up with a gasp as his eyes began to glow red-purple. Harry narrowed his eyes as he watched the X-Spectre's wounds heal at an accelerated pace. Nanomachines. Saren grinned and then looked all around his body until he started to laugh in amusement. I see. I am needed, the Reapers do need me alive. They made me immortal. Harry scoffed as if, you just heal faster, but let me teach you how that's not a good thing for someone as weak as you. Harry let go of his keyblades and both Oblivion and Oathkeeper vanished in flashes of darkness and light. Saren saw at this and smirked at Harry. You'll see soon, Harry Potter. Not even you, a so-called dragon god, can't compare to the Reapak. Harry flashed right in front of Saren and hit him with a punch in the abdomen mid-sentence. The X-Spectre's body folded around Harry's fist as Saren gagged and gasped. The Turian was then sent flying at high speed, but Harry quickly caught him by the ankle. Saren's entire skeletal system cracked and popped from the sudden stop in momentum his body was just put through. But Harry ignored that and pulled Saren towards him and followed through with an elbow to the back. The Turian grunted in pain and then crashed against the ground, where Harry then proceeded to stomp on top of Saren's spine. The ground beneath the X-Spectre's body cratered and he was bent over backward and his innard exploded from his body. Usually, one would instantly die from that, but Saren didn't. Instead he just screamed in pain as the nanomachines in his body began to repair his body almost instantly. Harry ground his foot on top of Saren's back and coldly spoke. Still think it's good to have a healing factor, asshole? Not so great now, is it? Everybody thinks that it's awesome to heal from anything. But trust me, it isn't as fun and cool as everyone believes it is, not when you still feel all the pain from the injuries you get. Harry raised a hand and then waved it down towards Saren. The X-Spectre's body suddenly combusted in flames. Saren screamed in agonizing pain and Harry held him down by pressing his foot on Saren's back. Shepard shot Agatha Prime's head off and grimaced as he heard Saren's screams of pain. He knew Harry could be ruthless, especially when pissed bit, but damn was it hard to not feel bad for Saren right now. Talai suddenly, blasted a Geth armature off balance with a wave of energy from her hand and then shot it to pieces with her shotgun's charge shot. Shepard actually gaped at that. What the hell? Le Fei laughed and landed beside Shepard. She quickly pointed an open hand towards a big group of Geth Prime, as she began to chant, "O gathering flames of darkness, treat our dear guests to the strains of your terrible song." Bloody howling. Small blue flames form an octagon-like glyph on the ground beneath a big group of Geth, and pink-red flames of dark energy erupt from the ground as it cries out an eerie moan. The dark energy instantly began to tear the Geth apart in a matter of seconds, and it even pulled any Geth nearby towards the dark energy, resulting in even more enemies being destroyed. Le Fei put her hand down and then turned her head towards Shepard. "Tai can use magic now, thanks to Harry's blessing. She now has a small mana core. It's slowly developing and growing stronger. There have also been some physical changes as well, nothing big, things like increased strength, reflexes, and durability, plus she's now at least 5% dragon too. So, she's quickly evolving and becoming stronger. The more she fights, the more she'll improve and grow, though because she was benched for a while she was waiting for her armor, she has quite a bit to catch up to." Shepard quickly swapped his Harry-made pistol for his assault rifle and shot down a big group of Geth attack drones, but despite being busy fighting, he still spoke with Le Fei. "You mean to tell me that Tai is magical now?" Le Fei turned around and summoned Clarent. She quickly swung it towards a new Geth ship that approached the battlefield. A massive red lightning energy slashes flew out of Clarent and headed towards the Geth ship at a high speed. The Geth ship was instantly cut in half and then violently exploded. Le Fei then spun Clarent in her hand while she answered Shepard's question. "She is the very first magical Quarian, the first supernatural being from this world." Shepard sighed and shook his head as he charged a plasma grenade and then aimed above him, where a Geth armature was dropped right towards them. Shepard then let go of the trigger and a plasma grenade shot towards the Geth armature before it could land on Shepard and Le Fei. The plasma grenade exploded on impact, but Le Fei and Shepard were unaffected by the fact that the explosion happened above them and very close to them. The explosion soon subsided and Shepard took that chance to speak. "I'm kinda jealous of Tai now." Le Fei giggled. Suddenly Rex roared and rammed into a big group of Geth shock troopers and sent them flying in pieces all over the place. Le Fei smiled at that and then said, "We're keeping an eye on Tai. If she's able to develop as a magical being without any issues and after some research, I'm sure Harry will give you his blessings. He always does so with all his friend and family." Shepard smiled and nodded. He then turned his head towards Harry and Saren. "Harry seems to enjoy torturing Saren. I don't blame him though, I would do so as well." Le Fei shook her head. "That's not all his doing though, I mean yet, he's making sure Saren suffers, but he seems to be studying something right now. My guess is that he saw something of interest in the way Saren suddenly healed from his kick and wants to learn about it a bit. He was all but ready to kill Saren a few moments ago." Shepard frowned. He had noticed how Saren suddenly stood up with a gasp and then healed at a very rapid pace. He would have been worried about it, if Harry didn't seem more amused by Saren's new ability to heal than worried. "Well, then let's keep killing Geth. I don't know where Saren got this many, but it's like there's no end to these things." Le Fei nodded and then noticed as another big group of Geth ran towards them. She smiled and pointed Clarent towards the Geth. Despite the big numbers, both she and the squad had no problem dealing with them. The Geth were just no match for her, or the squad and their Harry-made gear, but at the very least, it was fun to let loose in battle. It certainly has been a while since she had fun fighting along with friends like this. Harry intently watched as the nanomachines in Saren's body effortlessly worked to heal and restore his body. It was certainly an amazing piece of technology. He was already getting all sorts of ideas for this type of technology that Tony and he can work on. Not that Saren was in any state of mind to care. Despite the nanomachines healing and restoring his body, they were doing nothing about his pain. It showed how the Reapers really don't care about organic life. The fact that they didn't even bother to mitigate the pain of Saren's wound and just worry about him being in battle-ready condition is very telling of their disregard for life. With a wave of his hand, Harry extinguished the flames around Saren's body, but then, to his surprise, the nanomachines sped up and healed Saren almost instantly. The Turian immediately rolled out from beneath Harry's foot and stood up. Harry let him do so and just stared at him. So the nanomachines have a self-learning protocol. They're meant to improve and become faster the more they heal and restore. A pretty impressive piece of technology. I don't think I've seen something like it before, well, not being supernatural in nature that is. Saren growled as he struggled to catch his breath. What Harry had done to him had put him through an amount of pain that he had never thought possible to ever experience. In fact, his mind almost broke. It had both terrified him and shocked him. He now knew that Harry Potter isn't a saint, he's a ruthless monster. a merciless creature who's not afraid to make people suffer, and that realization made him deathly afraid of Harry. But, he had no other choice but to kill Harry Potter. It was either him or Saren himself, and Saren would be damned if he died today, not after everything he had done to survive the Reapers, so Saren stood up and growled at Harry in defiance. Harry just raised an eyebrow at the Turian and then chuckled. "That's cute, you think that growling at me is going to do anything? You're definitely not scaring me or anyone for that matter." Saren had enough, and with a roar, he took off running towards Harry, while shooting blast after blast of biotic energy toward the dragon god. Harry just stood there and tanked the biotic blasts as they splashed on his body as if they were nothing but water. Saren reached Harry, engulfed his arms with his biotic energy, and sent a punch toward Harry. The dragon god just moved his head away and avoided the punch with ease before Saren could even react or follow up on his attack. Harry lashed out a knee towards Saren's ribs. The dragon god's knee crashed against the Turian's ribs and cracked them. Saren coughed up some blood, but immediately swung another biotic-enhanced punch towards Harry. But the dragon god ducked and avoided Saren's attack yet again. While Harry was avoiding the punch, he quickly sent an open palm strike towards Saren's chest. The strike hit Saren, who had been unable to even react, with a thunderous clap. The ex-Spectre gasped and took a step back while a very scary amount of blood exploded from his mouth. Saren grabbed hold of his chest and trembled in pain and agony. Meanwhile, Harry activated his Rin-Egan and watched as the nanomachines actually reconstructed Saren's heart in almost an instant. "Hey? That's actually pretty neat." Saren gasped in shock as he felt the pain numb away. He was well aware that without the Reaper's nanomachines, that strike should have killed him, and that had scared him. However, Harry just smiled and then cheerfully said, "Well, now I'm really curious. Let's see if those nanomachines can repair your eyes or brain. Let's find out how much I can hurt you before you really do die or your mind just breaks." Saren took a step back in horror and stared at the monster before him with wide eyes full of fear and shock. He knew now that he was about to die, and there was nothing he could do about that fact, but luckily for Saren, help was coming his way. Harry was about to take a step forward, but then his eyes widened when he sensed something big coming his way. The dragon god immediately turned his head towards where the energy he sensed was coming from. That's when he saw Sovereign coming their way. The Reaper immediately unleashed a series of beam-like attacks at Harry and the squad. Harry instantly knew that the armors he had created for the crew wouldn't be able to take those beam attacks for too long. Not even the wards he made for the Normandy would be able to take a barrage of those attacks for long. So Harry ignored Saren, who immediately ran away towards his downed flying platform. Meanwhile, Harry blurred out of sight Li-Fei. "Incoming!" Li-Fei immediately raised an open hand and created a barrier around Shepard and herself, while Harry arrived by Talai, pulled Rex towards him with telekinesis, and then covered them with a barrier as well. The barrage crashed against the squad and the area around them, destroying everything around the squad. Meanwhile, Saren jumped onto his downed flying platform. His nanomachines immediately began to repair it, and soon, the platform was completely repaired. With that done, Saren mentally ordered the platform to take him away from here and towards Sovereign. He needed to get away from Harry Potter, away from that monster. Harry and Li-Fei held the barriers up with ease as they were bombarded by an endless stream of beam-like attacks. Both of them would be fine from such an attack, but Shepard, Talai, and Rex would only be able to stay alive for about a minute before the enchantments in their armors would be overwhelmed and destroyed. They weren't the best Harry can make after all, but without knowing what the Reapers can actually do and with what he had on hand in terms of materials, it was what he was able to come up with. So, they had to protect the squad and their friends, but that didn't mean Harry wasn't upset. Suddenly, Sovereign was slammed away by Kunu and her giant nine-tailed fox. Sovereign made an odd screeching sound as it was pushed away. Valerie, who was on top of Kunu's head, raised both hands towards Sovereign and blasted him away from the area with a twin key blast. Both girls quickly turned their attention towards the squad, and both Harry and Li-Fei lowered their barriers and smiled at Kunu and Valerie. Unluckily for everyone, Saren had made it inside Sovereign, so the Reaper immediately retreated into space and then FTL away from the system. Harry frowned as he looked up. "You can both run away all you want, but I'll eventually catch you, and when I do, I'll kill you both." Shepard and the squad sighed and looked around them. Everything around had been destroyed by the Reaper's sudden energy attack. Rex grunted in annoyance. "The hell was that attack?" Harry answered Rex's question while still looking up at the sky. "A magneto-hydrodynamic weapon, one on each of that thing's tentacles. Technically it ejects a stream of molten metal at a fraction of the speed of light at its target." Talai gasped. "Keela, nothing in our galaxy can stop an attack like that." Shepard grunted. "Fuck." The commander turned his head towards Harry. "What about the Normandy? Can it take an attack like that?" Harry looked over towards Shepard and frowned for 5 minutes, maybe more, but the wards will eventually get overcharged and collapse. The armors could only take it for about a minute. You could dodge or move away in that minute, but Sovereign was firing a beam from each tentacle, and it seems it can hold the stream of attacks for a while. Shepard huffed and shook his head. God damn it. Kunu and Valerie soon landed in front of everyone. The vampire princess immediately began to ask everyone about their condition. Is everyone okay? That looked like a really powerful attack. Kunu nodded and walked up towards Harry. That was easily a city destroyer attack. Harry nodded. Yes, Le Fay and I had to protect everyone. Their armor wouldn't be able to take an attack like that for long. Rex sighed. Can you upgrade the armor, Harry? Make them strong enough to block that. Harry hummed for a few seconds while he thought about Rex's question. Soon enough he had an answer for him. Just a bit, maybe make around 3 minutes, but that's it. The materials the armors are made from aren't mana conductive. I also didn't make them either, so the amount of mana that would be running through them with the enchantments will eventually make the material break down. I would have to start from scratch and make my own set of armors, with mana-conductive materials, but that would take time and me going back to my world. The problem with that is that because this world isn't connected to mine, who knows how much time would pass between it and mine, and I can't risk connecting this world to mine yet, not when the Reapers are around. I and Neo Kyoto can protect ourselves against them, but the rest of the world? Not very likely. I can't take the risk and I won't be able to always help everyone in my world. My first priority would be my family and Neo Kyoto. Plus my world is connected to quite a few other worlds too. They would also be at risk of the Reapers, and in good conscience, I can't risk them either. Everyone in the squad nodded to what Harry was telling them. They wouldn't want to risk his world either anyways, so the best they can do is work with what they had. It was already a lot, to begin with. Shepard nodded them. We'll deal with Sovereign with what we have. What you've done for us is already more than enough, Harry. I'm not about to ask you to risk your world and others. Harry smiled and nodded to Shepard. You can leave Sovereign to me though. Now that I've seen it and know what it can do, I'll be able to handle him. Plus, this gives me an opportunity to use something the boys and I have been working with for a while. Shepard didn't know what Harry was planning on using, but seeing the grin on his face told him that it was going to be wild. Inwardly he was hoping that Sovereign suffers. That overgrown ship might have gotten away with Saren, but it was only a matter of time before they get their hands on them again, and next time, they won't be able to get away. After everyone had that conversation and made plans, Shepard called Joker and asked him to pick them up. The Normandy arrived quickly enough and everyone except Harry boarded the ship. The research facility had to be destroyed still, so the Normandy quickly took off to the sky, while Harry floated high above the area of the research facility. Harry quite liked the planet Vermeer, so he didn't want to cause too much damage to it by using a big explosive attack, so instead, he opted to use his Rinnegan's power. So, once the Dragon God was high above the research facility, he activated his Rinnegan and clapped his hands together while calling out the name of his technique, Shibaku Tensei. Planetary Devastation. Harry opened his hands apart, revealing a black orb of chakra. The Dragon God quickly let it fall from his hands towards the research facility, and then the black orb of chakra began to pulsate as it began to pull everything around towards it. The research facility quickly began to break apart under the powerful gravitational pull of Harry's jutsu, along with any rocky cliff, sand, and sea water around the facility. Soon a moon began to take form as more and more of the research facility was destroyed until only a big crater was left where the area of the research facility once stood. Above, was a massive new moon, which with a wave of Harry's hand, quickly began to float upwards and then into space, until it was safely away from the planet and locked in by Vermeer's gravitational pull. Harry looked down and smiled as the sea soon began to fill the crater left behind by his jutsu. A few minutes later a new seawater lake was all that was left of Saren's research facility, and Harry nodded in satisfaction. With that done, Harry then teleported away from Vermeer and back to the Normandy. Despite Saren and Sovereign being able to get away, the dragon wasn't really worried. He knew he could handle both of them, but he was more worried about everyone else involved. Just because the girls and himself can take on Saren and Sovereign, didn't mean that just anyone can face them either. With that last concern in Harry's mind, he left Vermeer and arrived in the Normandy. However, he knew Shepard was going to call for a meeting, so he quickly walked over to the comms room where he knew everyone was already waiting for him. Harry arrived in the comms room and sat at his chair. Everyone gave him a smile while he waved at the squad and his girlfriends. Ashley then sighed and shook her head. I can't believe everything we learned in Vermeer. Kaiden sighed and shook his head as well. Everything got so intense in a matter of seconds as well. Still, I can't believe Saren actually showed up. I would think he would want to stay away from Harry. He knows what he is after all. Shepard huffed and shook his head. Saren seems to think that he doesn't have any other choice but to submit to the Reapers. he probably felt he had to face Harry one way or the other. Li Fei hummed for a few seconds as she crossed her legs while playing with the rim of her witch's hat. Sovereign did heavily upgrade Saren, those nanomachines were healing him at a very accelerated pace. Harry nodded. Yeah, they were pretty impressive. I've only seen one being with a healing ability like that. In fact, I had destroyed Saren's heart and the nanomachines were able to rebuild it in seconds and keep him alive, though they did nothing about pain. Kunu frowned and her fox ears flattened against her head. That seems unnecessarily cruel. Valerie nodded in agreement. Yet, but what else can we expect from a machine ruled by logic? Sovereign probably didn't even care about Saren's pain. Garrus sighed and shook his head. So Saren can heal from almost any wound and his biotics have been enhanced too. Do we know what else he has in store for us? Harry nodded. He seemed to have a double layer of shields, biotics first and then his armor's shields. The actual armor itself was also made of a highly dense material. Everyone frowned at the news. Rex grunted and then asked a question. Can our weapons break through? Valerie grinned and nodded. Of course they can, one shot for each shield, and the armor itself wouldn't last long after that. The problem is the nanomachines though. Tailai rubbed her chin for a few moments and then piped in. I think those nanomachines can be overwhelmed. Everyone turned their head toward Tailai and gave her their full attention. Even if the nanomachines are that effective, they still need energy and materials to restore and heal Saren's body. At some point, they will run out and Saren's healing will slow down, but given how much punishment Harry put Saren through, my guess is that the nanomachines will be able to last pretty long. Harry nodded. Yes, I noticed that as well, but I also noticed that the more grievous the wounds, the more material and energy the nanomachines would burn through. After restoring Saren's heart they seemed to slow down a bit. That's why I was going to go after his eyes and then brain, see if the nanomachines will be able to still heal him after that. Everything, except Rex, Kunu, Valerie, and Li Fei flinched, at what Harry was planning on doing to Saren. Sure, they didn't feel bad for him, but it still sounded unpleasant nonetheless. Rex chuckled and nodded in exchange. So hurt him as hard as we can until he can no longer heal. I can do that easily. Harry smiled at Rex and nodded. Shepard then spoke up. Then we can take care of Saren. Sovereign will have to be left to Harry and the girls. That thing is unfortunately above us in the Normandy right now. Everyone nodded in agreement. Lyra then spoke up next. Shepard, I have an idea. I think that beacon you found in Saren's base was similar to the one you found on Eden Prime. It might have filled in the missing pieces of your vision. I might be able to help you put all those pieces together. Shepard smiled and Lyra and then gave her a nod before getting up from his chair. Let's do it, Lyra. I trust you and I know that with your help we might be able to get what we need. Lyra got up and nodded to Shepard with a smile on her face. She then walked up to him and began to softly speak to him. Relax, Shepard, embrace eternity. Lyra closed her eyes and then quickly opened them, showing everyone that they have turned black. A few seconds later, Lyra walked back a bit and wobbled. I never thought the images would be so intense. I need a moment to collect myself. Lyra began to lose balance, but before anyone else could rush to help her, Ashley had done so right away and quickly caught her by the shoulders and helped her up. I got you, Lyra, take it easy. Lyra smiled at Ashley and nodded to her. Shepard walked up to Lyra and gently rubbed her face. Are you all right? Lyra smiled and then gave a reassuring nod to Shepard. Yes, I'm okay. The visions were just a bit too much for me. The visions are a distress call, a message sent across the Protean Empire, a warning against the Reapers, but the warning came too late. Shepard nodded and then decided to ask something important. Did you see anything about the conduit? Lyra nodded. There were other images, locations, places I recognize from my research. Ilos. The conduit is on Ilos. That is why Saren needed to find the Mu relay. It's the only way to get to Ilos. Harry raised an eyebrow. Ilos? What's that? And why didn't you mention it before, Lyra? Lyra quickly answered Harry's questions. Ilos is a planet, a Protean home world. The Mu relay links to dozens of systems and hundreds of worlds. It was impossible for me to know that Ilos was the one we wanted to find. Without the cipher, the images in Shepard's visions were never clear. Only now did I recognize them as landmarks of Ilos. Harry nodded. I see, seems like we really needed that cipher, but this also means that Saren knows this as well. Shepard frowned and nodded to Harry. Then we need to get to Ilos and fast. Tailai shook her head. Forget it, the Mu relays inside the Terminus system, Alliance ships are not welcome there, and neither are Spectres. Shepard shook his head and narrowed his eyes. The conduit's on Ilos, that's where Saren is heading. I'll be waiting for him when he gets there. Lyra looked a bit worried. Saren will have his entire fleet orbiting Ilos. You will need to make it down to the surface without reinforcements. maybe we should alert the council, we need a fleet to Lyra looked dizzy, so Ashley held onto her tightly with a worried expression on her face. Lyra groaned in pain. I'm sorry, the joining is exhausting, I should go to the medical bay and lie down for a moment. Shepard nodded and turned to look at Ashley. Ash, take her to the medical bay and make sure she rests. Ashley nodded. Sure, leave it to me, Skipper. Shepard nodded, while Ashley then helped Lyra walk out of the comms room. The Asari smiled at Ashley and then said, thanks Ashley, but I just need some rest somewhere quiet. Ashley grinned at Lyra and nodded. No problem, I'll just take you to Harry's workshop, I know it's quiet down there. Shepard watched his girlfriends walk out of the comms room, he then sighed and smiled at everyone. All right everyone, dismissed, go and take a rest. The squad quickly got up and began to walk out to the comms room except for Harry. Joker then called Shepard via comms. Commander, there's a COMM buoy nearby, I can link us in if you want to report back to the Citadel Council, you know, to warn them about Sovereign. Shepard and Harry shared a look, both wondering if it would be a good idea to tell the Council about everything that happened in Vermeer and how would they react. Chapter 180. After thinking about it for a while, Shepard eventually decided to tell the Council about what happened in Vermeer. Set the link, Joker, they need to know. Joker immediately responded, patching it through. Harry and Shepard quickly walked over to the hologram station and watched as the Council's hologram appeared in front of them. Tavos immediately spoke when she saw Shepard. Commander Shepard, I'm pleased to see your mission in Vermeer was a success. Spiratus nodded and then spoke up. Saren is formidable enough without an army of Krogan serving under him. Harry scoffed. Saren is the least of your worries, and please, do not speak about the Krogan in my presence, I'm not happy with this situation as it is. The Citadel Council frowned but nodded to Harry's request. Shepard sighed and then began to explain a bit more. The Krogan would have served Sovereign, a Reaper. Valerne nodded. Yes, we saw mention of this on your report, Sovereign, a sentient machine, a true intelligence. This news is quite alarming, if it turns out to be accurate. Shepard frowned and narrowed his eyes at the Solarian councilman. Sovereign's a Reaper, Saren admitted, the damn thing tried to kill us too. Spiratus shook his head. He's playing you, Shepard. Saren still has contacts on the Citadel, he probably saw your reports, the one talking about your mission, and the Reapers. Then Valerne then piped in. It's highly possible Saren is using false information to throw you off balance, our own intelligence has never turned up any corroborating information. Harry sighed and shook his head in disappointment. You know, Saren did say that you guys would never believe him, which is why he's doing all of this and never told the council about it. I can see why, you're both a bunch of ignorant fools, your own intelligence. Shepard tried to warn you about Saren and you didn't believe him, because you knew better. Now look at where we are, the things that happened, Rachni, Geth, Krogan armies, indoctrination, what else has to happen before you people get your head out of your asses and listen? The Citadel Council trio flinched. Tavos immediately raised her hands and spoke to Harry. Lord Potter, we don't mean any disrespect, it's just that you both have to see this from our perspective. Everything we read in the report on what happened on Vermeer is almost impossible to believe. What sort of reaction should we have to all of this? Shepard scoffed in annoyance. Sooner or later you're going to have to take something I say on faith, Counselor. Harry nodded. When all of this comes back to bite all of you on your asses, then you'll regret not having listened to us, and let me tell you, by then, I just might decide to ignore your pleas for help. Tavos shook her head and sadly frowned. Try to see this from our perspective, Commander, Lord Potter, Saren is a threat we can recognize. Valerne nodded and then added his opinion. Our decisions affect trillions of lives, we cannot act without solid proof, Dragon God or not. Tavos sighed and nodded. The Council cannot take any official action here, that is why we created the Spectres, you have the authority to act as you see fit. Valerne then spoke up. If you truly believe Sovereign is the real threat, you must take whatever steps are necessary to stop it and Saren. Tavos looked down and then said, good luck, Commander, from all of us. The Council disconnected with the Normandy, leaving Shepard and Harry by themselves in the comms room. Shepard huffed and then spoke. So they're practically said to do whatever I want but to not expect help from them. Harry nodded. Pretty much, they want solid proof of Sovereign. Well, I'm sure the arrogant asshole will show himself eventually, we'll see how these three react then. Either way, we need to prepare ourselves. Saren and Sovereign were pushed back. Now they know we're not to be underestimated and will come at with everything they have the next time we see them. Well, at least Saren will. I'm not sure how Sovereign will react to having been forced to flee. Shepard sighed and then gave a nod to Harry. We should go rest, Harry, it's been a long mission and a lot has happened, we need to rest. Harry nodded, and with that decision, both Commander and Dragon God went to rest, though Harry first had to take care of the Solarians he rescued. As soon as Harry got back to his pocket dimension and got to the Solarians he had brought in here, he immediately went to work on each one. Using his power over time and mind, he was able to restore their minds and bodies to before they were captured. With this done, the Solarians would be fine now, though they will be feeling phantom pains and headaches for a while, the only evidence of what they went through. They might not remember, nor will their bodies have a mark, but a part of them will know what was done to them and the body will react, but after a few months, all of that will disappear and these Solarians will be able to live a normal life. He was over the moon with the fact that those of his unit that went missing, were both found and healed. Add that to the fact that no one died, and the Solarian captain was very much thankful to Harry and the squad. Sure, he saw some really hard things to explain and believe, but he was way more happy that most of his men were alive and well. It was the first time Harry had seen a Solarian widely smile and it had made him laugh. After that, he then told Harry where to teleport his men and himself. The Solarian captain will be taking care of his men's needs from now on and had guaranteed that they will be well taken care of. Harry agreed and teleported he and his entire unit to the base he was told to by the Solarian captain. With that done, Harry decided to go to sleep, so he took his dragon god form and then laid down outside his workshop to nap. Hours later, Harry was awakened by Shepherd. The dragon god opened his eyes and stared at Shepherd with a smile. "Hey Shepherd, what do you need?" Shepherd smiled at his friend. Despite being enormous and scary looking in his dragon form, he was still as friendly as ever. "I was thinking about checking in with everyone. We got quite a few surprises in Vermeer and we need to talk about it. Want to come with me on my rounds?" Harry yawned, which made Shepherd sweat drop since he had a first-person view of Harry's wide-open and fanged-filled jaws, but it was over soon and Harry quickly took on his human form. "Sure. Let's go check on everyone." Shepherd chuckled and then nodded. With that decided, both Commander and Dragon God left the pocket dimension and went to speak with the squad and see how they were feeling. The first person they went to see was Lyra. Shepherd was worried about her since she seemed very tired and weak after she helped him with his visions, so both Commander and Dragon God went to the medical bay. Lyra had rested a while in Harry's workshop and after she felt a bit better she went to her room behind the medical bay. That's where Harry and Shepherd found her working on her computer. Lyra heard them come in. She smiled and then stood up to face both her boyfriend and friend. Lyra gave Shepherd a soft, caring smile and then said, "Shepherd, did you come to check up on me?" Shepherd smiled and gave Lyra a nod, confirming and answering her question. "Yes, you look much better. How are you feeling?" Lyra softly laughed and then answered Shepherd's question. "I'm alright. Faye gave me a checkup before I left Harry's workshop and Ashley has been checking up on me often." Shepherd seemed glad and happy that Lyra was fine now. Harry then piped in, "That's good. You did look pale and tired. Now that you feel better, do take easy and rest, okay?" Lyra nodded at Harry and then gave him a small smile. "I will. Ashley won't let me work too hard, while your girlfriends are keeping an eye on me." Lyra pointed at a corner of her room. Both Shepherd and Harry turned their head towards where Lyra was pointing at and noticed a small black bat with red eyes staring at them. Harry chuckled in amusement recognizing the little bat. "Ah, Valerie has a pair of eyes on you." Lyra nodded, while Shepherd grinned. Harry then walked up to the corner the little black bat was hanging from and then gently petted its belly, which made the little bat blush a bit and close its eyes in glee. Meanwhile, Shepherd turned his head towards Lyra. "What do you think about what happened in Vermeer, Lyra?" Lyra looked down and sighed. "I've been thinking about Saren. I actually feel a little sorry for him now." Shepherd tiredly sighed and nodded in agreement. "He's become a slave to the Reapers and he can't even see it." Lyra gave Shepherd a small nod with a little sad frown on her face. He is trapped inside his own mind. Part of him senses his identity slowly being swallowed up by Sovereign, but he is powerless to stop it. I wonder how he first fell into Sovereign's trap? Did he think he could somehow stop the Reapers from returning, or was he simply driven by a lust for power and glory? Shepherd seemed to be pondering Lyra's words for a little while. Meanwhile, Harry stopped petting the little bat, who looked to be pouting somehow, and walked back to Shepherd and Lyra, while speaking his thoughts on the matter. "I think it's the latter. Saren was already a greedy bastard and had done a lot of bad things as well. I wouldn't be surprised that he wanted more power when he first got in contact with Sovereign. Now, he's regretting his choices for sure." Shepherd nodded in agreement and then said, "Whatever Saren's reasons may have been, they're long gone now. He has to be stopped." Lyra nodded. "Yes, you're both right. He may have turned into Sovereign's victim, but he is also a threat to all life as we know it." Lyra then sighed. "But let's not spend every free minute talking about Saren. it is bad enough we are chasing him across the galaxy. Both Shepard and Harry nodded. The trio then spent some time speaking about more pleasant things, like Lyra's relationship with Ashley and Shepard. She seems happy with both of them and very open about their relationship. She even said that Shepard could add more women if he wanted, since she quite enjoys spending time with both Ashley and him and wouldn't mind having the family grow. Shepard blushed and bit. He honestly didn't think he would be adding more girls to his little family, but Harry's smug smile did not help his nerves and gave him a bad feeling about his future romantic life. After a bit, both Shepard and Harry said their goodbyes to Lyra, who waved them goodbye and went back to her work. The commander and dragon god then headed down to the lower part of the Normandy and then found Garrus by himself, lost in his thoughts. Curious about what could be having Garrus so lost in his thinking, they both decided to approach him and check up on him. Garrus heard them walking over and snapped out of his thoughts. He saw Harry and Shepard walking over to him, and once they were in front of him, Garrus spoke up. Shepard. Harry, what can I do for you? Shepard and Harry immediately noticed that something was wrong. However, it was Shepard the one who asked Garrus about it. Something bothering you? Garrus sighed and then nodded. It's Saren. I'm starting to wonder whether we'll ever find him. He's always one step ahead of us, and he's got those damn Geth and Sovereign. Harry grinned at Garrus and lightly punched him on the arm, which got the Turian grunting. We'll get him, Garrus. The bastard ran away with his tail between his legs, so now he's afraid of us. Shepard nodded. The Geth are nothing to us either, Garrus and Sovereign. He doesn't know who he's dealing with. We'll find them both. Garrus smiled at his friend and then chuckled. I wish I had your confidence, guys. It's just I can't stand the thought of him getting away with everything he's done. I know we're doing everything we can, that we will catch him, I know, but is there anything else I can do to help? Anything, just tell me what you want me to do and I'll do it. Shepard smiled. I get it, Garrus, but we'll get Saren, just make sure you're ready to go when we do. Harry then gave Garrus a thumbs up. You're a dragon slayer now, Garrus. Just be patient and you'll see, we'll catch that son of a bitch soon enough. Garrus chuckled and then grinned at his friend. I'll be ready, guys, just make sure you leave something for me, okay? Both Commander and Dragon God grinned back at Garrus and gave him a nod. Garrus then laughed a bit, which then Harry and Shepard joined in on as well. After sharing a laugh, Garrus then piped in, can I ask you something, Shepard? Shepard nodded to Garrus, while Harry was curious about what Garrus might ask about. Garrus then spoke up. Are you worried that the council might be protecting Saren? I mean, they were really dragging their heels before. What if we find him, bring him back to the Citadel and they refuse to act? Harry tilted his head and then said, what makes you think we'll take him back to the Citadel? Saren will die and I'll be giving one of his arms to Anderson, Garrus. Garrus chuckled and seemed very relieved. That's what I wanted to hear. Saren is too dangerous to be kept alive. Too much could happen. He could escape, or the council might let him go. When we find him, I'll be glad to see him die. Harry nodded to Garrus. He never planned to let Saren live after everything he's done. He knew that the council can't be trusted either, especially now after the conversation Shepard and him had with them. Shepard nodded to Garrus and then said, I'm glad to see you both see it that way. I never had any intention of capturing that bastard either. He'll die when we next see him. Garrus grinned. This is why I want to be a Spectre. You never have to worry about bureaucratic idiots making a mess of everything. Both Harry and Shepard nodded to Garrus in agreement. Harry, because he's not one to really care about bureaucratic problems. It's one of the reasons he wants no part in any kind of leadership role, that and the paperwork. He hates paperwork. Shepard also agreed with Garrus' way of thinking. Having become a Spectre had certainly made things easier for him and his mission. Sure, the council is annoying to deal with, but at least he can do whatever he deems necessary. After that conversation, both Harry and Shepard said their goodbyes to Garrus. They were glad he was in a better mood now, but it was time to check on the others. Garrus said his goodbye to his friends for now, and Harry and Shepard moved on to the next person to check on. Shepard and Harry moved over to Ashley, who was both nearby, and with Valerie, who was blushing while Ashley was grinning at her. Valerie quickly noticed the commander and her boyfriend, and immediately pouted at Harry. Shepard was surprised at Valerie doing that and turned his head towards Ashley with curiosity in his eyes. Ashley just laughed a bit and then explained, well, Valerie and I were talking a bit, when she suddenly squeaked and moaned. Got to tell you, that was one very interesting moan. Valerie blushed even brighter, while Harry chuckled in amusement, which got him a glare from his vampiric girlfriend. Shepard was confused for a bit, but soon realized what happened. That little bat in Lyra's room. Valerie blushed even brighter now, but soon huffed and shook her head. Bat familiar actually, and well, my bats are connected to me, so I feel everything they feel. Harry scratched his head and smiled at Valerie. Sorry Val, I just petted and poked your bat without thinking, it just looked cute just hanging there and keeping an eye on Lyra, that I couldn't help myself. Valerie once again huffed and nodded. It's fine, it just caught me off guard. Ashley laughed and then walked over to Shepard and grabbed his hand. How's Lyra? Shepard smiled at Ashley and then told her about Lyra's condition. She's better now, I think she just needs a few more hours of rest and she'll be fine after. Ashley nodded and then scratched her head with her free hand. That's good, I told her to rest longer but she said she needed to take some notes and that she would be taking it easy. Valerie nodded and piped in, and I let my bat familiar keep an eye on her, but I kinda regret doing that. Valerie deadpanned at Harry, who just smiled and then hugged her. Valerie just sighed and hugged him back while nuzzling her face against the crook of Harry's neck. Both Shepard and Ashley smiled at their friends until Shepard turned his head towards Ashley. What do you think about the mission on Vermeer? Ashley sighed. That was a clusterfuck, Shepard, if it wasn't because for Harry and Ellie Faye being there with us, plus the gear he made for us, who knows what would have happened. Nothing good at the very least. Sovereign is a big issue too. Can you imagine fleets of Reapers coming after us? Those things are already huge, and the fact that they have already exterminated all life before, and many times it seems, just makes things worse. The odds would have been against us without Harry and the others, and that's scary. Shepard nodded in agreement. He more than anyone knew that Harry's involvement was the only reason they were so prepared. Without him, they might have had losses already, or worse, failed against Saren and Sovereign. But they were okay. They were making progress, and that's what matters here. We have an advantage. We know they're coming and we know about their indoctrination. We now know plenty about the Reapers and we can fight them better because of that. We just have to keep at it. Ashley grinned at Shepard and gave him a determined nod. I certainly like our chances now. Both Saren and Sovereign ran with their tails between their legs. Well, tentacle for Sovereign, but you get my meaning. Shepard chuckled and nodded to Ashley. After that conversation about their situation, both Shepard and Ashley spent some time talking about far more normal things, something that Harry and Valerie did as well. Spending time with loved ones was always a good way to use one's free time, or at least, that's what Harry and Shepard believed. Some time later, both Commander and Dragon God gave their girlfriends a kiss goodbye and set out to continue their rounds. Seeing Rex nearby, both Harry and Shepard walked to him to check up on him. Rex heard them approach and immediately turned to face them with a grin on his face. Harry, Shepard, things got fun in Vermeer, hey? Shepard laughed and shook his head in amusement. Only you would think that everything that happened on that mission was fun. Rex chuckled and nodded. It sure was. We found and destroyed hundreds of Geth. I saw Harry destroy Saren and then a Reaper fleeing. What else can a Krogan wish for? Harry, Shepard, and Rex shared a laugh for a few moments and enjoyed the craziness that is their lives. Rex soon finished laughing and turned his head towards Harry. Quite a few Krogan contacted me already, Harry. About 300 actually. Among those about 80 females, with more joining on the plan to migrate. Out of all Krogan, it's the females who are more interested in your cure and a new place to live. Many feel that it's time for a change, so more and more females are joining in on the plan. Harry nodded. That's great. About how many would you think will join at the end? Rex grunted as he looked to be doing some mental math, but soon answered the question realistically. About 500 to 600, optimistically. 700 to 800. Though I would like it to be more than 1,000, I doubt that will happen though. Not many females will give this a try and a lot of Krogan males won't care, but doesn't hurt to dream, right? Harry nodded and clapped Rex on his back. Something is better than nothing. At least the Krogan will survive and thrive in my world, and that's what matters, right? Rex grinned at Harry and nodded. You're right. I can wait to see our new colony grow and to watch children play around and roughhouse everywhere. Shepard and Harry nodded. Both agreed with Rex and even hoped to see Krogan children aplenty sometime soon in the future. It will be amazing to see a good Krogan community grow and thrive. Well, as good as a Krogan can be, that is. Both Shepard and Harry stayed and hung out with Rex for a while until it was time for them to continue their rounds and check in with everyone else. Next, they headed to the engine room and found Talai hanging out with Kunu. Both Harry and Shepard smiled when they saw Talai wearing a deep blue and white kimono, while Kunu was helping her fit it right. Both Commander and Dragon God walked over and heard the conversation that both girls were having. Kunu, these clothes feel heavy and tight. How do you wear them all the time? Kunu smiled as she checked the kimono's bindings. Well, we don't usually wear kimonos all the time. There are different types for every occasion. My mom wears baggy and lighter kimonos for daily use. This one is for festivals, so it's a bit more on the fancy side of things. Talai tilted her head. Really? This is formal wear? Kunu nodded. Yup, might be a bit uncomfortable, but you do look good in it. Now we just tie your hair in a bun. Tailai grabbed her hair and played with it a bit. I've never styled my hair before, do you think it'll look good? Kunu smiled at Tailai. Of course it will. You already look beautiful, Tailai. Kunu turned her head towards Shepherd and Harry and grinned at them. Right, boys? Doesn't she look beautiful? Harry grinned at Tailai and gave her a thumbs up. You look great in that kimono, Tailai, it really suits you too. Shepherd nodded. I agree with Harry, it's also great to see you try new things, now that you don't have to worry about your health anymore. Tailai blushed and began to fidget with her hands. Thank you guys, that does make me feel pretty, but yes, I'm having a lot of fun trying all kinds of stuff now that I don't have to wear my suit. I got to admit, I really like how varied human clothes are and how comfortable most of them are as well. Kunu smiled. The girls and I have been giving all sorts of clothes for Tailai to try. We wanted to see about alien clothing, but for Asari, Lyra has no idea about fashion. For Turians, Gurus wouldn't even notice if female Turians were naked in front of him as long as he has his rifle with him, much less notice their clothes. According to Rex, females Krogan usually wears ceremonial robes. Surprising, I know. And for Solarians, well, we don't personally know a Solarian and I doubt they'll have much in the way of fashion with how nerdy they are. Shepherd hummed and then piped in. So you went with human clothing? Kunu nodded. Yup. But we did have to modify it a bit. But magic sure makes things easier. Harry smiled. Well, I'm glad Tailai and you girls are having fun. Kunu nodded and then gave Harry a hug, while the dragon god began to scratch behind her ears. Meanwhile, Shepherd turned his head towards Tailai and decided to ask her thought about the mission on Vermeer. How do you feel about what happened on Vermeer, Tailai? Tailai sighed and looked down. To be honest, this is all very scary to me and I think any Quarian would agree with me. You know about our history with AI. To find out that there's a whole race of digital beings, capable of free will, is like a nightmare to me. It's what we Quarians feared would happen, with the Geth. Tailai shook her head and then sadly frowned. Now I can't help but think, that the Geth joining with Sovereign, was because of us Quarians, perhaps, because their creators turned their back on them. They were pushed to put their trust and faith into something else, a being similar and far more advanced than them. We pushed them towards the Reapers and now, they're being used as tools by them. Shepherd frowned. In a way, Tailai was right, the Geth must have been looking for authentic answers they were denied by their creators and found some with the Reapers, but it was still something they choose to do. Harry frowned. The Quarians do share some responsibility towards the Geth's actions as of late. Tailai sighed and nodded. Harry then smiled at her. But the Geth really chose to join with Saren, they decided to follow and worship the Reapers. Tailai, do not burden yourself with the choices of others. Tailai smiled at Harry and then gave him a nod. Thank you, Harry, I needed to hear that. Do you think all Geth agree with the Reapers? Do they all worship them? Harry hummed and thought about Tailai's questions for a while. Soon enough he responded to Tailai. No, I don't think so. I'm sure some have doubts. Maybe there's nothing they can do right now, or perhaps they're hiding in order not to get dragged into this. Who knows? Maybe we'll find out later. Tailai nodded. I would like to believe that there are some Geth that are smart enough to see and understand the threat the Reapers really are. Everyone nodded in agreement with Tailai's hopes. After that bit of serious conversation, the quartet changed topics and went back to speaking about fashion and recommending all sorts of clothes for Tailai to try. After a while, Harry and Shepherd said their goodbyes to Tailai and Kunu to continue their rounds and speak with the rest of the squad, so the commander and dragon god left the girls and headed up to look for Kaiden. They both found him in the mess hall with Le. Kaiden was juggling a few balls with his biotics, while Le had a bunch of monitoring spells checking Kaiden's condition. Curious about what they were doing, both Shepherd and Harry approached the duo. Le heard them and turned her head towards them. Hey guys, what are you both up to? Shepherd smiled at Le and answered her question. We're making rounds to speak with everyone. A lot happened on Vermeer, so I thought it would be a good idea to hear everyone's thoughts about the mission. Le nodded in understanding. She was there after all and had seen everything that had happened firsthand, so she knew everyone must have been shocked about everything that was revealed on Vermeer. It was great that Shepherd was giving everyone the chance to voice their thoughts and concerns. Harry then walked over to Le and gave her a kiss, which she gleefully returned. Harry soon pulled out and asked, what are you both doing? Kaiden grinned at Harry and answered his question. I wanted to see my control over my biotics. Now that I have the sacred gear you created, I feel can do more things than before. Le is checking that everything is working properly, and my condition. Harry nodded and turned his gaze towards Le, who quickly began to explain. Well, Kaiden already had plenty of experience with his abilities. What the sacred gear does is give him a better way to channel his power safely. But because he's already experienced and is strong enough, his sacred gear is evolving quickly, giving him even better control, while increasing the strength of his biotics. Shepard whistled. Damn, now I'm jealous of you, Kaiden. Kaiden grinned at Shepard and even looked a bit smug. He then turned his head towards Harry. This sacred gear is amazing, Harry. I'm honestly surprised with how good it works and improves my biotics. Harry just shrugged. Well, biotics seemed a lot like my Rinnegan abilities, just at a lower scale, so I had an idea on how to improve on it. Having experience with similar abilities helped a lot in that, and seems that it worked. Kaiden nodded, while Le Fei hummed. I see, so you used the gravity manipulation that the Rinnegan grants you as a basis for Kaiden's sacred gear. Makes sense, many of the abilities you can use with it are very similar to what we've seen Kaiden and Shepard use. Harry and Le Fei then began to speak of all kinds of supernatural things. Shepard shook his head in amusement and shared a laugh with Kaiden. The commander then took advantage of this to ask Kaiden about his opinion on the mission. What do you think about what happened in Vermeer, Kaiden? Kaiden hummed and continued to juggle balls with his biotics until he began to speak. Saren is becoming a bigger threat than we thought, but now we also have to think about Sovereign. Indoctrination just looks and sounds horrific, and I'm very thankful Harry prepared those rings for us. I wouldn't want to go through what those Solarians did. Given the fact that we have to face both Saren and Sovereign makes me very cautious, but at least we have help. We're not going at this alone and unprepared. Honestly, I'm glad Harry and the girls are here with us. Shepard nodded and then smiled while turning to gaze at Harry and Le Fei. Yeah, I'm glad too. I don't know why, but I have a feeling that something very bad would have happened in Vermeer without Harry and the girls. Kaiden frowned and nodded. Yeah, me too. With that somber end to the conversation, both Shepard and Kaiden watched, as Harry and Le Fei spoke about the things Kaiden might be able to do later on with his sacred gear once it continues to evolve. Though Kaiden very much doubted that he will be able to create a moon or devastate whole cities with one full blast of his biotics, though, then again, you never know when it comes to things where Harry is involved. After a while, both Harry and Shepard then decided to move on, so they said their goodbyes to Le Fei and Kaiden, though Harry kissed Le Fei before he left with Shepard, something that made her smile. Meanwhile, somewhere in dark space, Saren was going through a new procedure, a very painful one. Sovereign had not liked the fact that both he and Saren were forced to flee, so the Reaper decided to improve Saren even further. As flesh was replaced by synthetic parts, as Saren screamed and howled in pain, he was cursing both Shepard and Harry, for it was because of them that this was happening to him right now. Soon, he'll be more synthetic than organic, and this loss was something that he vowed to pay in full to Shepard and Harry Potter, so as Saren screamed himself hoarse, he vowed revenge, not knowing that Sovereign was filling his mind with rage and wrath in order to further manipulate Saren. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and subscribe to the channel so you're notified of future uploads. You can find the next parts in the playlist visible on the screen or on my channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.